As the heir of the Marquis of Chomping descended the steps and left, Princess Rugia said to Chu-yi, "Thank you, heir of the Marquis of Xuani." Snap. Chu-yi opened his folding fan and said, "I am simply fulfilling a request made by someone." Princess Rugia opened her eyes wide. "Who is it?" "Qinshan." His lips twitched as he uttered those two words. Xia Guimo's bodyguards were actually able to command a marquis' heir. But these two were too good at running around. He searched shop after shop. But the Marquis of Chomping's heir was really audacious. He dared to flirt with Xia Guimo's woman. He wouldn't even know how he died later. Shen Tang didn't expect Qinshan to go to find Xiaohuan for her, and still not trusting her, he asked Chu-yi to protect her. But she was unlucky to run into the heir of the Marquis of Chomping when she left the manor. It seems that she will only behave herself after being deposed, just like in her previous life. Shen Tang was worried about Xiaohuan and insisted that Qinshan go to Yanqi Lake. However, Qinshan's duty was to protect Shen Tang, and he couldn't not go to find Xiaohuan. But he was also worried about Shen Tang shopping alone. Even if Princess Rugia was with her, if something happened, it would just be another unlucky person being dragged along, just like when the runaway horse took Shenlua with it. It was of no use at all. Qinshan galloped towards the city gate. Upon seeing Chu-yi, he promptly tightened the reins, asking Chu-yi to help protect Shen Tang. In truth, Qinshan preferred Chu-yi to go find Xiaohuan, fearing that Chu-yi might not be able to find Xiaohuan and something might happen. He felt more at ease going himself, so he could only entrust Chu-yi with secretly protecting Shen Tang. Chu-yi knew that Qinshan was Xia Guimo's man, and he also knew that Xia Guimo liked Shen Tang. Since it was such an easy way to curry favor with Xia Guimo, he definitely had to help. Princess Rugia nudged Shen Tang lightly with her elbow, covered her mouth and chuckled. Shen Tang felt her ears burning from her gaze. The stairwell wasn't a place to talk, so she went to browse the shops, while Chu-yi went over there to sit down and drink tea. Shen Tang really wanted to go back to the manor, but considering that the Marquis of Xuanping's heir was going to escort her back, she thought it would be better to wait a little longer on the street. Qinshan should have arrived at Yanqi Lake by now and would probably be back soon. Shen Tang didn't need to buy any jewelry. Princess Rugia picked out a gold bracelet and a pair of jade hairpins. She had almost died from a frightened horse, and Princess Duan allowed her to go out and buy some things she liked to calm her nerves. With Shen Tang accompanying her, Princess Rugia enjoyed her shopping trip to the fullest. Not wanting Chu-yi to follow along, Princess Rugia and Shen Tang looked at the jewelry in Wansui Pavilion over and over again. Chu-yi sat there until his buttocks were hard. He knew that young ladies liked jewelry, but surely it wasn't necessary to spend so much time browsing through a shop. However, he didn't spend his time for nothing. Can you believe it? He sat there drinking tea and ended up with a wife. Chu-yi. Chu-yi got tired of sitting, so he stood up and came back to his seat. There was a window nearby, and he stood by the window watching people come and go on the street. A maid from Wanshui Pavilion poured him tea. Just then, the eldest daughter of the right Prime Minister's mansion got tired of shopping and wanted to have a cup of tea, pick out some jewelry, and then go back to her mansion. The eldest daughter of the right Prime Minister's residence did not notice Chu-yi's presence. A maid from Wanshui Pavilion said, "Miss, sit down and rest for a while and have a cup of tea." The maid meant that she would bring the tea to her soon. The eldest daughter of the right Prime Minister's mansion did not know that she had just come up the steps and the maid of Wanshui Pavilion had seen her come up before coming over to add tea. She thought that the maid had noticed that she was a little tired and needed to rest, and that the tea on the table was for her. She was thirsty and tired, so she sat down, picked up the teacup and drank. Chu-yi turned around and saw this, and quickly stopped him. "Don't drink." The eldest daughter of the right Prime Minister's mansion was startled, but it was too late. She had already drunk it, and then Chu-yi startled her so much that she coughed. The eldest daughter of the right Prime Minister's residence recognized Chu-yi. After all, he was the heir of the Marquis of Xuani's mansion, someone you could meet at all kinds of banquets in the capital. When Chu-yi told her not to drink the tea, and then saw that there was only one cup of tea left, How could the eldest daughter of the right prime minister's residence not know that the heir of the Marquis of Shwani had drunk from this cup of tea? Her face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly put down the teacup and got up and left as if her pants were on fire. As she was leaving, she bumped into a maid from Wansue Pavilion who was bringing tea. With a crash, the teacup fell to the ground, startling everyone on the second floor of Wansue Pavilion who looked over. The eldest daughter of the right prime minister's residence blushed crimson and quickly went downstairs. Chuyi's face also turned slightly red. He was such a grown man standing there, and no one had even seen him. He had never encountered such an embarrassing situation in his life. Perhaps he shouldn't have spoken up. Not only did they fail to stop her, they also scared the girl away. Princess Rugia and Shen Tang came over when they heard the commotion. Princess Rugia asked, "What happened?" Chuyi certainly wouldn't say it, shaking his head. "It's nothing." Shen Tang and Princess Rugia exchanged a glance and said, "Then let's go." They had looked at it twice already, and there was really nothing more to see. The two went down the steps, with Chuyi following a few steps behind. As Shen Tang left Wanshui Pavilion, she saw Xiao Huan and Shen Shan riding over. Seeing her elder brother return, Shen Tang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense for so long, finally settled down. Princess Rugia was also there. Her eyes met Xiao Huan's, and her face flushed involuntarily. She quickly looked away. Xiao Huan's mood wasn't so good. If Chen Shan hadn't arrived in time, he would have fallen into Shen Han's trap. He thought Shen Tang had invited him to Yanqi Lake because she had something to discuss with him, but when he got there, he found out that it wasn't Shen Tang who had invited him, but Shen Han. Although he found it strange, Xiao Huan did not leave. Everyone in the capital knew that Shen Han was the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan, and like Shen Tang, she was his own sister. In the past few days, he had figured out why Shen Tang seemed familiar. It was because Shen Tang looked very much like Jiang Shi, which made him feel that he was not familiar with Shen Tang, but with his own mother. They are both his sisters and should not be treated differently. Shen Han apologized to Shen Tang for ordering him to save Princess Rugia on the street. Xiao Huan was surprised that Shen Han didn't know he was their older brother. Since Shen Tang and Shen Sui didn't tell Shen Han, he didn't say anything either. Chen Shan rushed to find him, only to find out that Shen Han was not his biological sister, but the daughter of his second wife. He even learned that his disappearance at the Lantern Festival was orchestrated by his second wife. Shen Han, under the guise of Shen Tang, sought him out in order to scheme against him and marry him. Xiao Huan was truly disgusted and hasn't recovered yet. With her elder brother safe and sound, and Chen Shan back, Shen Tang thanked Chuyi. "Thank you very much, Prince Shwani, for today." Chuyi waved his folding fan and laughed. "The Prince of Jingyang will thank me." Shen Tang's face flushed. Chuyi looked at Xiao Huan and said, "It's rare to run into you. How about we have a meal together?" Xiao Huan readily agreed. "It's my treat." Xiao Huan and Chuyi nodded to Shen Tang and then went to Zuixinlu. Shen Tang said goodbye to Princess Rugia and watched her leave in her carriage. After everyone left and there was no one around, Shen Tang asked Chen Shan, "Was it Shen Han who used my name to arrange a meeting with the Prince of Ning?" Chen Shan nodded. "She put a drug in the tea. I was a step too late, and the Prince of Ning drank it." Chapter 131. Slap. When Chen Shan arrived, Xiao Huan was about to drink tea. Chen Shan knocked over the teacup with the loose silver he was carrying. Xiao Huan didn't know that he was Shen Tang's man and thought he was an assassin, so the two started fighting. After a physical altercation, Chen Shan revealed his identity, and Xiao Huan realized that he had been sent by Xia Guimo to protect Shen Tang. The two left, but then returned unexpectedly. Shen Han was unaware of this and stomped her feet in anger, furious that Chen Shan had ruined her plans. Xiao Huan, on the other hand, had personally heard that aphrodisiacs had been put in the tea. Although she guessed that Shen Han was after the Prince of Ning's status as his consort, she was still so angry that she trembled all over when she actually heard it. Chen Shan somewhat believed that something like being reborn after death could happen to Shen Tang. Her luck was incredible. Because she was being watched by Consort Yi and the Marquis of Chomping's mansion, Shen Tang tried to stay home as much as possible. This time, she went out of the mansion to choose a birthday gift for the second young master of the Jiang family. She happened to meet Princess Rugia. Just a few days ago, in order to bring Princess Rugia and Xiao Huan together, Shen Tang revealed Xiao Huan's true identity to Princess Rugia. Only then did Xiao Huan tell Princess Rugia that Shen Tang had asked him to meet her at Yanqi Lake. By sheer coincidence, Miss Shen learned that someone was using her as a pretext to arrange a meeting with Xiao Huan, thus deducing that it was Miss Shen who had invited Xiao Huan. She then sent him to arrive promptly, but he was a step too late. Even if he arrived late, Chen Shan believed that given the character of the Prince of Ning, he would rather die than touch Miss Shen. Xiao Huan was in a terrible situation. 15 years ago, he was tricked by the second branch of the Pingyuan Marquis family and wandered outside for more than 10 years. Now that he was finally about to be recognized by his ancestors, he was almost tricked by the second branch again. He was really unlucky. Meanwhile, Shen Tang returned to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, seething with anger. Once inside, she instructed the gatekeeper, "The eldest young lady has returned. Send someone to inform me immediately." Her voice suppressed anger, and the gatekeeper could guess that the eldest young lady must have done something to anger the second young lady again, so he quickly agreed. Upon entering the mansion and meeting stewardly, Shen Tang said, "Immediately send someone to the military camp to invite father back." The voice was firm and unquestionable. Manager Li wanted to ask one more question, but Shen Tang left immediately. Manager Li knew something was wrong from Shen Tang's expression, so he sent someone to the military camp to find Shen Sui. Shen Tang didn't go to Songha Hall, but went straight back to Qingyi Garden. Shen Han was about to succeed in her scheme when someone suddenly appeared and interrupted her, making her so angry that she wanted to kill someone. With Xiao Huan gone, she saw no need to stay at Yanqi Lake and immediately took a carriage back to the Marquis' residence. She couldn't understand how anyone knew about her meeting with Xiao Huan at Yanqi Lake and how they could arrive so quickly, ruining her plans. Shen Han leaned against the carriage, so angry that she almost ground her teeth to powder. She didn't want to do such a despicable thing, but she dared not gamble with bloodshed. The status of the princess consort of Ning was noble enough, no less than that of the prince of Jingyang. More importantly, she made an appointment with Xiao Huan in Shen Tang's name, and he went to Yanqi Lake to see her. He was outstanding in every way, including family background, appearance, and talent. He was obedient and easy to scheme against. I thought I could get it easily, but it turns out even a cooked duck can fly away. Shen Han was so angry that her eyes turned black. The carriage sped towards the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, but halfway there, the carriage suddenly stopped. She instinctively stumbled forward and almost fell. Shen Han said angrily, "How do you drive a carriage?" The maid angrily lifted the carriage curtain, and Shen Han saw someone blocking the front of her carriage. It was none other than the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. Shen Han asked, "Why is the heir of the Marquis of Chomping stopping my carriage?" The heir of the Marquis of Chomping rode over and said, "Our last deal wasn't completed. What's the point of discussing a deal? The Prince of Jingyang's son is in love with Shen Tang, and he wants to marry Shen Tang." If the Prince of Jingyang had given Consort Yi any face, he wouldn't have kept kicking the Prince of Chomping. Even if Consort Yi couldn't help her become the heir apparent of Prince Jingyang, ruining Shen Tang would be enough to make her willingly help the heir apparent of Marquis Chomping. As for Shen Tang, after returning to Qingyi Garden, she drank tea to calm her anger, but the more she drank, the angrier she became. After waiting for a full half-hour, Seer finally came in and said, "Miss, the eldest young lady has returned to the manor. They're finally back." Shen Tang slammed the teacup down and stood up. She went to find Shen Han, and the two met in the garden. Their eyes met. Sparks flew in his eyes. "Walk over there." Smack asterisk. Shen Tang slapped Shen Han across the face. The crisp, loud slap echoed through the garden. Although it was already noon, there were still maids and servants in the garden. Hearing the commotion, they all looked over. Shen Han was so angry that Shen Tang dared to hit her that she was about to retaliate. Before his hand could even touch Shen Tang slapped him again. She'd wanted to hit Shen Han for a long time, but she'd always tried to hold back before. Today, however, she couldn't take it anymore. Shen Tang used all her strength, leaving 2 clear slap marks on Shen Han's face. Shen Han was furious. "I'm your older sister. How dare you hit me?" Shen Tang not only wanted to hit her, but he also wanted to kill her. Shen Tang said, "You dare to use my name to scheme against the Prince of Ning's heir? You have some nerve." Shen Han's eyes were icy cold. "You're the one who ruined my plans." Meanwhile, the second wife, upon learning that Shen Han had returned to the manor, felt something was amiss. She thought she shouldn't have returned so quickly and worried that the Prince of Ning's heir hadn't gone to Yanqi Lake and might be looking for Shen Han. "As soon as I entered the garden, I knew that Shen Tang had slapped Shen Han, and not just once. Her anger was so intense it seemed to reach the top of her head. She was her own flesh and blood, and she couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her. Shen Tang dared to hit her daughter. The second wife arrived in a rage. Seeing the overlapping handprints on Shen Han's face, she roared, "Take the second young lady to the Buddhist hall and make her kneel there." The maid behind her immediately came over to grab Shen Tang. Shen Tang coldly replied, "Let's see who dares to touch me." Her eyes were cold and sharp, and his aura was terrifying. The maid was intimidated and dared not step forward. The second wife coldly replied, "I don't care what conflicts you sisters have. She is your elder sister. How dare you be so disrespectful?" Insubordination. These 4 words also apply to Shen Han. Shen Tang coldly replied, "This is a family matter of my eldest son's branch, and it's not your place to interfere, second aunt." The second wife was shocked that Shen Tang had hit Shen Han, showed no remorse, and openly defied her. She was so angry that her lips trembled. "The Marquis and the old madam asked me to manage the household affairs, and I can't even manage you?" Letting her second wife manage the household affairs, she really thinks she's something special, even wanting to manage her, the eldest daughter of the main branch. This is how ambition is gradually nurtured. From today onwards, her second wife can forget about getting involved in the household affairs again. Shen Tang said coldly, "I slapped her twice today, and not only you, but even grandmother can't stop me." The second wife was so angry that she was practically on the verge of exploding. Relying on the Marquis's protection, you don't even put the old madam in your eyes anymore. Today, I'll see if the Marquis can protect you. Take her to the ancestral hall. Chapter 132. Too late. Just a moment ago it was being escorted to the Buddhist temple, but now it's been turned into an ancestral hall. This isn't just something the second wife said in a fit of anger. The second madam has wanted to severely punish Shen Tang for a long time. Today, the younger sister slapped her elder sister, which means she has fallen into her hands. How could the second madam let Shen Tang get away with it? She wants Shen Tang to kneel before the ancestors and repent. The second wife's eyes were sharp, as if she would beat the maid to death if she didn't catch Shen Tang. The maid was afraid of Shen Tang, but she was even more afraid of the second wife. Which maid in the south courtyard didn't know the second wife's methods? 2 maids came over and tried to grab Shen Tang, but Yin Xing stood in front of Shen Tang and said, "The old lady only allowed the second mistress to manage the household affairs, but she didn't give the second mistress the right to punish the second young lady. Pull this maid away from me." As soon as the second wife spoke, the maid dragged Yin Xing away. The maid said, "Please, second Mississippi." Shen Tang smiled coldly, "That's how my second aunt manages the household. She didn't even ask why I slapped my elder sister, and just had me taken to the ancestral hall." The second wife coldly replied, "I don't care what your reasons are. It's none of your business to hit Honor. Take him away." 2 maids grabbed Shen Tang's shoulders, about to drag her towards the ancestral hall, when a furious shout came from that direction, "Stop!" It was none other than Shen Sui. Upon returning home, Shen Tang instructed Steward Li to send someone to the military camp to find Shen Sui. Although Shen Sui had instructed that he should not go to the military camp unless it was an urgent matter, Shen Tang's expression was very unpleasant at the time. In addition, Shen Tang knew Shen Sui's rules, so he still asked him to go to the military camp. Steward Li dared not disobey. Shen Tang hadn't sought out Shen Sui many times in the past 2 or 3 months, but each time it was for something important. Upon hearing that Shen Tang had asked Steward Li to send someone to the military camp to find him, Shen Sui didn't dare to delay and returned immediately, riding back at top speed. Unexpectedly, upon returning, he saw the second madam about to take Shen Tang to the ancestral hall to be forced to kneel as punishment. Shen Sui strode over, and the second wife curtsied. Shen Han called out in a wrong tone, "Father." Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to fall, but they didn't. On her fair face, the handprint was clearly visible. Shen Sui frowned and looked at Shen Tang, who raised her head and said, "I hit her." There was no blame in Shen Sui's eyes, only unease. After all, Shen Han had schemed to make Shen Tang marry in her place, sold her sister for personal gain, and helped the Marquis of Changping's heir scheme against Shen Tang. Shen Tang had tolerated it all. Shen Sui couldn't imagine what Shen Han had done to anger Shen Han to this extent. The second wife said, "I know that the Marquis dotes on the second young lady, but the second young lady hit the eldest young lady in front of so many people and still shows no remorse. If the Marquis does not severely punish the second young lady today, how can he uphold the family rules?" She not only wanted to punish Shen Tang, but also wanted Shen Sui to punish him personally. Shen Tang ignored her completely, and Shen Sui asked, "Why did you hit your elder sister?" His tone was calm, without a trace of anger, and Shen Sui knew that Shen Tang was not an impulsive person. Shen Tang glanced at Shen Han's face and walked to the side. The second madam said, "Let's talk here." Shen Tang was so angry that she even wanted to hit the second wife. She said, "Second aunt, do you want all these maids to be silenced?" The maids turned pale with fright and quickly took a few steps back. Shen Tang walked towards that empty, deserted area and only stopped when she was sure no one was listening. Shen Sui asked, "What exactly happened?" Shen Tang said, "In order to avert a bloody disaster, my elder sister married herself off within a month and set her sights on the position of the Prince Ning's heir. Today, she used me as a pretext to meet the Prince Ning's heir at Yanqi Lake and drugged his tea. If I hadn't run into Princess Rugia of the Duan Prince's residence today and learned about this, she wouldn't have been able to send someone to stop her in time." Shen Sui's face turned ashen before Shen Tang finished speaking. He hadn't blamed Shen Tang before getting the details, but now he felt that the 2 slaps were too lenient. Shen Han knew what Shen Tang and Shen Sui were doing. She knew it was wrong to scheme against the Prince of Ning's heir, but she did it to avert a bloody disaster and didn't want to implicate her father. She had already suffered enough, and she didn't think she had done anything wrong. The second wife didn't think Shen Han had done anything wrong. On the contrary, it was Shen Tang who ruined Shen Han's plans and the Pingyuan Marquis family's good deed. Being able to form a marriage alliance with the Ning Prince's family would be entirely beneficial to the Pingyuan Marquis family. The second young lady has a good marriage of her own, so she doesn't care about her elder sister anymore. Even if Shen Sui protects her, she can forget about getting past the old lady. The second wife and Shen Han were both incredibly self-righteous. However, this sense of self-righteousness crumbled when they saw Shen Sui walking towards them with a livid face. No matter how good their intentions were, their actions were despicable and untenable. Shen Sui coldly said, "Take the eldest daughter to the ancestral hall." Shen Wan, the second wife. The one who should go to the ancestral hall to reflect on her actions is the second daughter. Shen Han's tears, which she had been holding back for so long, suddenly streamed down her face. The second wife said, "Even if the Marquis is biased, there should be a limit." Even if Hana did something wrong, it wasn't for herself, but for the Marquis. The second wife's words only fueled Shen Sui's anger. "You all go and kneel in the ancestral hall. You are not to leave the ancestral hall without my permission." The second wife had been married into the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion for over a decade, and this was the first time Shen Sui had directly punished her. After all, the second wife was just a younger brother's wife, with the old lady and the second master above her. Shen Sui did not want to bypass them to deal with the second wife, but this time he had truly reached his limit. Manager Li came with Shen Sui. As soon as Shen Sui spoke, Manager Li stepped forward and said, "Please come, second madam." The second wife was so angry that her vision blurred. She stood there without moving. Steward Li waved his hand, and two burly women immediately stepped forward. It seemed that if the second wife didn't leave, they would just take her away. It would be embarrassing for servants to do it. The second wife dug her fingernails into her flesh without feeling any pain. Shen Han cried out in anger, "Father only loves my second sister, so why did he have me? Take her away." Shen Sui's face was as cold as if it were covered in frost and snow. Sangha Hall. The old lady sat on the daybed, her usually kind face devoid of any gentleness, only showing anger. No one, including Wang's mother, dared to breathe loudly. The old lady is most intolerant of sisters fighting and brothers quarreling. She has repeatedly warned them against it. Today, the second daughter slapped the eldest daughter in public. How could the old lady not be angry? Everyone was wondering what the eldest daughter had done to anger the second daughter to such an extent. A maidservant entered from outside, and the old lady angrily shouted, "Where are they?" The maidservant reported, "The Marquis has returned to the manor and punished the eldest young lady and the second mistress by making them kneel in the ancestral hall." The maid was ordered to deliver the message to Shen Tang and Shen Han, but she knew who in the Marquis's mansion had the most influence. Since Shen Sui had punished Shen Han and the second madam, the maid didn't dare to deliver the message. The old lady frowned. "Where is the second young lady?" The maidservant said, "The Marquis didn't punish the second miss." The old lady knew that Shen Sui favored Shen Tang more, but this time even the second wife was punished, which was no small matter. After all, Shen Sui hadn't directly punished the second wife when she touched Jiang Shi's dowry. The old lady felt a sudden unease for no apparent reason. "Summon the Marquis and the second miss to see me." "No need to send word. The Marquis and the second miss are already on their way." Almost as soon as the old lady finished speaking, Shen Sui entered, followed closely by Shen Tang. Upon entering the room, Shen Sui waved his hand and said, "Everyone, step back." Chapter 133. Silencing. Apart from Wang Mama, all the servants in the house, including Yinxing who followed Shen Tang, had gone out. Since Ginkgo already knows everything it needs to know, there's no need to hear it again. After everyone had left, the old lady asked Shen Sui, "What did Honor do wrong this time that made you so angry that you even punished the second madam?" "My son has always been a man of principle, and he would never punish my second wife unless it was something he could no longer tolerate." Unable to contain his anger, Shen Sui said, "Honor used Tanger's name to arrange a meeting with the Prince of Ning at Yanqi Lake." The old lady frowned. Why would Honor make an appointment with the Prince of Ning's heir? Thinking of the impending bloodshed, the old lady vaguely guessed Shen Han's intentions. The old lady asked, "Is it because of a bloody disaster?" Seeing that Shen Sui was too angry to speak, the old lady knew that she had guessed correctly. She knew that Shen Han was anxious, and the second madam was also worried sick about Shen Han's marriage. She was no different. The old lady glanced at Shen Tang and said, "Honor shouldn't have used Tanger's name to meet with the Prince of Ning's son. But Tanger can have informed me, and I will punish her." "How can a younger sister lay a hand on her elder sister?" Shen Sui said angrily, "If Honor had only made an appointment with the Prince of Ning, I wouldn't have interfered, but she drugged the Prince of Ning." The old lady's expression changed, and she frowned, saying, "A bloody disaster has driven my perfectly good daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis family to this extent. You two, I told you to pay more attention and settle Honor's marriage as soon as possible, but you have been slow to act. Look what you have done to her." The old lady was very angry, but she felt even more heartache. Shen Suichi sat down. "In Mother's opinion, this is actually my fault?" The old lady said, "I'm not such a person who can't distinguish right from wrong, but now that the mistake has been made, I can only go and apologize to Prince Ning and finalize the marriage." Shen Sui's face was already unpleasant, but upon hearing the old lady's words, it became even more so. Tanger intervened in time, preventing a major mistake. No? The old lady thought the drugging was successful. She looked at Shen Tang, then at Shen Sui, and said, Honor's actions were despicable, but somewhat understandable. The fact that Prince Ning asked you for Tanger's hand in marriage shows that our Pingyuan Marquis's daughter is worthy of the Prince Ning's heir. Shen Sui had just sat down when she heard this and immediately stood up in anger. Does mother know what she's saying? The old lady was startled by Shen Sui's reaction. What did I say wrong? Mother and son are not hypocritical. If Shen Han can truly marry the Prince of Ning's heir, it won't harm the Pingyuan Marquis's family. As for the bitterness or sweetness of this forced marriage, she will have to bear it herself. She disapproved of Shen Han doing such a despicable thing, but she wouldn't stop her. She would turn a blind eye. Shen Sui asked, Does mother know who the Prince of Ning's heir is? The old lady. The Prince of Ning's heir is the grandson of the old Prince Ning. It's something everyone in Kyoto knows, why ask? The old lady looked at Shen Sui, and then heard Shen Sui say, word by word, the Prince of Ning's heir is Yener, my son, Shen Yan. A bolt from the blue. The old lady was stunned by Shen Sui's words and couldn't come to her senses for a long time. Finally, she said, Are you so obsessed with Yener that you've gone mad? He's the old Prince Ning's own grandson. How could he be our Marquis Pingyuan's heir? Shen Sui originally didn't intend to tell the old lady about this, but now it had come to the point where he had no choice but to. Shen Sui said, Yener and I have already recognized each other as father and son. However, Princess Ning is old and in poor health. Prince Ning dared not let Princess Ning know that their grandson had passed away more than 10 years ago, so he asked me not to bring Yener back for the time being. As she spoke, Shen Sui looked at the old lady and said, Mother, do you really think Tanger has no sense of propriety at all? If that were really the Prince of Ning's heir, would she dare to order him around in the street to save people? Tanger is ordering around her own elder brother. The old lady was overwhelmed with emotion, while Wang's mother wept with joy. The fact that the Marquis had no son had always been a source of worry for the old lady. She never expected that the heir could be found. The talented Prince Ning, who was skilled in both literature and martial arts, was actually the heir of their Pingyuan Marquis's mansion. It was like a dream. Mrs. Wang really suspected she was dreaming and secretly reached out to pinch herself. It really hurts. I'm really happy. The old lady's eyes glistened with excitement. Although she couldn't believe such a good thing could happen, she knew that Shen Sui wouldn't joke with her like this. She was both happy and angry. You even told Tanger about such a big thing, but kept it from me? Shen Sui said, the one who found Yener was Tanger, not me. The old lady looked bewildered. Shen Sui said, I told Tanger not to tell you because I was afraid you would be unable to resist seeing Yener and want him to be recognized by his ancestors as soon as possible. The old Prince Ning saved Yener's life, and I also agreed not to recognize Yener for the time being. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Also, when Yener was lost, I was afraid that Yener's identity would be exposed and he would be in danger. The person who forbade telling the old lady was Shen Tang, because Shen Sui was afraid that the old lady would be angry with Shen Tang, so she took the blame herself. The old lady admitted that Shen Sui's concerns were justified. Upon hearing that the Prince of Ning's heir was her grandson, she couldn't wait to see him. She said, it's one thing to keep it from others, but to keep it from your own family almost led to a terrible mistake. Shen Tang really didn't know what to do. The second branch of the family had ruthlessly plotted against her eldest brother, causing her father to have no descendants. If she knew her eldest brother was still alive, she would definitely try to get rid of him. So she dared not let the old lady know. But even though she kept it a secret, she couldn't prevent Shen Han and the second branch of the family from setting their sights on the position of the princess consort of Prince Ning in order to avert a bloody disaster. Did her older brother dig up the second wife's ancestral grave in his past life? He's targeting her relentlessly. Upon hearing this, Shen Sui's face darkened. I told mother today because I didn't want her to stop me from punishing Honor and the second madam. I don't want the other 3 branches of the family to know about this. Before he could finish speaking, a scream of agony came from outside the door and window. Then Shen Shan threw the maid in through the window. The maidservant fell heavily to the ground, feeling as if her bones had shattered. She quickly knelt down, pleading, "My lord, spare me. I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to eavesdrop." Shen Sui's face was ashen, the old lady's face was also unpleasant, and so was Shen Tang's. Shen Tang said, "Who gave you permission to eavesdrop outside the door?" The maid shook her head, kneeling on the ground trembling. No one told me to eavesdrop. In fact, everyone in the room knew perfectly well whose person this maid was. The third and fourth wives didn't dare to bribe the maids in the old lady's courtyard. Only the second wife dared, and only she would do such a thing. She even monitors the old lady's every move, and keeps saying that she doesn't respect the old lady. But who really doesn't respect the old lady? Shen Sui walked over to the maid, grabbed her by the neck, and snapped it right in front of the old lady. The old lady had never seen her son kill anyone before, and her face turned deathly pale. Shen Sui threw the maid on the ground and looked at the old lady, saying, "I hope mother will listen to my words and not put Yener and me in an unjust and immoral position." After saying that, Shen Sui turned and left. The old lady's hands were trembling as she held the Buddhist prayer beads. Shen Sui didn't say it explicitly, but when he found Shen Yan, he kept it from her as well. This clearly showed that he suspected that the second wife was responsible for Shen Yan's disappearance back then, and he no longer trusted the second wife. They were brothers, flesh and blood of her own flesh. How could she believe that the second master would do such a thing as killing his own brother? Chapter 134. Housekeeper. After Shen Sui left, Shen Tang got up and chased after him. "Father." Shen Sui stopped and turned around to see Shen Tang jogging over. Shen Sui's eyes were a little red. He felt grateful and ashamed. It should have been him, as the father, protecting his children. In the end, it was Shen Tang who found Shen Yan and protected him. He, as the father, couldn't help at all. Shen Tang stepped forward and said, "Father, for so many years, grandmother has let second aunt manage the household affairs, to the point that second aunt even wants to control father's whereabouts. Let fourth aunt help manage it for a while." Shen Tang didn't deliberately lower her voice. Just because she slapped Shen Han today, the second madam had her taken to the ancestral hall to be forced to kneel as punishment. They had completely broken off relations. She didn't need to endure it anymore, nor was she afraid to let the second madam know that it was she who instigated her father to prevent her from getting involved in the management of the household. Shen Sui nodded. It is indeed inappropriate to let the second branch of the family continue to manage the household. Inside the house, the old lady sat on the daybed, feeling both happy and afraid. The old lady was overjoyed to finally find her grandson, Shen Sui, who had a successor. Moreover, despite being away from home for so many years, he hadn't gone astray and was a dragon among men. But the old lady was even more afraid that Shen Yan's disappearance back then was really the work of the second branch of the family. Shen Sui was her son, and if he didn't have some evidence, he would never have been so wary of the second branch, to the point of even keeping it from her. What she found even more unbelievable was that the person who found Shen Yan was not Shen Sui, but Shen Tang. Tanger has barely left the Marquis's residence, so how did she know that the Prince of Ning's heir was her own brother? The old lady was in a state of confusion. Her maid, Hongxiu, came in and curtsied, saying, "Old madam, the Marquis has asked you to take back the management rights given to the second madam and hand them over to the fourth madam." The old lady's face stiffened for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Back then, she put the second wife in charge of the household affairs because the eldest son's family had no mistress and Shen Sui had no sons. If they couldn't find a grandson, the title would have to be passed on to the second son's family. Now that Yener has been found, the title naturally has no place for the second son's family. It's really inappropriate to let the second wife continue to manage the household affairs. She even dared to instruct her maid to eavesdrop on her conversation with Shen Sui, which not only crossed Shen Sui's bottom line but also crossed the old lady's bottom line. The old lady instructed Wang Mama, "Go to the second house and get the account books and keys, then send them to the fourth wife." Ancestral Hall. Shen Han and the second wife knelt outside the ancestral hall. They were not allowed to enter the ancestral hall. Her knees ached so badly on the bluestone ground that she could barely kneel for a short while before she could no longer bear it and was on the verge of collapse. Shen Han gritted her teeth and persevered, her heart filled with growing hatred. She hated not only Shen Tang but also Shen Sui. The second wife knelt there, increasingly feeling that something was amiss with what had happened today. Even if Shen Han had used Shen Tang's name to meet with the Prince of Ning's heir and plot against him, it was one thing for Shen Tang to slap Shen Han, and it was normal for Shen Sui to punish Shen Han. She was merely protecting Shen Han. It was nothing compared to when she had secretly switched Jiangshi's dowry. Back then, the Marquis hadn't punished her directly, but now, for something that was even beneficial to the Marquis's mansion, she was being punished along with her. The second wife felt increasingly uneasy. What worries her even more is that after this incident, Shen Sui will definitely pay more attention to Shen Han's marriage, and she fears that Shen Sui might hastily arrange an unsatisfactory marriage for Shen Han. Second Madam's knees were in excruciating pain, and she could no longer kneel. A maidservant ran in from outside, saying, "Second Madam, something terrible has happened." Chuer was eavesdropping, and the Marquis snapped her neck. "The Marquis has ordered the old madam to hand over the management of the household to fourth madam." Idiot! At a time like this, they still dare to eavesdrop. They deserve to die, and they're just adding fuel to the fire. The second wife was so angry that her vision blurred. However, the second wife was not worried about the management of the household. Shen Sui had no children, so let alone the management of the household, the entire Marquis's mansion would belong to their second branch in the future. The old lady would never allow Shen Sui to hand over the Marquis's mansion to the third or fourth branch. So, what if the management of the embroidery workshop was handed over to the third wife? The third wife was afraid that the embroidery workshop would be taken back by her, and she didn't even dare to make 2 more dresses for her daughter. The second wife didn't believe that the old lady would take away her power to manage the household, but a little while later, Wang Mama arrived and said to her kneeling on the ground, "The old lady wants the second wife to hand over the account books and keys." The second wife's face stiffened. Does the old lady really intend to hand over the management of the household affairs to the fourth wife? Madame Wang said, "This is the Marquis's intention." The second wife's neatly trimmed nails dug into her flesh. Gritting her teeth, she ordered her personal maid, "Take the account books and keys to Granny Wang." Wang Mama and her maid went to the second house to get the account books and keys, and then delivered them to the fourth wife. No sooner had the fourth madam learned that the Marquis had asked her to help manage the household affairs than Wang Mama brought over the account books and keys. Looking at the huge stack of account books and the string of keys, the fourth madam felt it was all unreal. The second wife had been in charge of the household affairs for over a decade, but Shen Sui had never explicitly told her to take over. In name, it was still the old lady who managed it, with the second wife merely helping the old lady with the burden. Now, Shen Sui was directly telling the old lady to take charge. Who wouldn't like the power to manage the household? But the fourth madam was afraid it was a hot potato. She didn't want to make an enemy of the second madam for a few days' worth of power. The fourth madam declined, saying, "The Marquis thinks highly of me, but I know my own limitations. I can't manage such a large Marquis's mansion." Knowing fourth madam's temperament, Wang Mama never interfered in matters outside of fourth madam's household, nor did she make enemies with second and third madam, demonstrating her wisdom and self-preservation to the fullest extent. Madame Wang smiled and said, "The Marquis asked fourth madam to help manage the household, and the old madam also asked me to bring the account books and keys to fourth madam, which shows that fourth madam is capable of doing the job, so fourth madam should not refuse." Madame Wang had the maid put down the account books and keys, and then took her leave. No sooner had Wang Mama and the others left than fourth madam sent them back to the old lady. Inside, Shen Tang was drinking tea when Seer came in and said, "Miss, Wang Mama sent the account books to 4th Madam, and 4th Madam took the account books and keys to Songha Hall." Inqing was exasperated. Miss finally managed to get the Marquis to hand over the management of the household to 4th Madam. Why doesn't 4th Madam want it? Shen Tang said 4th Aunt doesn't not want it, she just doesn't dare to. 4th Aunt had her personal maid Chunlan follow 2nd Madam's maid back then, so she must have known how ruthless 2nd Madam was. There was no need for her to become a thorn in 2nd Madam's side for a mere few days' worth of management power. 4th Madam also knew how much the old Madam indulged 2nd Madam. 4th Madam didn't know what had happened and only assumed that the old Madam was forced to hand over the management power to her. She thought that by returning it, the old Madam would have a reason to appease her father and continue to let 2nd Madam manage the household. This is precisely where the 4th Madam's cleverness lies. If the old lady doesn't accept the returned goods and instead lets the 4th Madam manage them, it means she genuinely wants the 4th Madam to take over the household affairs of the Marquis's mansion, and only then will the 4th Madam truly take over. Just as Shen Tang guessed, that's exactly what the 4th Madam was thinking. Rather than managing the household affairs for only a few days and upsetting the old Madam and the 2nd Madam, it would be better to be more perceptive and maybe even get a good outcome. Inside the house, the old lady knelt on a prayer mat, chanting sutras and praying for blessings. Madame Wang went inside and whispered, "Madam, the account books and keys were sent to 4th Madam, but she declined." It was something the old lady had expected that the 4th wife would decline. The 4th floor apartment is always worry-free, so worry-free that it hardly makes a difference. The old lady continued chanting Buddhist scriptures. After a short while, Hongxiu went in and said, "Old lady, the 4th Madam has arrived." The old lady finished reciting the Buddhist scripture once before getting up and saying, "Let her in." Hongxiu left, and a short while later, the 4th Madam went in, followed by a maid carrying account books and keys. The 4th wife bowed to the old lady and said, "The Marquis and the old lady entrusted me with managing the household, and I shouldn't refuse, but this heavy responsibility is truly beyond my capabilities, so..." Before the 4th wife could finish speaking, the old lady waved her hand and said, "If you really don't want to get involved, let the 4th master talk to the Marquis. If you can refuse, then refuse. If you can't, then take it on. I don't have many years left to live, so I won't make you suffer for many years." Chapter 135. Just in case. 4th Madam thought that the old lady did not want her to take over the management of the household. However, 2nd Madam had angered Shen Sui, and the old lady could not protect 2nd Madam when Shen Sui was angry. Therefore, she had no choice but to send the account books and keys to her. But judging from the old lady's words, she not only sincerely wanted her to manage the household, but also wanted her to manage it until the family was divided. What wrong did the 2nd wife do that not only angered the Marquis and was punished by being forced to kneel in the ancestral hall, but now even the old lady is no longer on her side? Since the old lady had spoken to such an extent, the 4th wife dared not refuse any longer. She took the account books and keys back to the north courtyard and asked the 4th master to talk to Shen Sui. As you can imagine, Shen Sui told the 4th master to tell the 4th wife that she could take care of the household affairs without worry, and that if there was anything she didn't understand, she could just ask the old lady. Only then did the 4th wife feel at ease and accept the job of housekeeper. When the news of the 4th Madam's refusal of the management of the household reached the 2nd Madam's ears, she was completely panicked. It was one thing for Shen Sui not to let her manage the household, but the 4th Madam was offering a way out. Even if the old Madam didn't accept it, she should at least take back part of it and wait for Shen Sui's anger to subside before handing it over to her. But the old Madam didn't do that. It seemed that suddenly, the old Madam didn't want her to touch the management of the household anymore. Thinking that the 2nd wife would never be able to retain control of the household again, Shen Tang felt relieved. After lunch, with nothing to do, Shen Tang was pruning flowers in the courtyard. The maids and servants in the courtyard were whispering among themselves, saying that the second young lady had slapped the eldest young lady twice, and the Marquis not only did not punish the second young lady, but also punished the second wife who was protecting the eldest young lady by making her kneel in the ancestral hall, and even took away the control of the household. What did the young lady do wrong this time? The maids and servants could never have guessed, and their hearts were filled with a turmoil. After pruning 2 potted plants, Sia ran in and said, "Miss, the second master pleaded for the eldest miss, but he was also punished by the Marquis and made to kneel in the ancestral hall. I've never seen anyone so eager to be punished. In the past, when Shen Tang made mistakes, the second master and second madam would plead for her and let it go. But now that father knows Shen Tang is the biological daughter of the second wife, when he punishes Shen Tang, the second master goes to plead for her, which is to blame father for punishing Shen Tang. And thinking about how Shen Tang almost did something so despicable, father gets angry, and it would be strange if he didn't punish the second master as well. A family of 3, all together, neat and tidy. As evening fell, the sky was ablaze with vibrant sunset colors. Shen Tang went to the garden to admire the flowers and stood by the lake, enjoying the breeze, when a maidservant came over and said, "Second miss, the eldest miss has fainted while kneeling in the ancestral hall." Shen Tang looked up at the sky and calculated the time. Shen Tang had been kneeling for more than 2 hours. She knew very well how hard the bluestone floor of the ancestral hall was, having knelt there before. Given that Shen Tang had been ill twice, it was normal for her to faint from kneeling. After Shen Tang fainted, she was carried back to Mingwei Garden. The maid reported to the old lady, but the old lady did not say anything and did not ask anyone to call a doctor for Shen Tang. The maid then knelt down and applied medicine to Shen Tang's bruised knees. Shen Tang strolled around the garden for a while, fed the koi, and then, feeling a bit hungry, returned to Qingyi Garden for dinner. After dinner, I took a walk around the yard twice, and then went back inside. Upon entering the room, a medicinal smell filled the air. After lifting the beaded curtain, Shen Tang saw Yin Xing decocting medicine by the window. She asked, "What are you doing brewing medicine?" Yin Xing shook her head. "This servant doesn't know." Chen Shan asked the servant to brew the medicine. Why would Chen Shan ask me to decoct medicine for no reason? Are you sick? But she was perfectly fine when I helped her go to Yanqi Lake to find her older brother during the day. Shen Tang was worried. Although Chen Shan was sent by Xia Guimo to protect her, he was still in Qingyi Garden, so she had to keep an eye on him, especially since Chen Shan had helped her a lot. Shen Tang walked to the window. She stood by the window and looked out. Chen Shan appeared. Shen Tang asked, "Are you sick?" Chen Shan shook his head. The young master ordered the medicine to be brewed. Shen Tang's beautiful brows furrowed into a knot. Xia Guimo hasn't come these past 2 days. Could he be sick? If you're sick, you should stay at the Jingyang Prince's mansion and recuperate. Why are you coming here? Chen Shan stepped back, and Shen Tang closed the window. Just as she turned around, the window was opened. She turned around and saw Xia Guimo jump in through the window. Shen Tang stared at his face, and Xia Guimo put his arm around her waist. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shen Tang said, "Judging from your complexion, you don't seem to be sick. Why did you have someone send medicine to be decocted?" Xia Guimo coughed lightly. "The medicine is for treating the rash." Shen Tang was stunned for a moment, then realized what she meant, and her face flushed red. I've never seen such a jerk. He knew that kissing her would cause a rash, but he still dared to do such a thing. Did he just have to kiss her? Shen Tang said, "I think you're really courting death." Xia Guimo said, "Maybe it's nothing." "How will we know if we don't try? What if the rash breaks out again?" Shen Tang blurted out. "So I had someone prepare the medicine." Shen Tang felt weak all over and said in embarrassment and anger, "Every medicine has some degree of poison. This bastard clearly hates taking medicine the most, but now he actually..." Shen Tang felt a tingling sensation in her heart, an indescribable feeling spreading from the depths of her soul. Xia Guimo didn't care about any of that. He hadn't come for the past few days, and heaven knows how much he missed her. He couldn't imagine how he had endured marrying Shen Tang in his previous life, only consummating the marriage once in 4 years and almost losing his life. He was so afraid that he would kiss her after not coming for a few days that he had become irritable. He pinched Shen Tang's chin and was about to kiss her, but Shen Tang seemed to be on guard and turned her face away. His kiss landed on her cheek. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shen Tang pulled herself a few steps away from Xia Guimo. You mustn't do anything reckless. This person isn't afraid of death, but she is. Just a kiss caused so many red rashes. Shen Tang thought of the time they consummated their marriage. If Consort Yi had been ruthless, he would have died. You're not allowed to kiss me again until we find out what caused your rash. Xia Guimo walked toward Shen Tang. For every step he took, Shen Tang took 2 steps back. Just as they were about to reach the door, Xia Guimo said, "Come back, or if you leave, I'll leave too." That bastard! If he were to leave her house like that, he would scare countless people to death. Shen Tang stood by the door, glaring at him with a sharp look. Xia Guimo said helplessly, "I just won't kiss you. Come here and talk to me." This person kept his word, so Shen Tang felt relieved. Xia Guimo hugged her, buried his head in her neck, and bit her earlobe as if punishing her. "Meeting you, I've truly experienced what it means for a day to feel like a year." Shen Tang's earlobes are her most sensitive spot. They explode at the slightest touch. She tries to escape but is held in someone's arms and can't get away at all. Something was pressing against her lower abdomen. Having been through this before, Shen Tang knew what it was and her face burned. Could you let go of me?" The voice was so soft and weak it didn't sound like her own. Xia Guimo gritted his teeth and said, "I won't let go." Shen Tang had no choice but to let him hold her, but after a short while, she suddenly heard him sigh. It seems like even kissing on the cheek is not allowed. Chapter 136. Rouge. Shen Tang's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head and saw some red rashes on Xia Guimo's neck, and the rashes were even more clearly visible on his stunningly handsome face. He tried to kiss her, but she dodged in time, only managing to kiss her on the cheek. Is that not allowed? She also had something on her face that caused him to have an allergic reaction and break out in a rash. But her face is only exposed to water and rouge all day long. Rouge. Shen Tang suddenly remembered that a few days after Consort Yi asked the second madam to enter the palace, she and Shen Han went out of the mansion to buy rouge. Because the rouge was bought from the Rouge Pavilion and handed directly to the maid by the shop assistant, and because Xia Guimo had someone eavesdrop on Shen Han and the second wife's conversation, neither of them knew what caused Xia Guimo to develop a rash. They had also examined the lip rouge in their previous life and found no problem, so Shen Tang didn't think much of it. Judging from the current situation, it seems there might be something wrong with the rouge once it reached her. The Rouge Pavilion is very likely run by Consort Yi and the Marquis of Chomping's family. Shen Tang was about to give the rouge to Xia Guimo when she saw him scratching his neck, so she turned around and went to get him his medicine first. Although the medicine had been brewed long ago and left for a while, the ceramic medicine pot heated up slowly and cooled down slowly. When Shen Tang reached out to lift the lid of the medicine pot, it was so hot that she gasped. Xia Guimo walked over in a few steps, grabbed her hand, and asked, "Are you burned?" Shen Tang shook her head slightly. "It's nothing." She was about to pour medicine for Xia Guimo when he said, "I can do it myself." Xia Guimo poured the medicine into a bowl, then placed it on the table, letting it cool slightly before drinking it. At that moment, Shen Tang brought over the 3 boxes of rouge she had bought that day, handing them to Xia Guimo and saying, "These are the rouge I bought at the Rouge Pavilion after catching the assassin at the Marquis of Chomping's residence. I've been using this these past few days." As she spoke, Shen Tang paused. "In my previous life, they also checked the rouge and powder I used, and there was nothing wrong with them." Xia Guimo said, "Perhaps the investigation is going in the wrong direction. Rouge and face powder are not poisonous, so there is naturally no problem. It just contains some things that were harmless to Shen Tang, but would cause him to get a rash." He'll test it tomorrow to see if there's anything wrong with these rouges, and then compare them with the rouges sold at Rouge Pavilion to find out what's extra. Hopefully, the problem really lies with the rouge, otherwise, I really don't know where to begin investigating. Xiaoguimo put down the rouge, reached out and touched Shen Tang's face, then took her hand and walked towards the shelf with the copper basin. There was water in the basin and he touched it. It wasn't cold. Xiaoguimo said, "Wash your face." Didn't they say there was no poison in the rouge and that she would be fine using it? Why did they make her wash her face with it? Shen Tang looked at him, and Xiaoguimo immediately started washing her hands. However, Xiaoguimo's hands, being martial arts practitioners, had heavy calluses, and the shaving stung her face. She said, "I'll wash myself." She buried her face in the water to wash off the rouge, then dried it with a towel. Shen Tang was about to put the handkerchief into the copper basin when Xiaoguimo pulled her into his arms. Before she could react, a kiss landed on her. Shen Tang. His kiss was domineering, as if he wanted to steal her breath, making Shen Tang's body go limp and almost unable to stand. She thought this jerk wanted her to wash her face for some reason. If she had known it was to kiss her, she would never have washed it. Shen Tang was in a daze from the kiss when he finally released her. Shen Tang said angrily, "You." He had only uttered one word when he was silenced again. Shen Tang angrily punched him, but her strength was barely enough to tickle Xiaoguimo. He even thought it was too weak. He kissed her so hard that she almost suffocated before he finally let go of her. Shen Tang said, "Do you want to die?" Xiaoguimo stroked Shen Tang's neck and earlobe and said, "Just for a kiss on the cheek, you have to make me eat such a bitter bowl of medicine. Can you bear it?" Since he's going to take the medicine anyway, let him at least kiss her as much as he wants. This bastard made himself sound so pitiful, and no one forced him to kiss her. But seeing the red rash on his face, Shen Tang couldn't bear it. When he kissed her again, she didn't resist, but responded. It would have been better if she hadn't responded. The moment she did, this bastard pushed her away. Shen Tang was completely stunned. She saw Xiaoguimo release her, walk towards the table, drink the medicine in one gulp, grab the rouge, and jump out the window without looking back. Shen Tang. Does this person have a serious illness? He pushed and shoved her, insisting on kissing her. He kissed me, and he ran away faster than anyone else. Shen Tang had no idea that her response had almost made the man lose control. Heaven knows how much effort he had to suppress the urge to carry her to bed. If they had stayed any longer, he couldn't guarantee he could have restrained himself. Staring at the empty window, a small flame flickered and burned in Shen Tang's eyes. Speaking of a certain gentleman, he jumped out of the window, and the wind blew him away, calming his restlessness by 3 points. He then easily scaled the wall and left the Pingyuan Marquis' residence. As he leaped onto the horse, he noticed someone watching him. He glanced over and saw a man in black riding on horseback, staring at him in shock. Xiaoguimo frowned slightly, and Qinchi stepped forward to say to the man in black, "Don't misunderstand. My young master wasn't just passing by the Pingyuan Marquis' residence." The man in black. The man in black twitched his lips and rode away. Qinchi. Qinchi was exhausted. Others who climbed over the wall had to worry about being misunderstood, but his young master was caught climbing over the wall of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. He was afraid that people would suspect that he was just passing by. It was really something else. He had finally run into someone from the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion and wanted to get close to him so that his master could come and propose marriage as soon as possible. But he just left like that. He wondered if the Marquis of Pingyuan's guards had heard what he just said, and they were already thinking of chasing after him to repeat it. Inside, Shen Tang touched her slightly burning lips from the kisses, then turned to drink tea. Outside, Yin Xing and Xiao Tong, not hearing any movement inside, quietly pushed the door open and came in. Just as the two maids entered the room, Seer ran in from behind and said, "Miss, the second madam has also fainted from kneeling in the ancestral hall." The study room in the outer courtyard. Shin Sui was writing a memorial to the throne. He picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and then there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The servant pushed open the door and went in to report, "My lord, the second madam fainted while kneeling in the ancestral hall, and the old lady has ordered her to be carried back to the south courtyard." It was Shen Sui who punished the second wife by making her kneel in the ancestral hall. The second wife fainted from kneeling, and she would definitely report it to Shen Sui. Shen Sui's expression was cold and stern, and he said nothing. The servant withdrew, and the sound of the door closing came from one side. A dark shadow flashed past the window on the other side, and there was another person in the room. It was the guard who had just witnessed a certain master climbing over the wall to leave. The guard, acting on Shen Sui's orders, said, "The matter that the Marquis entrusted to me has been completed." Shen Sui nodded, but the guards did not leave. Instead, they hesitated to speak. Shen Sui asked, "Is there anything else you wish to report?" The guard said, "When I returned just now, I saw the Prince of Jingyang's heir climb over the wall and leave the Marquis's residence." Almost instantly, Shen Sui's brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. He said, "Passing by my Pingyuan Marquis's residence?" The bodyguard. He paused for a moment. The guard said, "The guards of the Prince of Jingyang saw me and asked me not to misunderstand. His master, the Prince of Jingyang, wasn't just passing by our Pingyuan Marquis's residence." Shen Sui. If he wasn't just passing by the Pingyuan Marquis's residence, how did the Prince of Jingyang manage to climb over the wall and leave the Pingyuan Marquis's residence? It's no wonder Shen Sui didn't overthink it. After all, Xia Guimo was engaged to Shen Han and had broken off the engagement with the Pingyuan Marquis's family. Shen Sui didn't think Xia Guimo had taken a liking to his daughter. But then he remembered that Shen Tang's horse had sprung up in the street and Xia Guimo had saved her. On the day she fell into the water, Xia Guimo jumped in but failed to save her, and was even gossiped about by tea-houses and taverns about what he was doing in the water. What was even stranger was that a certain gentleman had gone to burn paper money at the grave of his deceased wife, Jiang. Everything about it seemed strange. Could it be that the person who wants to marry Tanger is the heir of the Prince of Jingyang? The thought flashed through my mind, and then the guard's voice came through. "The Prince of Jingyang's heir has developed a rash on his face." Shen Sui's brows furrowed into a tight knot. Chapter 137. Strain. I slept well all night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the coffin window into the room, as if scattered gold dust had been poured onto the floor. Shen Tang sat on the bed and stretched. Outside, Yinxing and Xiao Tong brought in a copper basin to help Shen Tang get up. Yinxing stepped forward and said, "Miss, before dawn today, the second master also fainted in the ancestral hall and was carried back. The chances of the father calming down after being forced to kneel are slim. They usually kneel until they faint and are carried back home." Thinking of how the second wife schemed against the eldest brother, Shen Tang felt that kneeling until she fainted was too lenient for the second wife. She hoped that Chunlan, who was trapped in the brothel in Wangzhou, could testify that her mother had indeed given birth to twins, a boy and a girl, so that Shen Han could be sent back to the second wife's family, and that the second wife's family could move out of the Pingyuan Marquis's mansion completely. Even if the old lady protects the second wife's heirs, the family will still be divided if the second wife's offspring are harmed. Shen Tang lifted the covers, got out of bed, and dressed with the help of Yinxing and Xiao Tong. After washing up, the maid brought breakfast. Getting up from her dressing table, Shen Tang walked towards the table. Ginkgo saw the food on the table and asked, "Why is there only millet porridge and vegetables for breakfast today?" The maid said, "The main kitchen only sent these. They said there was a problem with the flour for steaming buns and manta today. It was too salty, so they didn't send any more. Yesterday, father put fourth madam in charge of the household, and today there's a problem in the main kitchen. This is clearly a show of force to fourth madam." Shen Tang glanced at the table, but didn't sit down before leaving. Yinxing asked, "Aren't you going to eat, miss? Go to Songheng." Ginkgo quickly followed. Shen Tang went to pay her respects without having breakfast. When she arrived, the old lady had just sat down and was about to eat breakfast. The old lady was eating what was prepared by the small kitchen, just like usual. Seeing that Shen Tang had arrived so early, the old lady asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Shen Tang shook her head. There was a problem with the flour in the main kitchen today, so they only sent millet porridge and vegetables. I didn't like them, and since I thought everything would be fine here, I came to grandmother's for a free meal. The old lady frowned and instructed Wang Mama, "Bring another pair of bowls and chopsticks and go to the main kitchen to see what's going on." The maid brought over the bowls and chopsticks, and Shen Tang sat down next to the old lady. She rarely ate breakfast with the old lady. The old lady picked up a shrimp dumpling for Shen Tang and said, "Eat more." Shen Tang nodded obediently. The old lady thought that her long-awaited grandson was found by Shen Tang, and her heart ached even more, and her expression became more and more kind. Shen Tang also placed a vegetarian bun on the old lady's plate, saying, "Grandmother, please eat more." The old lady originally had little appetite, but with Shen Tang by her side, her appetite improved a lot, and she ate half a bowl more porridge than usual. After putting down her chopsticks and rinsing her mouth, Shen Tang helped the old lady sit on the small couch. After resting for a while, Wang Mama returned, along with Li Mama, the head of the main kitchen. Li Mama explained to the old lady with trepidation, some maid or servant in the main kitchen was clumsy and knocked the salt shaker into the flour. Today's buns are too salty to eat, which is why we didn't send them to the second young lady. This servant will definitely find that clumsy maid. The main kitchen had never had such a mishap before. The problem arose as soon as the fourth wife took over the main kitchen. Could it be that she could simply cover it up with clumsiness? It wasn't that they were deliberately trying to cause trouble for the fourth wife and force her to give up her management rights. They were just deliberately trying to make her unhappy. Regardless of the purpose, Shen Tang would not tolerate it. The main kitchen steams at least several hundred buns and mantou every day. Even if some maid or servant accidentally knocks over the salt jar, it's impossible for all the flour to be salty, right? Does the main kitchen only use 1 bag of flour a day? Shen Tang's voice was clear and crisp, but it also had a sharp edge. When asked, Li's mother was speechless. The main kitchen consumed at least 2 bags of flour every day. If the maid accidentally knocked over the salt jar, ruining 1 bag of flour would be one thing, but ruining 2 bags was unacceptable. Madame Li forced a smile and said, "It's not that the flour is all bad, it's just that the main kitchen always prioritizes the masters of the mansion. The fillings for the buns given to the masters are different from those for the servants, because we were afraid that the second young lady would feel slighted, so..." Are you afraid she'll feel slighted, so you just keep treating her badly? You can't even come up with a decent excuse to lie. You're just walking right into her trap, Shen Tang said coldly. All these years, the buns I eat are no different from the ones the maids eat. Who have all those specially prepared buns been sent to? One lie leads to countless others. Shen Tang found a loophole, and while Li's mother was busy filling that hole, Shen Tang caught her in a new one. Li Mama hesitated, and Shen Tang laughed. Li Mama can't answer? There are quite a few maids and servants in the main kitchen. Should I send someone to ask? This question revealed that the main kitchen had been preparing special meals for the eldest daughter all these years. The eldest daughter's steamed buns had their fillings prepared separately, making them more than 10 times tastier than the second daughter's. It was precisely because of the meticulous care provided by the main kitchen that Shen Han developed a discerning palate and a very low tolerance for certain foods. Shen Tang's eyes darkened, and Li Mama's knees went weak, and she knelt down with a thud. This servant is the second madame's person. Yesterday, the Marquis asked the fourth madam to manage the household, and the servants in the main kitchen were gossiping about whether the fourth madam was going to dismiss this servant and replace her with one of her own. This servant is cautious and careful, but it is impossible to guard against everything. Today, the flour was still tampered with. This servant knows that the second miss is the Marquis's darling. How could I dare to neglect the second miss in terms of food? I beg the old madam to see the truth. What a wicked person who files a false accusation first. Not content with manipulating her over food and making things difficult for her, she even turned around and accused the fourth madam. making people suspect that the clumsy tactic of dealing with the flower incident today was orchestrated by the fourth madam to replace her as the head of the kitchen. That scoundrel. If she managed to escape today, she wouldn't even be called Shen Tang. Shen Tang instructed the maid in the room, "Call the head of the small kitchen over." The maid didn't know what Shen Tang wanted to do with the head of the Songheng kitchen. She glanced at Wang Mama, who nodded, and the maid quickly went to fetch her. Soon, Su Mama, the head of the small kitchen, came over and asked with a puzzled look, "Why did the second miss summon me?" Shen Tang asked, "Can Mama Su prepare Grandma's breakfast within 15 minutes, even if all the needed dough is unusable?" "Mrs. Su, what kind of difficult problem is this? Any maid could do that in the small kitchen." Without much thought, Mrs. Su ordered more than a dozen dishes that could be made without kneading the dough. Shen Tang looked at Li Mama and said, "Li Mama's ability to adapt is really too poor. It's not like I have to eat steamed buns and mantou. Pancakes and shrimp balls are fine too. If they are delivered to my Chingy garden in time, it won't delay my breakfast. Even if it's just a quarter of an hour late, I'm not an unreasonable person." But Li Mama chose to do nothing and only send millet porridge and vegetables. "I think it's the same whether the kitchen has you as the head of the kitchen or not." Li's mother was pale because Su's mother had rendered all her explanations weak and powerless. She had failed to help the second wife control the second daughter, but instead had fallen into a trap herself, unable to climb out. The old lady knew perfectly well that the head kitchen was deliberately neglecting Shen Tang and immediately said, "What use is a head cook if she has no ability to handle things when they happen? Give her 30 strokes of the cane and send her to the estate." Madame Li's face turned deathly pale, and she knelt down, saying, "Madam, please calm your anger. This servant knows her mistake." Shen Tang coldly said, "Cover your mouth and drag her out." When fourth madam arrived after hearing the news, she saw two old women dragging Li Mama out, pressing her down on a bench, and then slapping her with a board. The blows from the board left fourth madam somewhat dazed. She went in, curtsied to the old lady, and the old lady looked at her and said, "Mother Li was incompetent in managing the main kitchen, so I dismissed her. You should arrange for someone else capable to take over the main kitchen." Fourth madam. The head of the kitchen was dismissed, and instead of assigning her own people, the old lady made her assign people. What is the old lady trying to do? Are you not planning to let the second wife take over the management of the Marquis's household in the future? Shen Tang said, "The household management in the home mansion is not limited to the main kitchen. Second aunt has been in charge of the household management for so many years, and all the stewards are people that second aunt can trust. Fourth aunt may not be able to get used to them. If she is not happy with them, she will replace them all." Chapter 138. Why bother? Shen Tang's clear voice echoed in the room. Everyone stared at her, secretly sweating for her. Since the Marquis has no sons, the title of Marquis will definitely be inherited by the second wife in the future. This is why the old lady has repeatedly indulged the second wife. Although the eldest daughter said some harsh words before, it was the truth. When the eldest and second daughters get married in the future, they will rely on the second wife to support them. Offending the second wife to death will not do the second daughter any good. The second daughter was at odds with the eldest daughter, and was also at odds with the second wife who protected the eldest daughter. Asking the fourth wife to remove the managers in various places was undoubtedly undermining the second wife's foundation. If the second wife knew this, she would be furious. The old lady wouldn't agree either. Fourth madam knew that Shen Tang was on her side, and she was moved, but the old madam would never allow this. She was even more afraid that the old madam would misunderstand and think that she was instigating Shen Tang behind her back. Fourth madam quickly looked at the old madam, feeling apprehensive. "I'm just helping with the housekeeping for a while. Once the Marquis has calmed down, the management of the household affairs will still be handed over to second sister-in-law." Before she could finish speaking, the old lady raised her hand to interrupt her. "Tanger is right. You may not be able to get used to the second madam's people. If you can't get used to them, then replace them. I have no other requirements, Just make sure the household affairs are managed well and that there are no more troubles like today. Fourth Madam. The room was filled with people. Each one was more shocking than the last. The second daughter took the opportunity to ask the fourth wife to replace the second wife's people. The old lady was not only not angry, but actually agreed. Did the old lady take the wrong medicine? The old lady wasn't out of her mind. Things were different now. Shen Yan had been found, and the eldest branch of the family not only had an heir, but Shen Yan was also skilled in both literature and martial arts. The Marquis's mansion would surely bring glory to the family under his leadership. Although it was still unknown when they could be recognized as family members, the old Princess Ning was 2 years older than her and in poor health, so that day wouldn't be too far off. Shen Sui found Shen Yan and kept it a secret from her, not letting her tell the second wife. This was clearly because she suspected that the second wife was behind Shen Yan's disappearance at the Lantern Festival. Since there was already a rift between the brothers, there was no point in her protecting the second wife anymore. Once she died, the second wife would leave the mansion. There was no need to let the second wife manage the household affairs for a few more years and continue to fuel the second wife's ambition. Fourth Madam has always been dutiful and obedient. The old lady has no worries about letting her manage the household affairs. Besides, it was Shen Tang who found Shen Yan. Whatever Shen Tang does is ultimately for the good of the eldest branch of the family. Solving all these troublesome matters at once will save them from causing trouble later. The old lady didn't rest well last night. She was happy to find her grandson, but she was also worried because she knew that Shen Sui suspected the second wife. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep well. Feeling a bit tired, she asked Wang Mama to help her back to the inner room to rest. Shen Tang and the fourth madam bowed respectfully to see the old madam off. The third madam, along with her daughter Shen Luo, came to pay their respects to the old madam. However, upon entering the room, they only saw the old madam's departing figure. Knowing that the old lady had let the fourth wife manage the household and even allowed her to dismiss the second wife's people and replace them with her own, the third wife was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. She only got a small share from the second wife, which was managing the embroidery room. The embroidery room manager was also the second wife's person. She didn't even dare to make a couple more dresses for her daughter. But with the fourth wife, she was directly allowed to dismiss the second wife's people. The third wife regretted it even more. She was able to manage the embroidery room because Shen Tang helped her. The third wife had vaguely sensed that Shen Tang wanted to take away the second wife's management power, but she didn't think Shen Tang could succeed and that the old lady would hand over the management power to her, so she didn't take it seriously. She didn't expect that the second young lady could actually do it. The third wife was filled with regret. Shen Tang and fourth madam left Songha Hall together. Shen Tang said to fourth madam, "I know fourth aunt doesn't want to manage the household, but father has no one else to rely on right now, so we can only trouble fourth aunt. For the sake of convenience in managing the household, fourth aunt should dismiss those stewards who are not easy to manage." Shen Tang spoke loudly, deliberately choosing a time when maids and servants passed by, so as to relieve fourth madam of any worries. If the old madam and second madam had any complaints, they would only target her. Fourth madam knew Shen Tang's intentions, and she said, "Why are you doing this? If we can't find the heir, this huge Marquis's mansion will eventually fall into the hands of the second branch of the family. It's not worth getting caught up in this moment of anger." However, fourth madam also knew that second madam had bullied Shen Tang first, and that they were the ones who had driven Shen Tang to this point. Anyway, she couldn't rely on the second branch in the future, so she wasn't afraid of offending the second branch to death. Shen Tang said, "Fourth aunt, just relax and take care of the household affairs. I'll handle everything." Shen Tang had already gotten the old lady to agree to remove the second wife's people, so how could the fourth wife not do it? If she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't get another chance. Replacing all the stewards was no small matter, so the fourth madam went back to the north courtyard to make arrangements, while Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden. South Campus. The second wife knelt for several hours, her knees almost bruised and swollen, and even applying medicine was painful, causing her to gasp for breath. The maid knelt on the ground to apply medicine to her, trembling with fear, her hands shaking as she applied the medicine, afraid of hurting the second madam and being punished. The maidservant had already been extremely gentle, but the second mistress still complained, "I'll do it myself." The maidservant couldn't ask for more. The second wife gritted her teeth as she applied the medicine. Outside, Granny's son rushed in. "Madam, something terrible has happened. The second young lady has asked the fourth wife to remove the stewards you've placed in various places. It's the second daughter again. She opposes her at every turn." A murderous glint flashed in the second wife's eyes, but she forced herself to say, "The Marquis's mansion is not up to the second young lady to decide. The fourth wife wouldn't dare, and the old lady wouldn't agree. If the old lady hadn't agreed, she wouldn't have rushed to inform the second mistress so hastily." "The old lady has agreed," said Granny's son. The second wife was shocked, and her voice suddenly rose. "How is this possible?" Madam's son also found it strange. Logically speaking, the old lady would never have agreed, but she did. It was as if whatever the second young lady said went, completely disregarding the second wife's feelings. The old lady would never have acted like this before. The second wife's unease crept up, and this time she couldn't suppress it anymore. Meanwhile, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden and, having nothing to do, read a book to pass the time. She had only read half of a book when Seer came in and said, "Miss, the third madam has replaced the head of the embroidery room with one of her own people. They really know how to fish in troubled waters. The second wife keeps an eye on the embroidery room, and the third wife doesn't dare to make any moves. But today, she's taking advantage of the situation to replace the embroidery room manager with one of her own." Shen Tang flipped through the book and said, "Have someone keep an eye on the embroidery room, and let me know if anything happens." With the second wife keeping an eye on things, the third wife didn't dare to harbor any selfish motives, or at least not too obviously. Now that the fourth wife is in charge of managing the household affairs, the third wife might not dare to do so. Fortunately, we've found the eldest brother. Once he's recognized as a member of the family and marries his sister-in-law, the household affairs of the Marquis's mansion will no longer be a problem. A gust of wind blew in, and Shen Tang looked out the window. "I wonder if Xia Guimo has had anyone investigate Yanji, or if he has found out what caused his rash. She's so impatient. She can't stand even the slightest thing." Chapter 139. Red Rash. Jingyang Prince's Mansion, Qinxiang Pavilion. Xia Guimo was reading a military book, but he seemed somewhat distracted. The guard jumped in through the window and said, "My lord, the prince wants you to go to his place." "What does father want with him?" Not knowing what was going on, Xia Guimo put down the military book, got up and went out. The prince was in his study in the outer courtyard when Xia Guimo walked in and asked, "What does father want with me?" The prince's gaze swept across his face. "You had another rash last night?" Xia Guimo took the medicine from Shen Tang before returning to the Jingyang Prince's mansion, but the rash didn't subside as quickly as expected. When he returned, the rash was still on his face. The servants in the mansion didn't know, but the secret guards did, and they still reported it to the prince. "It's unusual that the rash has appeared twice in just a few days. More importantly, the rash is related to my daughter-in-law, so I must inform the prince." Xia Guimo said, "It's all over now." The prince knew, of course, that everything was all right. He frowned and asked, "Why do I keep getting these rashes, and what's with all these rumors?" Xia Guimo said, "We are still investigating this matter. I will tell my father once we have found out." The prince didn't say anything more. If his son didn't want to talk about something, no one could force him to. Xia Guimo came to the study and picked up a few military books to take back with him. As soon as he returned to the study, a bodyguard jumped in through the window. Qinchi asked impatiently, "Have you found out?" The guard neither nodded nor shook his head, replying, "I bought several boxes of the same rouge from the Rouge Pavilion and had several people check them. They all said they were the same." Finally, I found a master who was skilled in identifying fragrances, and that master could smell that someone had added something to Miss Shen's rouge. What did you add? Qinqi asked. Yangmei, Chinese bayberry. Qinqi. Waxberries? Are you kidding me? Xia Guimo's brows were furrowed tightly. Did they add bayberries to all 3 boxes of rouge? The guard nodded. Without exception, they've all been added. After lunch, Shen Tang went for a stroll in the garden. A lotus flower was in full bloom in the lotus pond, and it was quite beautiful. Shen Tang leaned against the pavilion railing, watching the clouds drift by, when Seer came over and said, "Miss, the old lady has summoned the Marquis, urging him to arrange a marriage for the eldest daughter. The most important thing for the Marquis's mansion right now is to marry off Shen Han." However, the old lady asked her father to arrange a marriage for Shen Han as soon as possible, which put her in a difficult position. It is said that marrying an unvirtuous wife will bring misfortune to 3 generations. Her father knew that Shen Han was not his biological daughter and had a bad character. Whoever she married would be a disaster. With Shen Han bearing the reputation of being a jinx to her husband and no one coming to propose marriage, the only person her father could arrange a marriage for her with must be a general with whom he had a good relationship. Would her father bring disaster to them? Absolutely not. Moreover, even though the old lady was anxious, she still had conditions for arranging a marriage for Shen Han. She wouldn't look down on anyone from a poor family. Not to mention marrying someone of such noble status as the heir of the Prince of Jingyang, it should at least be the heir of a Marquis's family, or at the very least, the heir of an earl's family. But Shen Han was the daughter of the second master and his wife, and the daughter of the second wife couldn't marry someone so good. The old lady had been urging Shen Sui for days, but Shen Sui hadn't taken it seriously. However, Shen Han had set her sights on Xiaohuan, so Shen Sui couldn't ignore it. But no matter how many people he looked for, he couldn't find a suitable one, and the old lady was pressing him hard. Shen Sui was really having a headache. Shen Tang really didn't know how her father would get through this. As time went by, the old lady became more and more anxious. Even if the old lady had some suspicions that Shen Han was the daughter of the second wife, the second master was also her own flesh and blood. It wouldn't do for the second master and second wife to be implicated in Shen Han's bloodshed. Shen Tang was thinking about who in Kyoto would be a perfect match for Shen Han. Since Shen Han liked to use the forced marriage method to settle her life's major event, she should grant her wish and share her father's burden. But after thinking it over, she could only think of 2 people who were the most suitable. The heir apparent of the Marquis of Chomping and the second prince. She has no grudge against anyone, so she can't just harm them. The Marquis of Chomping's heir and the second prince are not good people, and they're a perfect match for Shen Han. Maybe she should just give Shen Han to one of them. However, Shen Tang could only dream about it. She had no ability to scheme against the Marquis of Chomping's heir and the second prince. Shen Tang stayed in the garden for a full half-hour before returning home. As soon as she entered the house, she smelled a medicinal odor. This time, it was Qiudong who was decocting medicine by the window. Upon seeing Shen Tang return, Qiudong said, "Miss is back." Shen Tang's gaze fell on the medicine jar, and Ginkgo asked, "This medicine?" Qiudong glanced at the window that a certain man usually peeked through, and Yinxing knew what was going on. Shen Tang's ears turned bright red. Thinking of her response yesterday, that bastard left after drinking the medicine, Shen Tang wished she could ask Qiudong to pour the medicine out. What did that bastard take her for? Shen Tang was so angry that she didn't even notice the extra food box on the table. When Ginkgo saw it, she asked, "Where did this food box come from?" Qiudong said, "It was delivered along with the medicine." Yinxing walked over and opened the food box. Shen Tang saw a plate of bayberries inside. They were light purple and coated with sugar granules, looking sweet and sour. Yinxing said, "There are bayberries so early. I thought it would be half a month before we could eat them." The Prince of Jingyang is so thoughtful. He even knows that the young lady loves to eat bayberries. Not only did he send someone to deliver them, but he also preserved them in sugar so they could be eaten directly. Of all the fruits, Shen Tang's favorite is the bayberry. Its sweet and sour taste is extremely appetizing. The only drawback is that it's only available for a short time, so you have to eat it quickly, otherwise it'll be gone. It had been almost a year since she had eaten bayberries, and when she saw them now, she couldn't resist. Her mouth watered, and Shen Tang popped one into her mouth. The sweet and sour juice spread in her mouth, sweetening her to the core. Xia Guimo jumped in through the window and saw Shen Tang reclining on the small couch eating bayberries. Upon seeing him, Shen Tang said, "How did you know I like bayberries?" "A certain gentleman." Xia Guimo sat down opposite her. "RB?" "A certain gentleman." Xia Guimo sat down opposite her. "Are bayberries really that delicious?" Shen Tang looked at him. "You've never eaten this before? That sounds weird." The Prince of Jingyang has no choice but to eat whatever he likes or dislikes. However, she had never seen Xia Guimo eat bayberries before. Shen Tang took the biggest one and held it to Xia Guimo's lips, saying, "Try one." Slender, bamboo shoot-like fingers holding a plump bayberry are a very pleasing sight. Xia Guimo lowered his head slightly and kissed the bayberry. "Shen Tang." Her lips twitched. "I told you to eat it, not to kiss the bayberries." He kissed her, and even the bayberry. "Is this guy addicted to kissing?" Xia Guimo said, "I'm not sure I can eat it." Shen Tang looked at him blankly. What did he mean by not necessarily edible? What's wrong with eating bayberries? "Are you afraid they're sour?" Shen Tang said, "It's not sour." Xia Guimo didn't explain, only saying, "You eat it." Shen Tang then started showing off the bayberries one after another. Seeing how much she enjoyed them, Xia Guimo hoped that it wasn't the bayberries that had given him the rash. But this hope was quickly dashed. Soon after, his neck started to itch. Shen Tang exclaimed in surprise, Why do you have a rash again?" Chapter 140. Asshole. He didn't kiss her just now, and he didn't touch her hand when he kissed Yang Mei, so there's no reason for her to get a rash. Xia Guimo's gaze fell on the bayberries in the peony-patterned porcelain plate on the small table, and he said, "Now we can be sure that the bayberries are what caused my rash." "Shen Tang, can't you eat bayberries?" Shen Tang stared blankly at Xia Guimo. Xia Guimo said, "Someone added bayberry juice to your boxes of rouge." Chen Qi didn't let Xia Guimo try the rouge that Shen Tang took away. Although the rash could be cured with medicine, what if it harmed his body? The young master couldn't control himself from kissing Miss Shen, and he couldn't stop him. But there was no need to test the rouge and cause a rash. So he directly sent the secret guards to investigate. As a result, it was found that Shen Tang's rouge contained more bayberries than the normal rouge from Rouge Pavilion. Xia Guimo couldn't be sure. But by then, the palace already had bayberries, so Xia Guimo, under the guise of being the heir of Prince Duan, asked the palace for a plate of them. He wanted to test them on Shen Tang, but when he arrived, Shen Tang had already started eating them. He had only added a little bayberry juice to his rouge, yet he developed so many red rashes after kissing Shen Tang's face. He dared not eat a whole bayberry, so he only kissed her once. But even that one kiss made him unbearably itchy, and Shen Tang quickly brought him medicine. Shen Tang never imagined that there were people in this world who couldn't eat bayberries. Xia Guimo's reaction wasn't even that of eating them. A kiss was enough to cause this. If he were to eat a whole bayberry, he would probably die on the spot. It would be more effective than arsenic. Xia Guimo looked at Shen Tang and asked, "Did you eat bayberries on the day we consummated our marriage in our past life?" Shen Tang replied without hesitation, "Consort Yi knew I liked bayberries, so she had them sent to me from the palace almost every day. Before we consummated our marriage, I ate bayberries for at least half a month, a plate of them every day." Consort Yi. The tribute bayberries are 9 parts sweet and 1 part sour, and you can't buy them outside the palace even if you have money. After she married Xia Guimo, whenever it was bayberry season and the palace had them, Consort Yi would give them to her. Xia Guimo did the same for the 3 years he was in the capital. She thought Consort Yi was good to her, but she didn't expect that she wanted to use her to kill Xia Guimo. She brings her bayberries every day. What if Xia Guimo suddenly decides to try one? Given his constitution, which can't even touch bayberries, One bayberry might not kill him, but it would at least take half of his life. Siagimo didn't like eating fruit, not just bayberries. He didn't like any fruit at all, and he didn't even try one. But she ate so much. When they consummated their marriage, she was probably like a whole poison to him. If the imperial physician hadn't happened to be in the mansion that day and treated him in time, he would have really died. Even now, recalling that day, Shen Tang still feels lingering fear and a chill run down her spine. Consort Yi used a small bayberry to cause her and Siagimo to miss each other in one lifetime, because Siagimo beat up the heir of the Marquis of Chomping, and she will use the same trick again in this lifetime. Shen Tang's eyes were red, and her body trembled uncontrollably with anger. Siagimo reached out and touched Shen Tang's face, his calloused fingertips rubbing against her skin, causing a slight stinging sensation. He said, "She won't succeed. She would never be satisfied, even if she died, if Consort Yi were to succeed again." Siagimo asked, "Didn't your father-in-law ask you anything?" Shen Tang looked at Siagimo blankly. "What did father ask me?" Siagimo touched his nose and said, "Yesterday, when I was leaving from here and climbing over the wall, I was spotted by my father-in-law's bodyguards." Shen Tang's face turned bright red. She hadn't forgotten that Siagimo's face was covered in red rashes when he left yesterday. The story of him developing a face full of red rashes after kissing a girl has been the talk of the town in Kyoto. Yesterday, he climbed over the wall with his face covered in rashes and was caught by his father's men. Wouldn't that be blatantly telling her father that he came to have a secret rendezvous with her, or even? Shen Tang didn't even dare to think about how her father would view her. She felt like she wanted to beat Siagimo to death. Her eyes, burning with fury, stared at Siagimo. She suspected that the rash he had caused when he mentioned wanting to marry a girl at the Imperial Hospital that day was not only a test of Shen Han and the second madam, but also preparation for proposing marriage. By spreading such rumors, she knew that when he came to propose marriage, her father would have no choice but to agree. Gossip would spread outside the mansion, speculating whether the girl who caused his rash was her. By then, even if her father doesn't marry her off to him, no one else will come to propose to her. That bastard! When his little scheme was exposed, the man remained calm and even self-righteous, asking, "Besides marrying me, who else would you like to marry?" She had no intention of marrying anyone else, but she also didn't want people to criticize them for having been intimate before their marriage, or who knew what they would say about them. Shen Tang kept glaring at Siagimo. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Yinxing came in and said, "Miss, the third madam is here." Why would the third wife come looking for her? Shen Tang's intuition told her that it was related to the butler, Quan. Shen Tang looked at Siagimo. She had originally wanted to wait for the rash on Siagimo's face to disappear before letting him leave, but now he had no choice but to leave. Siagimo didn't linger and got up to leave. He jumped out of the window, and Shinchi handed him a mask. Siagimo took it casually and put it on. Watching Siagimo jump out of the window, Shen Tang got down from the small couch, stood up to greet the third madam, and said, "Third aunt, what brings you here to sit for a while?" The third wife not only came in person, but also brought gifts, with her daughter Shenluo following behind. Unless Shen Tang is ill and the third madam comes to visit, she usually only comes to Qingyi Garden twice a year, and only when there is something important to discuss will she visit the third madam. After exchanging greetings outside the door, Shen Tang invited third madam and Shenluo inside to talk. Upon entering, they smelled a medicinal odor. Shenluo asked, "Where is that medicinal smell coming from?" Shen Tang said, "The medicine for treating menstrual cramps needs to be taken for 3 months." Shenluo was just asking a question. She knew that Shen Tang, like Princess Rugia, suffered from menstrual cramps. Shen Tang had originally gone to get medicine after the horse was startled that time. Shenluo entered the room and saw bayberries on a small table. She said, "You have bayberries now?" Several young ladies in the manor liked to eat bayberries, and Shenluo was no exception. She didn't stand on ceremony with Shen Tang and sat down to eat one. Shen Tang loves eating bayberries, but after learning that this little bayberry has ruined her life, and that Xia Gimo can't even touch it, most of her joy for bayberries has vanished. The bayberries were sweet and sour, and Shen Luo loved them. Why is it that only second sister has bayberries? Shen Tang said. The maid went out of the manor to buy it. Did third aunt come to see me for something? Shen Luo was easy to fool, but the third madam was not so easily fooled. Such large bayberries could not be bought on the street. However, the third madam did not expose her, but just smiled and said, I just got a new hairpin and thought it would suit the second miss, so I sent it to her. As she spoke, the maidservant presented the brocade box, which the third madam accepted and opened for Shen Tang to see. The hairpin is quite nice. It's a jade and bamboo hairpin with a translucent color and considerable value. For someone like third madam, who wouldn't act without expecting something in return, to present such an expensive hairpin right away must mean she had something to gain. Shen Tang smiled and said, Fourth sister will definitely like this hairpin, so why did third aunt give it to me? The third wife smiled and picked up the hairpin, inserting it into Shen Tang's hair bun. She laughed and said, Yesterday, the second young lady slapped the eldest young lady, and the Marquis even punished her by making her kneel in the ancestral hall. What did the eldest young lady do wrong? Everyone in the manor must be curious about this, but Shen Tang didn't believe that the third madam would give her a jade hairpin just to find out about such a small matter. Shen Tang said, Father has given a gag order for this matter, so please forgive me for not being able to tell the third madam. The third wife smiled and said, I was just asking casually. There are some things that are better left unsaid. But your fourth aunt is having a hard time managing such a large manor. Your third aunt is always free and can help share the burden. Chapter 141. Heredity. Just as she had guessed, he had come to see her because of the housekeeper's power. The second wife manages the household, and the third wife is not jealous because the second wife is the legitimate daughter of the second master, who is born of the same mother as Shen Sui. The third and fourth masters cannot compare to her. The third wife is also mentally prepared that the second wife will inherit the title of Marquis in the future. She usually flatters the second wife, since saying a few nice words doesn't cost any money. But things are different now. Shen Sui has taken over the management of the household from the second wife and handed it over to the fourth wife. The old lady not only did not object, but also allowed the fourth wife to dismiss all the stewards that the second wife had placed there. With this kind of situation, anyone who didn't know better would think that the Marquis was going to hand over the title of Marquis to the fourth wife. However, the third wife knew that even if the sun rose in the west, it was impossible, unless the second branch of the family also died out. The second master not only had a legitimate son, but also a son born out of wedlock. Moreover, the Marquis was in his prime, and it was possible that one day a concubine in the harem would become pregnant. Such good fortune would not fall on the fourth branch. The third wife dared not dream of a noble title, but she could still consider the power to manage the household. Now that Shen Tang's words carried weight, it was Shen Tang who had persuaded Shen Sui to remove the second wife's power to manage the household. The third wife wanted to start with Shen Tang and get another share of the pie. A hint of impatience flashed in Shen Tang's eyes. The fourth madam had not returned to the capital for a long time. She thought the third madam was trying to make a move, but the third madam hadn't made a sound. The embroidery room was something she had forced on the third madam. Now that she had the fourth madam to help manage the Marquis' mansion, the third madam was trying to take it back. Wasn't this clearly picking on the weak? What she wanted was for the third wife to target the second wife, not for her to compete with the fourth wife. Shen Tang said, if third aunt wants to help fourth aunt, she has to talk to grandmother and father. I can't make that decision myself. The third wife smiled and said, second miss is too modest. The Marquis has always doted on you the most, and now the old lady also puts you first in everything. Such a small matter is nothing more than a word from you. Don't flatter her, she's not one to be easily swayed by a few kind words. However, she wouldn't directly refuse third madam either. Shen Tang said, Grandmother doesn't actually like me interfering in household management, but since third aunt has come to me, it wouldn't be right for me not to help. I'll find an opportunity to mention it to grandmother tomorrow." The third wife was immediately delighted. Shen Tang took the hairpin off her head and put it on Shen Luo, saying, "This hairpin is more suitable for the fourth sister." The third wife smiled and said, "Then I'll pick out 2 more that suit you later." That's just empty talk. Once the matter is accomplished, who will remember her? The third madam had other things to attend to, so she didn't stay long at Qingyi Garden. Shen Luo left with her. After they left, Ginkgo asked, "Does Miss really want to help the third madam share the fourth madam's management rights? How could he possibly help the third wife fight for control of the household?" The old lady wouldn't be happy if the third wife fought for control of the household. The more she fought, the less likely she was to succeed. She was just trying to avoid dealing with the third wife and was using the old lady to make her give up. Shen Tang's gaze fell on the bayberries on the small table. Yin Xing said, "Miss, please eat some more. You definitely won't be able to eat them after you marry into the Jingyang prince's mansion." Who would have thought that the prince of Jingyang's heir couldn't eat bayberries, not even touch them? Shen Tang picked up one and said, "You and Xiao Tong can share the rest." Meanwhile, Xia Guimo climbed over the wall and left the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, riding back to the Jingyang prince's residence. On the way, he encountered the second prince, who stopped Xia Guimo. Xia Guimo asked, "Does the second prince want to see me about something?" The second prince smiled and said, "It's you." Xia Guimo said, "Who does the second prince think he's stopping?" The second prince said, "I thought it was the people who beat up the heir of the Marquis of Chomping." Xia Guimo stroked the horse's smooth mane and laughed. Wasn't the person who beat up the Marquis of Chomping's heir already caught and hanged alive on the city wall? Or did they catch a fake one? The second prince's eyes narrowed, and he said, "Why are you wearing a mask all of a sudden?" Xia Guimo rode a few steps closer, and without even needing to answer, the second prince noticed the red rash on his neck. If it's on the neck, it's bound to be on the face too. The purpose of wearing a mask is self-evident. Over there, Prince Duan's heir, Xiao Sun, and Chui rode over. Chui noticed that Xia Guimo's hands, which were gripping the reins, were covered in red rashes. He clicked his tongue and said, "To die under a peony is truly a romantic death." Knowing full well that kissing a girl would cause her to develop a rash, he still dared to kiss her. He truly wasn't afraid of death. Xia Guimo scratched his still itchy hand. "I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot keep you company." With that, he spurred the horse and rode off. Watching Xia Guimo's departing figure, Chui tapped Xiao Sun with his folding fan and whispered, "How does it feel to kiss a young lady?" Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun brushed away Chui's folding fan. "How would I know? I've never kissed one." However, seeing Xia Guimo's red rash and his inability to contain himself, he became curious as well. The two of them looked in the direction Xia Guimo had left. Can he still marry Miss Shen in this state? But since they've already kissed, he has no choice but to marry her, otherwise they'll all look down on him. Xia Guimo rode back to the Jingyang prince's mansion. He jumped off the horse and, although he was wearing a mask, the gatekeepers dared not stop him. Even if he wasn't the heir of the Jingyang prince's mansion, he was riding the heir's horse, and the heir's guard Chen Qi was with him. Who would dare not let him pass? Steward Zhou walked over and Xia Guimo asked, "Is father in the manor?" Steward Zhou said, "His Highness is in the study." Xia Guimo headed towards the study, with Chen Qi following behind carrying a food box. Upon arriving at the study, Xia Guimo removed his mask, took the food box from Chen Qi, and stepped inside. The prince glanced over and saw red rashes on Xia Guimo's face. He frowned and said, "He's got rashes again." Xia Guimo said, "Bring some food to father." The prince suspected that the sun had risen in the west today. He's content as long as his son doesn't get angry, and he even knows to bring him food. He wanted to see what kind of food they were bringing. Xia Guimo placed the food box on the desk, opened it, and saw a plate inside containing bayberries, though the quantity was rather meager. "One, Your Highness." The prince frowned deeply. "Just one bayberry?" Xia Guimo said, I wasn't planning on giving you a whole one. Your Highness. Real. The urge to beat his son surged to the top of his head. Siagimo used tweezers to pluck a few strands of bayberry flesh and handed them over, saying, "Father, please try some." The prince's head was already steaming. "Hasn't it been a long time since your father has hit you?" Siagimo said with disdain. Even father might not be able to finish these few. The prince frowned. "Speak like a human being." Siagimo said, "Father, try it yourself." The prince looked at the bayberry shreds on the tweezers, unable to pick them up, so Siagimo simply put them into the teacup, and the prince drank them down along with the tea. Siagimo sat down, and the prince, unaware of what trouble he was causing, continued reading. But after a short while, the prince felt an itch on his back, then on his neck, and then he discovered that there were red rashes on the back of his hands. The prince looked at Siagimo. Why has father also developed a rash? Siagimo's eyes were full of disdain. "I knew that my inability to eat bayberries was a trait I inherited from you, father. Couldn't you have passed on something good to me?" Chapter 142. Bias. Siagimo guessed that his inability to eat bayberries was inherited from his father and mother. Although his mother did not like fruit as much as Shen Tang, she would eat some occasionally. His father usually stayed in the military camp and rarely ate fruit, nor did he like it. To verify this, he brought bayberries with him. As expected, even the king couldn't eat bayberries. The prince had lived for nearly 40 years, and this was the first time he had ever learned that he couldn't eat bayberries. He couldn't even touch a few of the fibers. If he were to eat a whole bayberry, it might kill him on the spot. The prince looked at Siagimo, who said, "Someone added bayberry to the rouge that Miss Shen uses. She's fine with it, but I can't touch it. It's aimed at me." The prince said, "Your father and mother don't know that you can't eat bayberries, so how would outsiders know?" Siagimo asked, "Does father still remember the accident that happened to me in the palace when I was 3 years old?" How could the prince forget this? Ever since then, even when he personally brought Siagimo into the palace, he would feel uneasy. When Emor had the accident, it was the season for eating bayberries. Emor suspected that he had been fed bayberries in the palace years ago, which led to the accident. The person who fed him the bayberries was afraid of taking responsibility, so they staged a scene where he got lost and fell into a dry well. This speculation is not impossible. Apart from the 2 days when Emor was missing in the palace, outsiders should not have had the opportunity to know that Emor cannot eat bayberries. The prince's gaze fell on the small bayberry in the plate. "You'll have to be extra careful about what you eat in the future." Shen Tang didn't say much about his past life, but in the 4th year after he married Shen Tang, he inherited the title and went to the border, which meant that his father had died. His father had fought on the battlefield for many years, and Siagimo didn't believe that his father would die so easily on the battlefield. There might be a conspiracy behind it. The prince said, "Tomorrow, your father will help you propose to Marquis Hepanjiwen." Siagimo said, "In a few more days." The Pingyuan Marquis's mansion is currently worried about Miss Shen's marriage. He had a previous engagement with her, and now that his father is going to propose marriage for him, he can't just hand her over to him. They've already waited so long, what's a few more days if they're impatient? I slept well all night. The next day, Shen Tang woke up and sat on the bed stretching. Yinxing and Xiaotong came into the room to help her get up. Yesterday's breakfast was just millet porridge and vegetables, which Shen Tang didn't eat at all. She went to Songha Hall to eat with the old lady. Today's breakfast was not only more varied, but also more exquisite. Shen Tang wanted Shen Sui to take back the housekeeping authority that the old lady had given to the second wife. Shen Sui listened to Shen Tang. Shen Tang asked the fourth wife to remove the second wife's confidants. The old lady also agreed. The second young lady was almost the only one who could do what she wanted in the Marquis's mansion. How could the head kitchen dare to neglect her? Especially now that the head kitchen manager was the fourth wife's person and had been entrusted with important responsibilities by the fourth wife, he naturally had good judgment. After breakfast, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. She met the fourth madam at the courtyard gate and said, Fourth aunt, please tell the head of the kitchen not to favor me, so as not to give people something to talk about. Fourth madam knew that Shen Tang was on her side, but she was not the kind of person who would do anything that would give others cause for gossip. As the head of the household, she did not seek merit, but only to avoid mistakes. Fourth madam said, the eldest young lady's meals are more refined. Zhao Mama dares not reduce them casually, so I have asked her to prepare them for you according to the eldest young lady's rations. The implication is that it's not that the main kitchen favors Shen Tang, but rather that the former second wife, who is in charge of the household, has become biased towards Shen Han. She simply tried to treat everyone equally. Shen Tang knew that the second wife was siding with her daughter, so she said, I misunderstood fourth aunt. I'll talk to Zhao Mama later and ask her to prepare meals for me and my elder sister according to our allotted portions. Shen Tang and the fourth madam entered the courtyard together and went inside to pay their respects to the old madam. Soon, the third madam arrived as well. Shen Tang sat there quietly, listening to the fourth madam and the old madam discuss the matter of sending gifts. There were many powerful and influential people in the capital. If one family had a new baby today, another family would have a new baby tomorrow, and yet another family would be celebrating a housewarming or promotion the day after. Everyone had to send a congratulatory gift. Although there were precedents for sending gifts, the fourth madam did not dare to make decisions on her own. She would either draft a list for the old madam to review or discuss the matter first before drafting the list. In short, she was extremely careful, which was to be expected. Yesterday, the third madam went to see Shen Tang, and Shen Tang promised to help talk to the old madam about sharing some of the household management authority with the third madam. Today, however, it seems like she has forgotten about it. The third madam gave Shen Tang a wink twice, and Yin Xing reminded her from behind, Miss, have you forgotten what you promised the third madam? Yin Xing's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Not only Shen Tang heard it, but the old lady also heard it and immediately looked over. Shen Tang suddenly remembered and immediately looked at the old lady and said, Grandmother, it might be a bit difficult for fourth aunt to suddenly take charge of the household affairs other than the embroidery room. Third aunt can help share the burden. The old lady was drinking tea. Upon hearing this, her gaze swept across the third wife's face, and then she slammed her teacup heavily on the small table. Do you think managing a household is child's play? You hand it over to her today, and she'll hand it over to you tomorrow. I think even if you were to manage an extra embroidery room, your fourth aunt would be more than capable. The old lady's gaze swept over them, and even the second wife couldn't stand it, let alone the third wife. Upon hearing the old lady's words, she was already displeased and seemed poised to take back the management of the embroidery room. The third wife immediately regretted asking Shen Tang for help. Fortunately, Shen Tang hadn't taken the jade hairpin, otherwise it would have been a waste. The third wife quickly said, what the old lady says is true. I also think it won't be difficult for the fourth sister-in-law. Shen Tang glanced at the third madam, third aunt, that's not what you told me yesterday. With just one sentence, he completely sold out the third wife. The third wife felt extremely uncomfortable. Your third aunt was just teasing you, and you actually took it seriously. Actually, everyone knows the truth. The old lady knows it, and so does the fourth wife. The third wife's heart trembled, and she quickly changed the subject. The results of the imperial examinations will be released in a few days. No one from the Marquis's mansion participated in the imperial examination, but 2 young masters from the Jiang family did. Shen Tang was very interested in the imperial examination. When the imperial examination was mentioned, the old lady thought of the Jiang family. Not many years had passed, and Shen Yan had been living away from home. The old lady had resented the Jiang family for not taking good care of Shen Yan. Now that Shen Yan had been found and was being raised very well, excelling in both literature and martial arts, the old lady's resentment towards the Jiang family had naturally vanished. Previously, Shen Sui suddenly prepared generous gifts to visit the Jiang family and even had lunch there. The old lady guessed that it was around that time that she found Shen Yan. In addition, Shen Sui said that Shen Tang found him. The old lady remembered that before Shen Sui went to the Jiang family, Shen Tang rushed to the front yard to find Shen Sui. Then Shen Sui hurriedly left the mansion, and Shen Tang waited for Shen Sui to return to the mansion in the front yard. The old lady felt quite uneasy thinking that Shen Sui and Shen Tang had told old Master Jiang about finding Shen Yan, but not her. The old lady said, the two young masters of the Jiang family are exceptionally talented, and they will surely pass the imperial examination with flying colors this spring. Shen Tang wasn't surprised by what the old lady said, but the third and fourth wives exchanged glances and both felt that the old lady's attitude towards the Jiang family had softened considerably, or rather, it seemed that her resentment had vanished all at once. Just as I was wondering what was going on, a maid rushed in and said, His Majesty has sent people to search the residences of Hanlin Academician Liu and the left Vice Minister of Rights. Chapter 143. Enjoying the Lotus. Hanlin scholar Liu and the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights were the two deputy examiners originally scheduled for this year's imperial examination, but were removed before the examination began. The chief examiner was the left chancellor of the current dynasty. The search and seizure of their residence indicates that their cheating in the imperial examinations has been verified and the evidence is conclusive. The third wife asked, What about the left prime minister? The maid said, The left prime minister is still imprisoned. The left prime minister has been imprisoned for quite some time this time, without being punished or released. Obviously, there is insufficient evidence to convict him. It is estimated that the left prime minister will be released without charge or given a lighter sentence in the next day or two. The left prime minister is a member of the second prince's faction. It's a real pity that he couldn't seize such a good opportunity to cripple the second prince. Shen Tang sat in Songha Hall for a while before returning to Qingyi Garden. No sooner had she returned than Seer came in and said, Miss, Princess Rugia of the Duan Prince's mansion has arrived. Shen Tang was overjoyed and immediately got up to greet Princess Rugia. As Shen Tang walked into the garden, she saw Princess Rugia approaching from afar. She was wearing a pinkish-purple dress embroidered with orchids. Her waist was so slender that it could be encircled by one hand, and she had almond-shaped eyes and peach-blossom cheeks, making her look very approachable. Seeing Shen Tang looking at her, Princess Rugia blushed slightly. Why is Sister Shen Tang looking at me like that? Ever since Shen Tang teased her about wanting her to become her sister-in-law, Princess Rugia has been most afraid of Shen Tang staring at her, which makes her blush unconsciously. However, Shen Tang saved her life, and although Princess Duan had already come to thank her, it wouldn't be right for her not to come in person. Shen Tang smiled and said, The princess's complexion is much better than it was 2 days ago. Princess Rugia touched her face and said, I'm not afraid to ride in a carriage anymore. That day, she was very restrained when she went out to stroll around town, and she was even worried about riding in a carriage. Today, she is no longer worried about the horse being startled. Shen Tang said, I should be the one going to the Prince Duan's residence to thank you. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Princess Rugia that day, who knew that someone was using her as a pretext to meet Xiao Huan, and who guessed that it was Shen Han, and promptly sent Shen Shan to stop them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Princess Rugia said, My life was saved by Sister Shen Tang and Prince Ning. Why are you being so formal with me? Shen Tang said, Don't be a stranger, come sit down and let's talk. Princess Rugia nodded, then took a bright red and gold-embroidered invitation from the maid behind her and handed it to Shen Tang, saying, The lotus flowers at Prince Shen's mansion are in full bloom. A lotus appreciation banquet will be held in a few days. Princess Ding'an knew that I was coming to thank you, so she asked me to bring you this invitation to attend the lotus appreciation banquet at Prince Shen's mansion. Princess Consort Shen loved lotus flowers and tended to them meticulously. While other mansions might only have 1 or 2 blooms, the lotus flowers in Prince Shen's mansion would fill the pond. Every year, Prince Shen's mansion would hold a lotus flower banquet, inviting young ladies and gentlemen from prominent families in the capital to admire the flowers. However, both engaged and unengaged women would be invited. In her previous life, Shen Tang had been married to Xiagimo for 3 months at this time and was also among those invited. As summer approaches, the weather will get hotter day by day, and there will be fewer banquets in the capital. Princess Dingen asked Princess Rugia to send the invitation. Even if it's just to give Princess Rugia face, I have to attend. Shen Tang smiled and said, I will definitely go that day. After glancing at the invitation, Shen Tang casually handed it to Yin Xing, inviting Princess Rugia to speak with her at Qingyi Garden. Upon entering the room, Shen Tang saw a food box on the table through the beaded curtain. She blinked twice, and Xiao Tong covered her mouth and laughed. Shen Tang knew that it was sent by someone from a certain master. Yesterday the food box contained bayberries. I wonder what they sent today. Xiao Tong opened the food box and took out 2 plates of bayberries. Each bayberry was plump and coated with sugar granules, looking sweet and sour and delicious. Knowing she liked to eat them, and even though he couldn't eat bayberries, he still sent so many to her. Shen Tang was deeply moved, but how could she possibly eat so many by herself? However, Princess Rugia also liked to eat them, so it was a good opportunity to serve her. The two sat down and chatted while eating bayberries, having endless things to talk about. Knowing that Princess Rugia had come to the manor, Shen Ran and Shen Luo also came to Qingyi Garden. With them around, people couldn't speak so freely. So Shen Tang accompanied Princess Rugia to the garden to admire the flowers. After staying in the garden for a quarter of an hour, Princess Rugia took her leave, and Shen Tang saw her out of the manor. After watching Princess Rugia's carriage leave, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden and went straight to the window. She looked around and Chen Shan appeared. Shen Tang asked, Why did you send me so many bayberries? Chen Shan said, Master knows you like to eat this, so he specially sent it over, saying that you should eat more before the wedding so that you'll get tired of it soon. Shen Tang, you get tired of eating anything if you eat too much of it. But bayberries are an appetizer. She ate to her heart's content every year until she was tired of it, but then she would crave it again the following year. However, if she really marries Xiagimo, she definitely won't be able to eat them anymore. Not only Changxiangshuan, but I'm afraid the entire Zhennan Prince's mansion will be unable to produce a single bayberry. Shen Tang sat down and popped a bayberry into her mouth. For the next few days, without fail, 2 plates were delivered every day. Of course, Shen Tang couldn't eat that much, so she either sent them to the old lady or shared them with the 2 maids. Before we knew it, it was time for the lotus viewing banquet at Prince Shun's mansion. The invitation from Prince Shun's mansion was delivered by Princess Rugia, but it wasn't just Shen Tang who was invited. Shen Han was also invited. Now, more than half of the month has passed since Shen Han's due date, and not only is she not getting married, but her marriage hasn't even been arranged. The old lady is very anxious about Shen Han's marriage and has urged Shen Sui countless times, but Shen Sui just doesn't care. Firstly, he is busy with military affairs, and secondly, he doesn't want to cause trouble for others. When the old lady presses him harder, Shen Sui simply becomes a hands-off manager and lets the old lady decide on Shen Han's marriage, which infuriates the old lady. The old lady wanted to make the decision, but someone had to come and propose marriage. There wasn't even a suitor. How could she make the decision? The old lady looked at Shen Tang, then at Shen Han, and said, Today you are going to the Prince Shun's mansion for the lotus viewing banquet. You must not do anything that would disgrace your family. Do you understand? Shen Tang looked completely at ease. She certainly wouldn't do such a thing, but Shen Han might be a different story. With the month-long deadline fast approaching, it would be impossible for Shen Han to get married through normal means. Only extraordinary measures could be taken. Although the old lady did not approve of Shen Han's actions, she turned a blind eye to it. Knowing that Shen Han was worried about bloodshed, she still sent her to the Prince Shun's mansion, which was obviously tacitly allowing Shen Han to find a suitable husband for herself. I wonder who Shen Han has her eye on. She failed to scheme against Xiao Huan last time, so she probably won't try to scheme against him again. If she had the chance today, she would definitely bring Shen Han and the heir of the Marquis of Chongping together. Shen Tang agreed, and a maid came in to report that the carriage was ready. Shen Tang and Shen Tang curtsied and left the mansion together. From Songheng to Shun Wangfu, the two did not exchange a single word and ignored each other. Shen Tang got off the carriage first, followed by Shen Tang. Seeing Shen Tang step into the Prince Shun's residence, Shen Tang, who was 2 steps behind, smiled slightly. He ruined her plans and still wanted to marry the Prince of Jingyang? It's mutual affection and a perfect match, right? She wanted to see if the Prince of Jingyang would want a girl whose innocence had been ruined. Chapter 144. Faint. The maids from the Prince Shun's residence led Shen Tang and the others into the inner courtyard and towards the garden. From afar, several kites could be seen competing to fly higher in the sky above the garden, accompanied by the sound of silvery laughter. Passing through the crescent-shaped archway, you can see groups of elegant young ladies chatting and laughing, each one graceful and charming. Upon entering the garden, Princess Rugia saw Shen Tang and approached her, saying, "Sister Shen Tang, you've finally arrived." Shen Tang smiled and said, "The princess arrived early." Princess Rugia said, "Princess Dingen asked me to help entertain the young ladies from prominent families who came to the banquet. They arrived after breakfast." Seeing the two chatting and laughing as if they hadn't seen her, Shen Han yanked hard on the embroidered handkerchief in her hand and said, "Let's go see Princess Dingen first." Princess Rugia led them toward Princess Dingen, who was playing with several young ladies from prominent families, chasing butterflies and having a great time. When she saw Shen Tang and Shen Han, Princess Dingen smiled and said, "You've come to my Prince Shun's residence to admire the lotus flowers today, so make sure you have a wonderful time." Princess Chunin from the Zhao Prince's mansion walked over and said to Princess Dingen, "I heard that Consort Yi bestowed several jars of fruit wine upon the Shun Prince's mansion. The taste is excellent. I wonder if Princess Dingen would be willing to share one with us so we can also taste it." Princess Dingen laughed and said, "The way you talk makes it sound like I'm a stingy person. The fruit wine that Consort Yi gave us was meant to entertain you. It's enough for you to get drunk." Princess Chunin said, "The banquet won't start for a while, but I want to taste the food now." "You're such a glutton." Princess Dingen smiled and said, "I'll have someone go and get it for you right away." Princess Ding invited Princess Rugia and Shen Tang to the pavilion over there to talk. Before long, the maid brought over the fruit wine. Princess Chunin took a cup first, sniffed it lightly, then took a sip and praised it highly, as expected of a tribute. "It's delicious." The girls in the pavilion all tried it. After all, it was a tribute fruit wine, something that, even at palace banquets, one might not necessarily get to drink, so they definitely had to try it. The maids poured wine for everyone. Shen Tang wasn't interested in drinking, but Shen Han wanted to try, so the maid poured her 2 cups. Princess Ding smiled and said, "Miss Shen, please have a taste as well." A maid brought over the wine, and Shen Tang reached out, picked it up, and took a sip. The taste was indeed quite good. Then a maid came over to inform Princess Dingen, "Princess, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Chomping's mansion has arrived." Princess Anding stood up and said to Princess Chunin and the others, "I'll go greet them. You all have fun." Princess Chunin smiled and said, "I will go with you." As she spoke, she pulled Princess Rugia and said, "You should come with us too." Princess Rugia wanted to talk to Shen Tang for a while, but she was forcibly pulled up and followed them out of the pavilion. The maid took the wine cup away, but as she was leaving, she accidentally twisted her ankle, and the tray in her hand tipped over towards Shen Tang, causing the wine pot to fall on Shen Tang and spill wine all over her. The maidservant hurriedly said, "Second mission, I'm so sorry." She quickly knelt down to wipe Shen Tang's skirt, but the skirt was stained with wine and couldn't be wiped off. This minor mishap quickly alerted Princess Dingen, who scolded the maid, "Clumsy." Then, looking at Shen Tang, he said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I'll have a maid take you to change into a dress. The skirt is only a little wet and will dry soon, but since it's fruit wine, it's a bit sticky, so I have to change it." Shen Tang said, "There are dresses in the carriage. The maid can go and get them." Princess Dingen instructed her maid to lead Yinxing to the carriage to retrieve her dress, while Shen Tang waited in the pavilion for Yinqing to return with the dress. Shen Han said to Princess Dingen, "Princess, please go ahead with your work. I'll keep my second sister company." Princess Dingen glanced at Shen Tang and then went to greet the young ladies from prominent families. Watching Shen Han sit down and leisurely drink tea, Shen Tang felt a sudden unease. Shen Han was worried about bloodshed. Today, she came to the Prince Shun's mansion. She should have been focusing on finding a suitable husband. Why would she have the patience to accompany her? Something was definitely amiss. Shen Tang looked at Shen Han and said, "I'm fine, you don't need to stay with me. Eldest sister, go and play with those young ladies from prominent families." She had barely finished speaking when she felt a sudden dizziness and her heart skipped a beat. Someone drugged the fruit wine. She suddenly looked at Shen Han, then everything went black, and she collapsed against the railing of the pavilion. Before she fainted, she heard Shen Han calling out, "Second sister." A maid from the Prince Shun's residence, who was guarding outside the pavilion, came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Shen Han said, "My second sister has a low alcohol tolerance and loves to drink. She got drunk after drinking a few cups of fruit wine." The maid suggested, "How about we help him to the bamboo hut over there to rest for a while?" Shen Han and her maid helped Shen Tang up and walked towards the bamboo house. Outside the bamboo house, there was a large box. Shen Han said to the maid, "Put it in the box. Wake up." I heard a voice calling out to me, filled with worry, and it sounded somewhat familiar. Shen Tang slowly opened her eyes and saw a handsome face. She was momentarily dazed, and then she remembered that she had fainted. Startled, she sat up abruptly. Her movement was so fast that the person who was worried about her was caught off guard and bumped into her. One was dizzy from the pain in his forehead, and the other's nose was almost broken. Shen Tang rubbed her forehead and looked at Xiagimo. "How come it's you? Didn't I faint in the pavilion?" Xiagimo rubbed his nose, which was sore from the impact, and said, "You're one to talk. You almost got carried out and sold." Shen Tongxin shuddered violently, her fists clenched tightly. "The fruit wine I drank was drugged. They're trying to get a share from the Prince Shun's mansion too." She had no grudge against the Prince Shun's family, and since so many young ladies from prominent families had drunk the fruit wine, she was caught off guard, never expecting that the fruit wine was aimed at her. Shen Han doesn't have the influence to ask the Prince Shun's mansion for help. It must be Consort Yi. Thinking of Shen Han, Shen Tang asked Xiagimo, "Where is Shen Han?" Xiagimo's face was gloomy. "She put you in a box, and I used her to switch you out. You should be carried out of the Prince Shun's mansion by now. As for where to send it, we'll have to wait until Qin Shan returns to find out." Shen Tang tried to stand up, but her head was still spinning, so she could only sit on the rock and recover slowly. Shen Han was unaware that Qin Shan had been secretly protecting Shen Tang. Apart from the palace, Shen Tang was almost never out of her sight. If she had known, she would never have dared to harm Shen Tang under Qin Shan's nose. Almost as soon as Shen Han stuffed Shen Tang into the box, a pebble knocked Shen Han and her maid unconscious. Xiagimo picked Shen Tang up from the box, Qin Shan threw Shen Han inside, and left the maid outside the bamboo house. Just as they finished their work, the two old women came over, opened the box, glanced at it, and without even checking if it was Shen Tang, once they confirmed there was a girl inside, they simply carried the large box out of the mansion. There was a carriage waiting outside the Prince Shun's mansion. The large boxes were loaded onto the carriage and driven away to a small courtyard with 3 courtyards, 2 streets away. In a quaint room, the heir of the Marquis of Chongping sat reading a book. It wasn't a proper book, it was full of pictures of men and women, drawn very vividly. 2 servants carried in a large box and said, "Young master, the person has been delivered." The heir of the Marquis of Chongping smiled and put the book down. "Open it." The servant opened the box and, at the instruction of the Marquis of Chongping's heir, pulled the person out. Upon seeing that it was not Shen Tang, but Shen Han, the heir of the Marquis of Chongping frowned deeply. "Idiot. Another mistake. However, this face is quite good-looking." The heir of the Marquis of Chongping pinched Shen Han's chin, took her from the servant, picked her up and walked towards the bed. Chapter 145. Dizziness. I don't know what kind of drug they gave me, but even though I woke up from my coma a while ago, I still feel dizzy. Yinxing, carrying a bundle, came looking for Shen Tang. Seeing her sitting on the rock, Yinxing, who had been searching for a long time and was also worried, had red eyes. I finally found you, miss. You almost scared me to death. Shen Tang comforted Yinxing, saying, Don't you know that Chen Shan is secretly protecting me? Why are you so worried about me? Yinxing knew Chen Shan was hiding, but what if he failed to protect her? She was the young lady's personal maid, and she was always worried whenever the young lady wasn't around. Yinxing brought over the skirt, and Shen Tang looked towards the bamboo house. Xia Guimo said, Go ahead, I'll stay here and guard it. No one will go over there. Shen Tang went to the bamboo house to change her clothes. She simply changed her dress and quickly finished. As she came out of the bamboo house, she saw Xia Guimo standing by the bamboo forest. He was tall and straight, like a pine or cypress. Shen Tang knew in her heart that although she had been reborn, if it weren't for Xia Guimo protecting her, she would have lost several lives and probably even died faster than in her previous life. Shen Tang walked towards Xia Guimo. A maid from the Prince Shen's residence came over. Seeing Shen Tang and Xia Guimo standing together, the maid was a little stunned and then said, Second mission is here. The banquet has started. The princess sent me to find you. Looking for her? If Xia Guimo hadn't swapped her out of the trunk, Princess Dingin would have had her maids search the entire Shenwang mansion and still wouldn't have found her. They helped scheme against her while pretending to know nothing. She wanted to see what expression Princess Dingin would have when she saw her return. Led by a maid, Shen Tang and Xia Guimo walked towards the garden. Xia Guimo asked Shen Tang, Are you still dizzy? Shen Tang shook her head. I'm not dizzy anymore. The maid walked in front, her eyes wide open. It seemed that Miss Shen and the Prince of Jinglong were quite familiar with each other. But back then, when the Prince of Jinglong was poisoned and fell into a coma, he needed a marriage to bring good luck. Wasn't Miss Shen willing to be buried with the Prince of Jinglong rather than marry him? What are these two doing at the bamboo house in Prince Shen's mansion? The maid was filled with curiosity, but she didn't dare to ask anything or even glance back. Shen Tang didn't try to avoid Xia Guimo, letting her go first or walking on her own. The two walked side by side through the lively banquet where every young lady and young master from a prominent family had their eyes on the two of them. Shen Tang was beautiful with fair skin, and Xia Guimo's face was even more stunning. There was no one in the entire capital who could rival his good looks. As the two walked over, the sunlight shone on them, making them look as if they had stepped out of a painting. Chui and Xiaosun, the heir apparent of Prince Duan, sat at the same table. Looking at the two of them, they seemed more and more well-matched. Chui said, They actually came together. Xiaosun laughed and said, It seems that we will soon be able to drink the wedding wine of the Prince of Jinglong. People around were also gossiping. After all, Shen Tang had refused to marry Xia Guimo, and Xia Guimo had even saved her in the street and treated her dislocated arm to repay her for not marrying him. Despite the gossip, few people believed the two could spark a romance. Having already refused marriage, any woman with backbone wouldn't marry again, especially not the heir of the Prince of Jinglong. With so many noble ladies in the capital, he could marry any of them he wanted. He wouldn't be hung up on one person. It must have been a coincidence that we met and came together. Open and honest. Seeing Shen Tang walk over, and with Xia Guimo, Princess Dingin frowned. She looked towards the seats that Prince Shen's residence had arranged for Shen Tang and Shen Han, but Shen Han was not there. A bad feeling flashed through her heart. She stood up, walked towards Shen Tang, and said with a smile, Where did Miss Shen go just now? The banquet has been going on for a quarter of an hour. Knowing full well the answer, Shen Tang replied, I fainted in the pavilion, and my elder sister helped me to the bamboo house to rest. Princess Dingin asked, Where is Miss Shen? Why can't I see her? Shen Tang said, I'm looking for her too. Perhaps she's lost. I would appreciate it if Princess Dingin could send a few more maids to search for her. Princess Dingin turned and instructed her maid. Seeing Xia Guimo walking towards her seat, Princess Dingin asked, Why is Miss Shen with the Prince of Jiangong? Shen Tang said, we met on the side path and came here together. I see. Princess Dingen smiled and said, Miss Shen is late and should be punished. Her sword dance is exceptional, so how about we have her perform a sword dance as punishment? Princess Dingen was helping someone plot against her, and Shen Tang was already struggling to maintain a smile. To expect her to perform a sword dance was outrageous. Did they really think she was easy to bully? Shen Tang refused, saying, please forgive me, Princess, I'm still a little dizzy and really can't perform a sword dance. Shen Tang was drunk in the pavilion and was helped to rest by Shen Han. Many young ladies from prominent families knew about this. She made an excuse that she was dizzy and could not practice swordsmanship. Princess Dingen did not punish her or say anything. Although guests should follow the host's wishes, the host could not force her. Princess Dingen was a little disappointed. She asked Shen Tang to sit down and then went about her own business. The banquets were all pretty much the same, enjoying song and dance performances, as well as the talents of young ladies from prominent families and young masters from wealthy households. Shen Tang was almost tricked and was in a bad mood. If she hadn't been in such a bad mood, she would have left immediately. In addition, she couldn't find Shen Han and couldn't go back alone, so she had to stay. Shen Tang sat there, glancing around every now and then, her expression revealing anxiety and worry. Anyone with eyes could see that she was in a hurry to find Shen Han. The lotus viewing banquet at Prince Shen's residence lasted for an hour and a half. Shen Tang left her seat twice to inquire with the maids of Prince Shen's residence, have you found my elder sister? The maid shook her head, second Miss Shen, don't worry, we're still looking. Shen Tang was just putting on an act. She knew Shen Han wasn't at the Prince Shen's residence, and she wasn't really worried about Shen Han. After urging the maid, Shen Tang sat back down. Princess Dingen was sitting there when the maid came forward and whispered in her ear, Princess, the large trunk has been sent out of the manor. Princess Dingen frowned deeply. Miss Shen should have escorted Miss Shen out of the mansion, but how come the trunk left the mansion while Miss Shen is still in her Prince Shen's mansion? Could it be that Miss Shen herself is inside the box? Princess Dingen was somewhat agitated, especially when she thought about Xia Guimo and Shen Tang coming together. She felt uneasy and regretted helping the Marquis of Champing. She had a feeling that disaster was about to befall her. After the banquet, Shen Tang went to find Princess Dingen and asked, haven't you found my elder sister yet? Princess Dingen looked at Shen Tang, trying to discern something from her face, but her worry didn't seem feigned. Princess Dingen said, a maid saw Miss Shen leave the manor before the banquet started. I don't know if she has already returned to the Pingyuan Marquis' manor. Why don't you go back and check? Shen Tang didn't want to stay at the Prince Shen's residence any longer, so she nodded and left with Ginkgo. After urging the servant 3 times along the way, Shen Tang got off the carriage and asked the gatekeeper, has the eldest young lady returned to the manor? The servant was a little confused. The young lady sprained her ankle at Prince Shen's residence and returned a quarter of an hour ago. Didn't you know that the second daughter and the eldest daughter went to Prince Shen's mansion together? And they really did come back. Shen Han went to the Prince Shen's residence with her, so there must be a plausible reason for her to return early. However, since Shen Han sprained her ankle and returned early, it wouldn't be right for her not to accompany her. Shen Tang pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, stepped into the mansion, and went straight back to Qingyi Garden without going anywhere else. Chen Shan followed Shen Han. Shen Han returned to her residence, so Chen Shan must have returned as well. Shen Tang pushed open the door, entered the room, and saw Xia Guimo sitting in her boudoir drinking tea. Chapter 146. Shameless. Not only Xia Guimo was there, but Chen Qi and Chen Shan were also there. To be honest, Shen Tang was momentarily dazed, as if she were in the Jing'ang prince's mansion, rather than her Qingyi garden. Although Xia Guimo was drinking tea, he couldn't hide his anger. He wasn't this angry even when she was schemed against at the Prince Shen's residence. What happened? Shen Tang lifted the beaded curtain and walked over, asking, what happened? Xia Guimo slammed the teacup down. He didn't speak, so Shen Tang could only look at Chen Qi and Chen Shan, questioning them with her eyes. Chen Shan replied, The one who plotted against the crown princess today was the heir apparent of the Marquis of Chomping. As expected, Shen Tang was not surprised. Xiaogimo should have been able to guess it too, so he shouldn't have been so angry. When Qinshan spoke of it, Shen Tang realized the extent of the shamelessness of the Marquis of Chomping's heir and Shen Han, which was truly outrageous. Although Shen Han was not as beautiful as Shen Tang, she was still very pretty. For a lecherous man like the Marquis of Chomping, Xiaogimo knocked Shen Han unconscious, threw her into a large box and sent her to him. The Marquis of Chomping would naturally not let go of the meat that was handed to him. The Marquis of Chomping's heir took Shen Han's body. Shen Han woke up in pain and, in a fit of anger, slapped the Marquis of Chomping's heir. The Marquis of Chomping's heir had never been hit by a woman like that before and immediately slapped her back. Any pity he had for Shen Han vanished in an instant. Shen Han couldn't escape and could only endure it while crying. Afterwards, she demanded that the Marquis of Chomping take responsibility for her. The Marquis of Chomping laughed as if he had heard a joke. "You think I would want a woman that the Prince of Jingyang's heir doesn't want? That's incredibly humiliating." Shen Han was so angry that she wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide on the spot. In truth, Shen Han also looked down on the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. He was a bully who preyed on women and had been involved in illicit affairs, ruining countless young ladies from noble families. However, his status was noble enough. Although he was currently only the heir of a marquis family, he was from the maternal family of Consort Yi. Consort Yi had been favored by the emperor for more than 10 years, and the second prince had a great chance of seizing the throne. Once the second prince sat on that throne, the Marquis of Chomping's family would definitely rise in status, and at least a duke's family would be guaranteed to be included. With Consort Yi as her backer, even the princes dared not underestimate the Chomping Marquis' mansion. Now that her innocence has been ruined and she has suffered a bloody disaster, Shen Han could only accept her fate with tears in her eyes. But she never expected that the heir of the Chomping Marquis would take her but not take responsibility and would humiliate her like this. If she were at the Prince Shun's residence, she could shout loudly to attract attention, but this is the territory of the Marquis of Chomping's heir. Even if she shouts until her throat is hoarse, no one will come to her aid. Hugging the quilt, Shen Han looked at the heir of the Marquis of Chomping with despair and helplessness. "You have ruined my innocence. How can I ever get married again?" The heir of the Marquis of Chomping would not marry a woman who had someone else in her heart. He had other plans. "I will keep my promise and help you become the heir of the Prince of Jingyang." This sentence first infuriated Qinshan, who was eavesdropping, and Qinshan reported it to Xiaogimo without missing a single word, which angered Xiaogimo to this extent. Now, there's Shen Tang to add to the mix. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as the heir of the Marquis of Chomping and Shen Han. What happened next was even more shameless. When the heir of the Marquis of Chomping saw Shen Han crying her heart out, he was still not satisfied and rolled around with her again. The Prince of Jingyang beat him twice, once nearly killing him and once breaking one of his ribs, giving him a cuckold's horn. The thought of him having secret trysts with the princess from time to time is exciting and makes one's blood boil. One was shameless, the other was utterly reckless. The commotion was enormous. Heaven knows how much Qinshan, perched in the tree outside, longed to go in and kill the two of them with a single blow. Even now, Qinshan still can't suppress the urge to kill. The fact that the young master was engaged to such a woman is a disgrace for life. Xiaogimo said, "Cripple him." Qinshan accepted the order and was about to vent his anger when Shen Tang quickly stopped him. "Wait." Xiaogimo looked at Shen Tang and said, "Keeping someone like that around will only bring harm to countless people." Shen Tang said, "It's not that I don't want you to depose the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. You did depose him in your previous life, but he didn't know it was you, and neither did I. But now the Marquis of Chomping's mansion and Consort Yi both know that it was you who beat up the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. If he is deposed at this critical moment, he will definitely be able to guess that it was you. I just don't want you to get into trouble. You don't even need poison to kill him, just use bayberries." It's bayberry season again, and Shen Tang doesn't even dare to think that if someone added bayberry juice to his food, it could kill him. He has to be careful. Xia Guimo said, I can't take it anymore. Shen Tang couldn't stand it any longer. The other person was after her. Shen Tang said, I just don't want you to use a simple and crude method. You can poison him without anyone knowing. In his previous life, the deposed heir of the Marquis of Champing caused a great uproar. The Marquis of Champing and consort Yi were so angry that they almost turned the capital upside down. The Marquis of Champing only had one son, and not only did he lose his lineage, but he also lost face. At that time, many innocent people were also implicated. Secretly poisoning would also achieve the same goal. Xia Guimo's anger subsided by a third, and he immediately instructed Qinshan, go and find out if there is such a poison. No need to ask, it's definitely there. Qinshan accepted the order and went to carry it out. Seeing that Xia Guimo was still angry, Shen Tang poured him some tea and comforted him, don't get so angry that you hurt yourself. Xia Guimo stretched out his arm and pulled Shen Tang into his lap, greedily inhaling her fragrance. I won't be at ease until I marry you. Shen Tang sat in his lap, unable to see the expression on his face, so she turned to face him. But as soon as Shen Tang sat down, the man became very uncomfortable and helped her to sit aside, saying, You'd better stay away from me. Shen Tang, does this jerk not like her taking the initiative? She kissed him, and he turned and walked away. He simply stopped hugging me when I sat facing him. She had a slight doubt. If she took the initiative to marry him one day, would he not marry her? Shen Tang didn't know that her initiative was like the strongest aphrodisiac to Xia Guimo. He already had no self-control when it came to her, and once she took the initiative, his self-control crumbled. If they got any closer, he didn't know what he would do. Xia Guimo took a sip of tea to calm his turbulent emotions. In the bathtub behind the screen in Qinglan Garden. While soaking in the bathtub, Shen Han kept rubbing the marks on her body, tears falling into the tub like beads from a broken string. She clearly stuffed Shen Tang into the big box, so why was she the one sent over in the end? Why did all of Shen Tang's schemes ultimately come to nothing? Shen Han's eyes were filled with hatred. Feeling disgusted at being defiled by someone like the heir of the Marquis of Chongping, Shen Han poked hard at the red marks on her arms and chest, as if that could restore her purity. A bloody disaster is just around the corner. The heir of the Marquis of Champing is unwilling to marry her. He intends to go back on his word and refuse to help her marry the heir of the Prince of Jing'an. What should she do? Chapter 147. Launch an attack. Shen Han had never felt so helpless before. She leaned against the bathtub and cried uncontrollably. The second wife was in the south courtyard when she heard from a maid that Shen Han had sprained her ankle and been helped back to the mansion. She rushed to Qinglan Garden. She could freely enter and leave Shen Han's inner room, so she went straight in. After passing the screen, she saw the marks on Shen Han's body, and the second wife's heart sank to the bottom. Anyone with experience would recognize those marks. The second wife felt like the sky had fallen. Who made that? Knowing that he was the heir of the Marquis of Chongping and still unwilling to take responsibility, the second wife was so angry that she wanted to skin the heir of the Marquis of Chongping alive, and even more so, she wanted to kill Shen Tang. After Xia Guimo left, Shen Tang stayed in the room, sneezing repeatedly. Just as she was rubbing her nose, Ginkgo came in from outside and said, Miss, the old lady wants you to go to her place. Even a fool could guess why the old lady wanted to see her now. She had been suppressing all the infighting within the manor, let alone leaving it. The two sisters had left together, but had returned separately, which the old lady would not allow. And then there's Shen Han. She tried to scheme against her, but ended up getting herself into trouble. The second madam is furious right now, so how could she not pick a fight with her? Even if it means punishing her by making her copy the family rules, she won't let her escape. Shen Tang finished drinking the tea in her cup before getting up. Upon entering Songha Hall and walking around the screen, one immediately feels a chilling gaze sweep over them. The second madam's face is pale. Shen Tang asks directly, "Second aunt, you look so pale, are you ill?" With just one sentence, everyone's attention was drawn to the second wife, and even the old lady felt that the second wife's expression was too unpleasant. The second wife tried her best to suppress her emotions and regain some composure. The old lady repeatedly instructed you sisters to be harmonious, but what did you do? You went to the Prince Shen's mansion for the lotus viewing banquet, and when the eldest daughter sprained her ankle, you didn't even come back with her. Do you have any sisterly affection left? These words were so disgusting that Shen Tang almost threw up her breakfast. How dare Shen Han talk to her about sisterly affection? Shen Tang glanced at the second madam and said, "Second aunt's accusations are unreasonable. Everyone in the capital knows that I, Shen Tang, value sisterhood the most. In order not to hurt sisterly feelings, I refuse to marry the Prince of Jingyang. Yet, second aunt says that I have no sisterly feelings. I have never seen you criticize my elder sister like this before." Even if Shen Han really sprained her ankle at the Prince Shen's residence, the fact that she didn't accompany her back is insignificant compared to Shen Han poisoning her and framing her for marrying the Prince of Jingyang's son to bring good luck. Don't tell her that it's fine for the sisters to be at odds inside the manor, but not outside. That's exactly what the second wife meant, and she made no attempt to hide it. You sisters can quarrel however you want in the mansion, but to act like this when you're out as guests. Shen Tang said, "So this is how second aunt taught my eldest sister. I can't do something so hypocritical, all show and no substance." The second wife was practically green with envy when Shen Tang pointed his finger at her and berated her for being all show and no substance. Shen Tang looked at the old lady and said, "Grandmother, I didn't know about my elder sister's sprained ankle before I returned to the manor. I didn't even know when my elder sister left the Shun Prince's manor. I didn't see her at all during the Lotus Appreciation Banquet. I urged the maids of the Shun Prince's manor several times to help me look for her. It wasn't until the banquet ended that Princess Dingen told me that my elder sister had already left the Shun Prince's manor. That's when I returned to the manor. My elder sister didn't tell me why she left, nor did she take the carriage from the manor. Instead, she left the carriage for me. I thought this was not in line with my elder sister's personality. However, my second aunt insisted that I deliberately did not accompany my elder sister back to the manor and criticized me harshly. My second aunt is protecting my elder sister a bit too much." The old lady only knew that Shen Han and Shen Tang did not return to the mansion together, but she did not know that Shen Han did not return in the Marquis's carriage. Shen Han was someone the old lady watched grow up. She sprained her ankle at the Prince Shen's residence and wouldn't let Shen Tang accompany her. She even left the carriage for Shen Tang. Even if the sun rose in the west, there was no way that would happen. Moreover, Shen Han returned to the mansion only a quarter of an hour earlier than Shen Tang. Shen Tang said that Shen Han was nowhere to be seen during the entire lotus viewing banquet. In that long period of time, even if she walked, it would have been enough for Shen Han to walk from the Shunwang mansion back to the Pingyuan Marquis mansion. The old lady looked at the second wife and asked, "Why does it take so long to get back to the Marquis's residence from the Prince Shun's residence?" The second wife said, "Honor's foot hurt so much that we had to find a doctor to apply medicine on the way, which took up time." Shen Tang said, "Second aunt knows so much. How come you don't know whether it's because I don't accompany my elder sister, or because my elder sister doesn't want me to accompany her at all?" The second wife was so focused on attacking Shen Tang that she ended up getting herself and Shen Han involved. Shen Tang's story was reasonable and could withstand scrutiny, but the second wife's words were not. Either she was too sorry for Shen Han and gave a truncated report, asking the old lady to punish Shen Tang, or Shen Han did not tell the second wife the truth. Regardless of which one it was, the fault for not returning to the manor together today cannot be attributed to Shen Tang. Even if they are sisters, they are not bound together by hand and foot, and there will always be a time when they are separated. Shen Tang is not a mind reader, and she cannot know what Shen Han is thinking or doing. The second wife remained silent, her face cold. The old lady scolded, "Is this how you protect honor?" These days, Shen Tang has repeatedly tried to sow discord between the old lady and the madam, letting the old lady know how biased and protective the second wife is. The whole mansion has been vaguely speculating whether what Jiangshi said back then was true. Shen Han is not the eldest daughter of the main branch. In addition, Shen Sui's estrangement from the second branch is like a thorn stuck in the old lady's throat, making the old lady unable to eat or sleep. Now that the second wife is making trouble unreasonably, protecting Shen Han to an unreasonable degree, the old lady is even more uneasy. The second wife was so angry today that she lost her temper. Now that she's come to her senses, she quickly apologizes. It's my fault for not understanding the situation properly. You scolded her and then tried to let it go without even understanding the situation? It's not that easy. Shen Tang looked at the old lady, her voice choked with sobs. Grandmother, second aunt has been so protective of my elder sister that she has wronged and blamed me more than once. Although mother has passed away, father is still alive, and fourth aunt is now in charge of the household affairs. I don't want second aunt to interfere in the affairs of our eldest branch anymore. If my elder sister and I leave the mansion together, no matter what happens, second aunt will always think it's my fault. It would be better if my elder sister and I didn't live under the same roof. I will follow mother's last wishes and go live with the Jiang family. The old lady scolded lightly. Nonsense. She's already of marriageable age and won't be staying in the Marquis's mansion for much longer. How can she go and live in the Jiang family? They didn't let us go when we were young, and now that we're moving to the Jiang family's house, who knows what kind of rumors will spread. Shen Tang's eyes were red, and she had a wronged expression on her face, as if she had no choice. The old lady's sharp gaze swept over the second wife. From now on, if you say another word about the affairs of the eldest branch of the family or those two sisters, you'll be kneeling in the Buddhist hall to reflect on your actions. When the second wife tried to speak, the old lady's gaze grew even colder, preventing the words that had been on the tip of her tongue from escaping. Chapter 148. Keep your mouth shut. Now that Shen Han has been placed in the eldest branch of the family, she shouldn't try to interfere in the affairs of the eldest branch anymore. Once she sends Shen Han back to the second wife's house and her scheme to harm the eldest son's offspring is exposed, she will make the second wife pay for her mother's death with resentment. She asked Xia Guimo to send someone to Wangzhou to pick up Chunlan. The person she sent should have arrived by now, but she didn't know if she had been picked up. Whenever Shen Tang thought about this, she would pray in her heart that things would go smoothly. But how could the second wife possibly stop caring about Shen Han? With tears in her eyes, she said, I'm just heartbroken that Honor was almost strangled to death right after she was born. Shen Tang felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Since they had already broken off all pretense, she might as well say whatever she wanted. Second auntie is more than just a little bit sorry for eldest sister. She was so sorry for third sister that when both of them had rashes, second auntie stayed by eldest sister's bedside. It's a pity there's no second auntie in the mansion. No one cares about third sister, who has no mother to love her. Shen Ran was in the room when she heard Shen Tang's words. Her nose tingled and tears welled up in her eyes. The second wife panicked and said angrily, I just didn't understand and misunderstood the second young lady. Is the second young lady trying to sow discord between us mother and daughter? Shen Tang chuckled. Look at what you're saying, second aunt. I was just feeling sorry for third sister and standing up for her. I'm just being nosy and meddling. Why should I care about others when I don't even love my own child? Shen Tang was speaking about himself, but also about the second madam. Shen Han was nominally born to Madame Jiang. Madame Jiang herself didn't care about the flesh and blood of her own flesh and blood, and could be so heartless as to strangle her. Why should the second wife love her like the apple of her eye? It's one thing to love her a little, but to love her more than her own daughter is just stupid. Is the second wife a simpleton? On the contrary, she is more cunning than anyone else. Shen Tang wanted to clearly point out these abnormalities, making people speculate about them over and over again. The second wife stared intently at Shen Tang, feeling as if Shen Tang's mouth was poisoned, making her wish she could sew it shut with a needle. Shen Tang's words became increasingly unrestrained, making the second madam's heart pound with anxiety. From now on, I will no longer interfere in the affairs of the eldest branch of the family. She spoke with great backbone, but even if the sun rose in the west, her second wife couldn't do it. However, as the saying goes, if the second wife can't do it, Shen Tang will help her do it. Fearing the old lady's scolding, the second wife couldn't sit still and got up and left. After the second wife left, the old lady sent away all the maids and servants in the room, leaving only Wang Mama by her side. The old lady looked at Shen Tang and asked, "What exactly happened to your eldest sister's sprained ankle?" Shen Tang lowered her eyes and said, "I was persuaded to drink a cup of fruit wine at the Prince Shun's residence, and then a maid from the Prince Shun's residence splashed wine all over me. When Yinxing went to get her skirt, I fainted in the pavilion. At that time, only my elder sister was with me, but when I woke up, I saw the Prince of Jingyang's heir. After that, I didn't see my elder sister again." As for the matter of Shen Han being bullied by the Marquis of Chongping's heir, Shen Tang didn't mention it. The old lady might not believe that Shen Han harmed her, but she would definitely be angry with the old lady for watching Shen Han being abused by the Marquis of Chongping's heir without doing anything. She wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. But even this was enough to make the old lady's heart pound. No matter how bad Shen Tang's alcohol tolerance was, she shouldn't have fainted after just one cup of fruit wine. And it was such a coincidence that the maid spilled the wine, the personal maid was sent away, Shen Tang was lying there unconscious, and Shen Han abandoned her own sister. As for the matter of Shen Han being bullied by the Marquis of Chongping's heir, Shen Tang didn't mention it. The old lady might not believe that Shen Han harmed her, but she would definitely be angry with the old lady for watching Shen Han being abused by the Marquis of Chongping's heir without doing anything. She wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. But even this was enough to make the old lady's heart pound. No matter how bad Shen Tang's alcohol tolerance was, she shouldn't have fainted after just one cup of fruit wine. And it was such a coincidence that the maid spilled the wine, the personal maid was sent away, Shen Tang was lying there unconscious, and Shen Han abandoned her own sister. The old lady's face was longer than a horse's face. It was clearly Shen Han who abandoned Shen Tang, but the second madam turned around and blamed Shen Tang for not staying with Shen Han. She must have gotten into some trouble with Shen Han and lost her temper, so she was taking it out on Shen Tang. The old lady was becoming increasingly disappointed and dissatisfied with Shen Han. Fearing that the old lady would ask too many questions, Shen Tang stood up and said, "Grandmother, please rest. I'll head back now." After leaving Songha Hall, Yinxing saw Shen Tang heading towards Qingyi Garden and reminded her, "Miss, the Marquis has already returned to the manor at this hour." "I know." Seeing that Shen Tang was still walking forward, Yinxing asked in confusion, "Miss, aren't you going to tell the Marquis what happened today?" Shen Tang wanted Shen Sui to know just how ruthless Shen Han and the second wife were, but Shen Han had already paid the price. If she told her father now, no matter how angry he was, he wouldn't be able to punish Shen Han. Punishing Shen Han would inevitably drag her into it as well. If things got out of hand, her father would have to take responsibility for Shen Han's fate, even for his own sake and for the reputation of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. Just thinking about this possibility made Shen Tang want to vomit blood. Wouldn't it be better to let Shen Han swallow this bitter pill? Furthermore, she was waiting to see how the heir of the Marquis of Chongping planned to help Shen Han's scheme against Xia Guimo. Knowing what kind of person Xia Guimo was, how could he still dare to harbor such thoughts, and how could Xia Guimo find out about it? Shen Tang was waiting to see what would happen to the heir of the Marquis of Chongping. Shen Tang now even suspects that the second madam's attack on her is not a pretense to make the old madam punish her, but rather to make her reveal the truth in a fit of anger. Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden, while the second madam went to Qinglan Garden. Shen Han sat on the bed, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. When she saw the second madam enter, she looked even more aggrieved and helpless, which made the second madam's heart ache. The second wife felt that the Marquis of Chongping was not a good match for her daughter, but the threat of bloodshed loomed large, so she dared not take the risk. Women do not necessarily need men. Power and wealth can nourish women just as well. The second wife wanted to use Shen Tang's mouth to tell the old lady the truth and ask Shen Sui to put pressure on the Marquis of Chomping's mansion to force the Marquis of Chomping's son to marry Shen Han. But despite all her efforts, Shen Tang didn't even mention that she had fainted. It wasn't that she didn't know, but that she was too tight-lipped, leaving the second madam at a loss. The second wife sat down by the bed and comforted Shen Han, saying, "Marrying the Prince of Jingyang is better than marrying the Prince of Chomping. Tomorrow, second aunt will go to the palace to see Consort Yi." Shen Han didn't say anything. Tears kept flowing. That afternoon, dark clouds filled the sky, and by evening a torrential rain began to fall. It rained on and off for 3 whole days. As soon as the sky cleared up, it was time for the results of the imperial examinations to be announced. After breakfast, Shen Tang went to pay her respects to the old lady as usual. When she arrived, the third and fourth wives were chatting about the imperial examinations. The old lady smiled and said, "I wonder how the 2 young masters of the Jiang family did on their exams?" The second wife sat there, and upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Since Shen Yan disappeared, apart from Shen Tang and Shen Sui, no one dared to mention the Jiang family in front of the old lady. The old lady would not bring it up on her own initiative. Why would the old lady care whether the young master of the Jiang family would pass the imperial examination? The second wife was surprised, and the third and fourth wives also found it strange. However, when the old lady brought it up, she smiled and said, "I heard that the 2 young masters of the Jiang family are quite talented in literature, so they must be quite good." Shen Tang stepped forward to greet the old lady, and then said, "Grandmother, I would like to go to the Jiang family later to wait for good news." Although Shen Yan has not yet acknowledged his ancestors or even met them, the old lady's resentment towards the Jiang family has dissipated, and she still feels somewhat indebted to them. Therefore, she certainly wouldn't stop Shen Tang from going to the Jiang family, and she couldn't stop her anyway. Shen Sui had given the order that Shen Tang could go to the Jiang family at any time without asking anyone's permission. The old lady said, "The Jiang family must be getting anxious right now. You might as well go and wait with them." Shen Tang's eager heart had already flown to the Jiang family. She didn't know the exact time when the results would be released, but it should be before noon. Shen Tang said, "Then I'll go to the Jiang family first." Chapter 149. Results Announcement. The old lady smiled and nodded. Shen Tang curtsied, then turned and left, carrying the ginkgo leaves. When Shen Tang arrived at the Marquis's residence, the servant had just brought the carriage over. Yin Xing helped Shen Tang into the carriage, then climbed in herself, and the servant drove the carriage to the Jiang family. Today is the day the results of the imperial examinations are announced, and the streets are unusually lively. It took me an extra 15 minutes to get to the Jiang family's house. When the gatekeeper of the Jiang family saw the familiar carriage from the Pingyuan Marquis's residence, he quickly stepped forward to greet her. Shen Tang lifted the curtain and came out. The servant said, "Miss Shen has arrived. Eldest young master, second young master, eldest miss, and second miss have all left the residence to wait for the results of the imperial examinations." Shen Tang. She wanted to come to the Jiang family's house and wait with them, but they ended up waiting in front of the list of successful candidates. Ginkgo covered her mouth and chuckled, "Is Miss going to find young master cousin and Miss cousin?" Shen Tang glanced at the sky and said, "At this hour, if I go, they'll be back by now. Let's wait at the Jiang family's house." Yin Xing then got off the carriage and helped Shen Tang down. Suibai courtyard. Madame Jiang sat on the daybed, drinking tea, but she was clearly a little nervous. After all, her 2 grandsons were taking the imperial examinations, and the results were fast approaching, so it was impossible not to be nervous. Madame Jiang and Madame Jiang were so nervous that they couldn't sit still and kept looking towards the screen. If things go smoothly, the results will be posted by this time, but sometimes they won't be posted until the afternoon. There's no set time. Madame Jiang was so nervous that she served the wrong tea, reaching out to take Madame Jiang's tea instead. The maid said, "Madame Jiang, you've served the wrong tea." Madame Jiang quickly put down the tea. Just then, a maid ran in. Madame Jiang thought the results had been announced and quickly got up. The maid said, "Madam, Miss Jiang is here." Madame Jiang clutched her chest and silently sat back down. A short while later, Shen Tang walked in, and old Madame Jiang beckoned to her. "Tanger is here. Come sit next to your grandmother quickly." Shen Tang didn't even bother to pay her respects before sitting down next to old Madame Jiang. Old Madame Jiang asked, "What brings you to the Jiang family?" Shen Tang said, "Today is the day the results of the imperial examinations are announced. I was thinking of waiting at the manor, but instead of waiting at the manor, I came to the Jiang family to wait for the good news together. I just didn't expect that my cousins were all waiting in front of the list." Madame Jiang smiled and said, "You are so calm and composed, unlike them, who are all so impatient." Before Shen Tang could finish speaking, Yinxing covered her mouth and laughed. "Miss, you didn't know, otherwise you would definitely have gone too." Shen Tang glared at Yinxing, then leaned close to Madame Jiang and said, "Both of my cousins will definitely pass the imperial examinations." Madame Jiang had confidence in her two grandsons, but she still felt lingering fear when she thought about how Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan almost failed to even enter the examination hall. After waiting for a cup of tea after another, not to mention Madame Jiang the first and second, even old Madame Jiang was itching to go to the place where the results were posted to wait. This is too exhausting. It was almost lunchtime, but the results hadn't been released yet, or the candidate hadn't passed. The servant dared not return to report the news. Good news is reported hastily, but bad news is kept secret by the servant. After waiting another quarter of an hour, Shen Tang looked at the water clock. A servant boy ran in, panting heavily, and said, Old madam. I ran all the way back, and my mouth was so dry that I couldn't even speak." Madame Jiang quickly stood up. "Has the result been released?" The servant nodded repeatedly, swallowed hard, and said, "Madam, congratulations. Both the eldest and second young masters are on the list." Tears welled up in old Madame Jiang's eyes, while Madame Jiang the first and second madams were overjoyed and speechless with happiness. 2 members of one family passed the imperial examination. What an honor this is. Actually, today's results are only the list of those who have passed the preliminary examination. There is still the final examination to determine the final list. However, the final examination does not eliminate candidates. In other words, those who are on the list today are already guaranteed to pass the imperial examination. Madame Jiang asked, "How did they rank?" Although this is not the final ranking, only those at the top of the list have a chance to compete for first place. The servant said, "The eldest young master's ranking is quite high, 9th, while the second young master's is a bit lower." It was already a great honor for the 2 young masters of the Jiang family to be on the list at the same time. For them to rank so high was something old Madame Jiang never dared to dream of. Although she ranked low, Madame Jiang was still satisfied. In fact, in officialdom, apart from the first and second place winners, the difference between the rankings was not that great. Whether one could rise rapidly in officialdom depended on talent, but it wasn't really that important. How many top scholars remained obscure in the Hanlin Academy, and how many ranked lower up became high-ranking officials? Madame Jiang patted Shen Tang's hand and said, "It's all thanks to Tanger." Shen Tang shook her head and said, "This is not Tanger's achievement. It is the result of the efforts of my 2 cousins and the excellent guidance of you, my maternal grandfather, and my uncle and aunt." With just one sentence, she praised everyone, and old Madame Jiang couldn't stop smiling. Her little mouth is as sweet as honey. Ginkgo chuckled to herself. The girl's lips weren't coated with honey, but she had applied a lot of bayberries a few days ago, so they were sweet too. Knowing that she had passed the exam, Madame Jiang felt relieved. She glanced at the water clock and smiled. "We don't know when they will be back yet. Let's wait a quarter of an hour. If they're not back by then, let's eat first." A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and the maid brought in the food. Shen Tang helped old Madame Jiang sit down. Just as I picked up my chopsticks, Jiang Ning and Jiang Li returned. However, only the 2 of them returned. Old Madame Jiang said, Why are only the two of you back? Where are your elder brother and the others? Jiang Li laughed and said, my eldest and second eldest brothers both passed the imperial examination and were dragged by their classmates to celebrate, so we came back first. When Jiang Ning sat down, she was limping slightly. Shen Tang noticed and asked, cousin, what's wrong with your leg? Jiang Ning glared at Jiang Li before blushing and saying, when the results were posted, my second sister was so eager to see them that she pulled me forward and squeezed in, and someone accidentally stepped on her foot. Jiang Li playfully stuck out her tongue, sat down next to Shen Tang, covered her mouth and laughed. Does cousin know who stepped on big sister? Shen Tang raised an eyebrow. How would I possibly guess that? Jiang Li said, it's the one who ranked first on the provincial examination list, named Jiang Huaiji. My elder brother said he is very likely to be this year's top scholar. The Jianghuai region. He was a third-place scholar in his previous life. When he rode through the streets, Shen Tang went to see him. He was extremely handsome and was said to be the eldest son of the Jiang family, a prominent family in Qizhou. In his previous life, he cheated on the imperial examinations and still managed to become a third-place scholar. In this life, everyone takes the exams based on their true abilities, so there's a good chance that young Master Jiang will become the top scholar. Although the list of successful candidates in the metropolitan examination is not the final list, it is not arbitrary either. In particular, the person ranked first is guaranteed to be among the top scholars, if not necessarily the best. Shen Tang smiled and asked, is anyone looking for a husband after the list of successful candidates? Jiang Li nodded repeatedly. Young Master Jiang was being lured into marriage, and in his panic, he stepped on the eldest sister. You didn't see how embarrassed he looked when he realized he had stepped on her. Jiang Li's voice trailed off, and Jiang Ning wanted nothing more than to cover her mouth. Chapter 150. Congratulate. There were people in the room. If it were just Shen Tang, Jiang Li would definitely tease Jiang Ning. The Jiang family produced two Jinshi, successful candidates in the highest imperial examinations, in 1 year. If they could also produce a top scholar as their son-in-law, she was certain that the entire capital would be talking about the Jiang family for the next 2 months. Right now, tea houses and taverns are already talking about the Jiang family. There are families with two Jinshi, successful candidates in the highest imperial examinations, and even families with 7 Jinshi. But having 2 Jinshi in one examination is extremely rare. Even though the Jiang family is not of high social standing, it is still enough to make the great families envious. It's not enough for our ancestors to be great. Our descendants must also be great. Otherwise, if a spendthrift comes along, all the family's wealth can be squandered. Madame Jiang was overjoyed and picked up her chopsticks to put a chicken leg in Shen Tang's bowl. Madame Jiang and Madame Jiang also served food to Shen Tang. As I said before, if Shen Tang hadn't gone to escort Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan to the exam that day and stopped them in time to check what they brought into the exam room, the two of them would not only have failed to pass the exam, but if they had been found to have cheated, even the reputation of old Master Jiang would have been ruined. Madame Jiang sincerely believed that Shen Tang was a lucky star for the Pingyuan Marquis mansion and the Jiang family. The meal lasted for almost half an hour, with all the rules about not speaking while eating or sleeping forgotten, and laughter and chatter filling the air. After lunch, Shen Tang sat with old Madame Jiang for another quarter of an hour before taking his leave. Jiang Ning sprained her ankle, and Jiang Li saw Shen Tang out of the mansion. After leaving the Jiang family's gate, Shen Tang said to Jiang Li, from now on, you and your cousin can go to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence to find me without worry. No one will dare to make things difficult for you. Jiang Li leaned closer to Shen Tang and whispered, did something happen that I don't know about? Last time, when her uncle, the Marquis of Pingyuan, came to the mansion, he had lunch with her grandparents. After her uncle left, her grandfather said that they could go to the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion if they wanted to. However, she and her eldest sister had rarely been to the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion over the years and dared not. Now that Shen Tang said the same thing, Jiang Li felt that something good must have happened. Ever since her uncle's visit, her grandparents have been in a particularly good mood, as if a stone that had been weighing on their hearts for many years had been lifted. She had a vague feeling that her cousin, who had been missing for more than 10 years, had been found, but had not yet returned to the family. She dared not speculate. Shen Tang smiled and said, "You'll find out later." Although Jiang Li's curiosity was like a cat scratching at her heart, she didn't ask any more questions since Shen Tang had already told her. She watched Shen Tang leave in the carriage. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Shen Tang did not go directly to Qingyi Garden, but instead went to Songhe Hall. The news that both young masters of the Jiang family had passed the imperial examinations had already reached the Marquis's residence. Upon seeing Shen Tang, the fourth madam smiled and said, "Both young masters of the Jiang family have passed the imperial examinations. It is truly a cause for celebration." Shen Tang was also pleased. The old lady instructed Wang Mama, "Make a backup of the generous gift and send it to the Jiang family for me tomorrow." Shen Tang said, "Today is just the release of the results for the provincial examination. We should wait until after the palace examination to give gifts." The old lady chuckled. "There's no elimination in the palace examination. Being on the list today means you've already passed with flying colors. If you pass this time, you can pass next time too. It's never wrong to be overly polite." Thinking of all the resentment and estrangement she had harbored towards the Jiang family over the years, the old lady felt guilty. Since there was an opportunity to ease tensions, she naturally wanted to cherish it. Besides, even if she didn't send a gift, Shen Sui would still have to. Since the old lady said that, Shen Tang did not stop her. The second madam walked to the screen and happened to hear what the old lady said. This morning, the old lady brought up the two young masters of the Jiang family. Now she wants to send congratulatory gifts to the Jiang family and asked Wang Mama to go on her behalf. This is the first time since Xin Yan disappeared 16 years ago. The second wife's unease resurfaced. She desperately wanted to know what had happened that had changed the old lady's opinion of the Jiang family and made her take the initiative to ease tensions with them. Could it be that there's news of the crown prince? If she were pregnant, Shen Sui wouldn't be able to keep it a secret, and neither would the old lady. The old lady distanced herself from the Jiang family because of Xin Yan. Unless Xin Yan is found, the old lady will not change her attitude towards the Jiang family. My intuition tells me that this is connected to Xin Yan. This intuition made her even more uneasy. The second branch of the family had been plotting for so many years, and now that the missing heir had been found, the title would no longer be theirs. But she couldn't worry about Xin Yan right now. Shen Han's marriage was the most urgent matter. The second wife went in and offered a few insincere congratulatory words to the Jiang family, to which Shen Tang replied perfunctorily. Shen Tang was feeling a bit tired and was preparing to return to Qingyi Garden. Just as she was about to get up, a maid came in and reported, "Madam, news has come from the palace that the Empress's birthday is approaching, and the Emperor will hold a grand birthday banquet for her this year. All civil and military officials are invited to bring their families to the palace for the banquet." Shen Tang was a little confused. The Emperor doted on Consort Yi for over a decade, while treating the Empress with indifference. The palace has always only held grand birthday banquets for the Emperor and Empress Dowager. Why is the Empress being celebrated this year? Moreover, the arrangements were made in such a hurry, with the Empress's birthday banquet just a few days away. This never happened in my previous life. Shen Tang found it strange, and the old lady also felt something was wrong. This matter came too suddenly. Even if the Marquis's mansion held a birthday banquet for her, it would take 1 or 2 months to make the arrangements and then prepare. Even if the palace had enough manpower, it would still take time for civil and military officials to prepare birthday gifts for the Empress. They should at least be informed half a month in advance. But such news is probably true. The old lady instructed the fourth wife, whether the news is true or false, prepare the birthday gifts first. The fourth wife agreed. Cheng Xiangshuan. Xia Gimo was reading a military treatise. Chen Qi brought in tea and said, "Master, the palace will be holding a birthday banquet for the Empress in a few days." Xia Guimo was flipping through a military book when he heard this. He paused and ordered, "Go and find out why the emperor suddenly decided to hold a birthday banquet for the empress." Qin Shi went to handle this matter. It's estimated that all the officials in the court are wondering about it and trying to find out. The emperor's sudden change in attitude towards the empress might be related to the selection of the heir apparent, so they can't be indifferent to it. After finishing reading a military book, the person sent to inquire returned and reported to Xia Guimo. It was Consort Yi who suggested to the emperor that a grand birthday banquet be held for the empress. She said that since there had been no birthday banquet for the empress for so many years, it was only right to hold a grand one and have all the civil and military officials celebrate the empress's birthday. Did Consort Yi have such good intentions? Xia Guimo did not believe it. If they truly cared, they wouldn't have waited until the empress's birthday to make the suggestion to the emperor. For so many years, the palace has never held a grand birthday banquet for the empress, and naturally, it has never held one for Consort Yi either. No matter how much the emperor favors Consort Yi, she can never surpass the empress. Consort Yi's suggestion that the emperor hold a birthday banquet for the empress was not because she wanted to have a grand birthday celebration herself, but because she wanted to use the empress's birthday as a pretext to achieve her ulterior motives. With the schemes of the Marquis of Chongqing's heir and Shen Han swirling in his mind, Xia Guimo's eyes turned cold. Chapter 151. Birthday Greetings. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the Empress's birthday. Today, she was going to the palace to celebrate the Empress's birthday. Shen Tang chose a sky-blue brocade dress embroidered with gardenias. Her waist was so slender that it could be encircled by one hand. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her beauty was as lovely as peach blossoms in spring. After breakfast, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. She met Shen Han at the courtyard gate. Shen Han was also dressed up for the banquet in the palace. She wore a light red dress embroidered with butterfly orchids. However, her appearance was not as beautiful as Shen Tang's. No matter how she dressed up, she could not outshine Shen Tang. Instead, Shen Tang looked fresh and refined. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Shen Han ignored her and went straight into the courtyard. However, she slowed down when she entered the house, and she and Shen Tang entered one after the other. Anyone who didn't know the situation would think that they had been chatting and laughing as they came in. The two were dressed appropriately. The young ladies of the Marquis's mansion had never made a mistake in their attire. However, the old lady was a little worried. She had not forgotten that day when Shen Tang said that she had fainted after drinking only 1 cup of fruit wine at the lotus viewing banquet at the Prince Shun's mansion. The old lady still felt lingering fear when she thought about it. The old lady said to Shen Tang, "You are the only one going to the palace banquet today, so be careful." Shen Tang. She went alone? Shen Tang looked at Shen Han. "Isn't eldest sister going?" Shen Han said irritably, "Am I going to bring bad luck to the Empress with my sickly appearance?" Shen Tang was speechless after being rebuked. Shen Han's complexion was indeed not good, but when did she become so aware of this? Besides, if you're not going to the palace for the banquet, who are you dressing up for? Shen Tang said, "Elder sister, you're dressed up so nicely. I thought you were going to the palace to celebrate the Empress's birthday." Shen Han looked like she didn't want to talk to Shen Tang anymore. "I'm going to the Jokhang Temple to see if there's any way to avert my bloodshed." With that, she stood up. "Grandmother, I'll go to the Jokhang Temple first." After curtsying, Shen Han stepped out. When Shen Han turned around, Shen Tang noticed a lotus-shaped jade pendant on her waist, which made Shen Tang frown slightly. In her past life, Shen Han and the second prince had an accident, and she was wearing this jade pendant. She had no idea where this jade pendant came from. She knew exactly what jade pendants and jewelry Shen Han had, but she had no idea where this jade pendant came from. However, in this life, Shen Han and the heir of the Marquis of Chongqing have an affair, so she has no chance to become the second prince's wife. Shen Tang withdrew her gaze, then felt a cold gaze fall upon her. She looked up and saw that the second madam's eyes were filled with a chill. Anyone who didn't know better would think that she was the one preventing Shen Han from entering the palace. The old lady was truly afraid. She felt somewhat relieved that only one of Shen Han and Shen Tang would enter the palace. Shen Tang gave Yin Xing a wink, and Yin Xing went to inquire. When the maid came in and said that the carriage was ready, Shen Tang, the second madam, and Shen Ran went to the palace together. Upon arriving at the gate of the Marquis's residence, the carriages were already waiting there. Shen Han was not going to the palace, so Shen Ran and Shen Tang rode in one carriage, while the second madam rode in a sedan chair. Once inside the carriage, Shen Ran cautiously looked at Shen Tang, who asked, "Why are you looking at me like that, third sister?" Shen Ran clasped her hands and said, "My mother always protects my eldest sister and makes trouble for my second sister. I thought my second sister would take her anger out on me." Shen Tang chuckled lightly. "To be blunt, your second aunt doesn't care about you. If I target you, I can't hurt your second aunt, so why should I bother with you?" Those were indeed hurtful words, leaving her speechless except for a bitter smile. Shen Tang looked Shen Ran up and down, making Shen Ran reach out and touch her face. "Why are you looking at me like that, second sister?" Shen Tang said, "You look neither like your second aunt nor your second uncle. Your second aunt dotes on your eldest sister and neglects you. Have you ever doubted that you are not your second uncle and aunt's biological child?" Shen Ran lowered her eyes and didn't speak, but her silence was her answer. "It's good to have doubts. Having doubts prevents one from aiding and abetting evil." Shen Tang didn't want to make another enemy. Thinking back to how Shen Ran was hastily married off to her own nephew, the eldest son of the Wang family, by the second wife in her previous life, Shen Tang still couldn't understand why the second wife would do such a thing. The two had nothing to say to each other. Shen Tang leaned against the carriage, closed his eyes to rest, and Shen Ran remained silent. The two remained silent the entire way until they entered the palace. Although the Empress's birthday banquet was held in a hurry, there were still quite a few people coming to the palace to offer their congratulations. Carriages came and went in an endless stream, filling the spacious horse parking area to capacity. The palace maids led the way, taking the women to the Imperial Garden. In the Imperial Garden, a riot of colors and rare flowers bloomed in profusion. A palace maid led Shen Tang and the second madam to see the Empress. In the magnificent pavilion, Empress Su sat there, with Consort Yi and Consort Zhao sitting on either side of her. Empress Su had a faint smile on her face, but Consort Yi was all smiles. Anyone who didn't know better would think that it was Consort Yi who was celebrating her birthday today. No wonder Empress Su was unhappy. The emperor rarely held a birthday banquet for her, but it was done in such a hasty manner. What was even more infuriating was that it was only held at the suggestion of Consort Yi. This was a great humiliation for her, the empress who was supposed to be the mother of the nation. Empress Su declined, but the Empress Dowager felt that she should hold a grand celebration for her. She dared not disobey the Empress Dowager and could only accept it. The Chongping Marquis' mansion had previously lost face, but Consort Yi had managed to regain it all by orchestrating the Empress's birthday banquet. Although she was the Empress, Consort Yi had the final say on whether the birthday banquet was large or small. It was truly unbelievable how pathetic the Empress was. The noble ladies who came to offer their birthday wishes today, while flattering her, all flattered Consort Yi. Perhaps fearing that she might be displeased, they also included Consort Zhao, so as not to appear to be deliberately currying favor with Consort Yi. Empress Su knew perfectly well that if anyone had come to wish her a happy birthday today, it would probably only be Miss Shen, who had been troubled by Consort Yi. Previously, when Shen Han developed a rash at the palace banquet, Empress Su questioned Shen Tang, and Shen Tang's performance pleased Empress Su. Today, with everyone else around, Empress Su found Shen Tang even more pleasing to the eye. Shen Tang stepped forward and curtsied to Empress Su, saying, "May your majesty enjoy boundless happiness and longevity." Empress Su smiled and said, "Please don't stand on ceremony." This year, Miss Shen's maternal grandfather's family produced two Jinsher, successful candidates in the highest imperial examinations, which is truly remarkable. Just as Shen Tang was about to praise Empress Xia on behalf of the Jiang family, Consort Yi smiled and said, "The two young masters of the Jiang family are indeed good. But it is a pity that the Jiang family was negligent and the only son of Marquis Pingyuan was lost. He has not been found for more than 10 years. The Jiang family is upright and honest, but their positions in the court are mediocre. They originally had the Pingyuan Marquis family as a backer, but their in-laws almost became enemies. Even if they had two Jinsher, successful candidates in the highest imperial examinations, they would not go far in the court without a backer. What is there to congratulate them on?" Empress Su merely praised the Jiang family, yet Consort Yi relentlessly poured cold water on them. Due to her status, Shen Tang couldn't retort. However, while Shen Tang couldn't, Empress Su could. She smiled and said, "Although Marquis Pingyuan has no sons, he has quite a few nephews. The Marquis Pingyuan's mansion is not lacking in heirs. On the contrary, he only has one son. If he is not properly cared for, the entire family will be wiped out." Chapter 152. Deter. Empress Su spoke in a calm tone, but her words were quite impactful, and Consort Ye's face turned ashen. Everyone present could hear the Empress Su's implied meaning. In fact, there were quite a few officials in the court who only had one son, but not many who only had a son and no nephews. Coupled with the remark about poor care, it almost accurately pinpointed Consort Ye's maternal family, the Marquis of Chongping's mansion. The heir of the Marquis of Chongping was kicked down a hillside at the Jiakhang Temple and almost died. At the Lantern Festival, he was kicked into a lake to cool off and broke a rib. He has twice been on the verge of having no descendants, and who knows when he might really have no descendants. Marquis Pingyuan has no sons, but he is not lacking in heirs. She is unaware that her maternal family faces a great risk of having no descendants. Where did Consort Yi get the confidence to pour cold water on Marquis Pingyuan's family? Empress Su's blatant counterattack left Consort Yi speechless, lest she take offense. To save Consort Ye's face, the left prime minister's wife promptly changed the subject. Space in the pavilion was limited, so only those of high status could stay there to talk with Empress Su and Consort Yi, while the younger generation, such as Shen Tang, went to admire the flowers. Shen Tang wasn't familiar with those young ladies from prominent families, nor was she interested in those games. However, she didn't dare go to places where there were few people, so she chose a spot with few people but not so few that she could not appreciate the flowers. Her hand brushed across the blooming peony, and Ginkgo stood beside her, saying, "Miss, the Prince of Jingyang's heir has arrived." Yinxing spoke very softly, perhaps because she was used to the Prince of Jingyang climbing over the wall to visit the Marquis's mansion to find the girl. Now that he was coming over so openly, Yinxing felt a little guilty. Ginkgo. Let alone Ginkgo. Even Shen Tang herself couldn't figure out what Xia Gimo was up to. Maybe they were just passing by? Yes, Xia Gimo came to find Shen Tang, but Shen Tang didn't dare to look at him, and even turned her back to him. Her open search turned into just passing by. He simply passed by and left a few words, "I'll be waiting for you at the rockery over there." Shen Tang. Shen Tang's lips twitched. Was there a side effect to climbing through the window? She didn't know how to interact with him in front of others anymore. Seeing the direction Xia Gimo had gone, Shen Tang steeled herself and went over. Just as she reached the artificial hill, an arm reached out and pulled her into it. Then, a hand touched her cheek. Shen Tang said, "No, don't touch me like that." Xia Gimo leaned closer to Shen Tang, his breath hitting her face. "I thought you liked this." In public, no matter how reckless he was, he couldn't lay a hand on her. She wouldn't even look at him in public, but he couldn't help himself in private. Shen Tang wanted to hit him. "You're the one who likes this." Xia Gimo smiled and said, "I do like it this way." She just asked him a question, and Shen Tang blushed as she asked, "What do you want from me?" Xia Gimo said, "If anyone comes looking for you later, just go. I've arranged for someone to protect you secretly." With Consort Yi in the palace, Shen Tang was much more vigilant than elsewhere. He was afraid that Consort Yi's plans might not go smoothly, so he had to come and lower Shen Tang's guard. It was truly unbelievable. Shen Tang was a little confused. She raised her voice. You're still plotting against me? I'm not sure either, Xiaogimo said. I see. Xiaogimo bent down to kiss Shen Tang, but stopped just before he touched her. Shen Tang slipped out from under his arms, which were holding her captive on the artificial hill, and left with Ginkgo. Shen Tang walked a dozen steps away, and Xiaogimo said, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures jumped down from the tree. It was Chu Yi, the heir apparent of the Marquis of Shuani, and Xiao Sun, the heir apparent of the Prince of Duan. Chu Yi walked over, fanning himself with a folding fan. Why don't you kiss her? I want to see for myself how you got this rash. Xiao Sun sighed. Are you really not afraid he'll beat you up? Still fearful, Chu Yi scratched his forehead with his folding fan, regretting his hasty words. He couldn't possibly defeat the Prince of Jing'ang. Xiao Sun, on the other hand, asked Xiaogimo with concern, will I still be able to drink your and Miss Shen's wedding wine? If I can't kiss Miss Shen, how can I marry her? Others might not know, but he knew that Xiaogimo was serious. He had been struggling for half a year to marry Miss Shen. If he wanted to give up, he would have given up long ago and wouldn't have persisted until now. Xiaogimo said, don't worry, we'll get you some to drink as soon as possible. Then we'll be waiting, Xiao Sun said with a smile. The three left the rockery, but after walking only a dozen steps, a young eunuch came looking for Xiaogimo, so Xiaogimo left, leaving only Chu Yi and Xiao Sun. The two walked towards the more crowded area, chatting and laughing. They took a side path and Yuni, the eldest daughter of the Right Prime Minister's residence, and Zhaoling, the eldest daughter of the Minister of Works' residence, walked this way and saw Chu Yi and Xiao Sun. Miss Yun blushed as she recalled the time she drank the wrong tea at Wansui Pavilion. She grabbed Miss Zhao's hand and quickly turned and left. Miss Zhao, why are you running? Those are the heirs of Marquis Shuani and Prince Duan. If you run into them, just say hello. There's no need to avoid them, is there? Why are you blushing so much when you're hiding from me? There's a problem. Not only did Miss Zhao feel something was wrong, but Xiao Sun felt the same way. Glancing over and seeing that Chu Yi also looked a little uncomfortable, Xiao Sun teased, something's up. No. Chu Yi denied it. Xiao Sun laughed and said, if nothing's wrong, why are you blushing? Chu Yi said, I'm not blushing. I'm referring to the eldest daughter of the Right Prime Minister's family, Xiao Sun said. Miss Yun's blush was obvious, and Chu Yi couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Seeing Xiao Sun looking at him with a smile, Chu Yi said, don't look at me like that, there's nothing between her and me. It's just that the young lady drank the wrong tea, and he couldn't stop her. It's understandable that Miss Yun avoided him, since it was indeed awkward. It's such a small thing, just pretend it never happened. You don't have to be so thin-skinned. Next time it happens, I'll have to talk to her about it. If she avoids him like this, it's easy to arouse suspicion. Chu Yi hadn't intended to look for Miss Yun. The Imperial Garden was so large that it wouldn't be easy to run into her. However, Xiao Sun had to leave for a while, and while he was wandering around, he bumped into Miss Yun again. Chu Yi. Miss Yun. Is it that easy to run into someone like that? Miss Yun was accompanied only by her maid this time. She turned to leave, but Chu Yi said, wait. Miss Yun paused for a moment, then quickened her pace. Chu Yi. Can't I even say a word? He insisted on talking to her. Miss Yun covered her head and left, only to find Chu Yi hiding in front of her. Miss Yun looked like she'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Chu Yi said, you wouldn't necessarily avoid me like the plague, would you? After that awkward day, Miss Yun not only avoided him, she wished she could disappear into the ground on the spot. Miss Yun didn't dare look him in the eye. Knowing she couldn't avoid it, she stopped trying, but she couldn't help blushing. Her voice was so nervous she couldn't find the right tone. Xian, does the heir apparent of Marquis Shuani want to see me? Chapter 153. Engagement. What's up? It's not a big deal. He didn't know what was wrong with him. The girl was avoiding him, yet he still blocked her way. Chu Yi said about that day. With just 4 words, Miss Yun's already flushed face turned even redder. She felt ashamed whenever she thought about what happened that day, and the heir of the Marquis of Shuani even brought it up. Was he trying to embarrass her to death? Chu Yi saw her blush, The speed was even faster than he could paint, and it actually looked quite pretty. Suddenly, a mischievous thought arose in his mind. He deliberately took a few steps closer to her. Miss Yoon was afraid that he would get too close, so she would take a few steps back every time he took a few steps. Chewie said, "If I remember correctly, isn't there a saying that you marry the person whose tea you drink?" Boom. Miss Yoon blushed bright red. I didn't mean to. Chewie said, "As the saying goes, a good match is preordained by heaven." Miss Yoon was furious. "How could you do this?" His voice was so tense it was almost cracking. Chewie laughed. "I was just joking with you. I didn't take that day to heart. But if you see me in the future, don't go out of your way to avoid me. People might think there's something between us." He had barely finished speaking when a toad hopped over from the nearby grass, but its aim was off and it landed right on Miss Yoon's feet. Miss Yoon was already on edge when something ugly bumped into her foot, scaring her half to death. She looked down and saw a toad. Startled, she screamed and jumped from the grass onto the bluestone ground. Chewie, unaware of what was happening, saw the girl, her face pale, leaping towards him. His hands moved faster than his brain. He stretched out his arm and caught her. By the time I realized it, Chewie, Miss Yoon. There were quite a few people in this area, and Miss Yoon's shout attracted everyone's attention. Then they saw the scene of the Marquis of Schwanni's heir holding Miss Yoon. Both the person holding the other and the person being held felt like they wanted to die. At the pavilion. The birthday banquet was still a while away, and Empress Su and Consort Yi were chatting and laughing with the other noble ladies. The last palace banquet was held to select a crown prince consort for Xiao Wan. When this matter was mentioned, the left prime minister's wife said, "So many days have passed, and I haven't heard anything about the crown prince of Ning getting engaged. The old Prince Ning is the emperor's own uncle and is deeply trusted by the emperor. However, his family is dwindling. The Prince Ning's heir is both scholarly and martial. It would be great to marry one's daughter to the Prince Ning's heir. However, a banquet has been held to select a consort for the Prince Ning's heir, but no one has been chosen yet. It is unknown what kind of person can catch the Prince Ning's eye. It must be said that the second daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan is truly blessed. She refused to marry the heir of the Prince of Jingyang and turned down the marriage proposal from the old Prince Ning for his grandson. There are rumors that the reason the Marquis of Pingyuan refused the marriage was because the emperor intended to bestow a marriage upon her, so the marriage should not be bad. The eldest prince, born to Empress Su, and the second prince, born to Consort Yi, have both reached marriageable age, and the two are planning their marriages. Consort Yi smiled and said, "His Majesty was quite pleased with the Right Chancellors presiding over the imperial examinations this time. The Right Chancellor and his wife are excellent at educating their daughters. Young Master Yoon is exceptionally talented in literature, and Miss Yoon is intelligent and beautiful." Consort Yi spoke highly of Miss Yoon. A person in a high position like this wouldn't praise a girl casually. The Right Chancellor hasn't taken sides, and both the first prince and the second prince are actively trying to win him over. Consort Yi's public praise of Miss Yoon clearly indicates her intention to win over the Right Chancellor's family through a marriage alliance. The second prince was already slightly superior to the eldest prince in court. If it weren't for the eldest prince's status as the legitimate eldest son, the position of crown prince would probably have been in the second prince's hands long ago. In the past 2 months, the Marquis of Chongping's heir was beaten, and the Marquis of Chongping was busy catching the assassin, which gave the eldest prince a chance to catch his breath. This is why Empress Su found Shen Tang particularly pleasing to the eye. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the Right Chancellor also sides with the second prince will have a better chance of winning the struggle for the throne. Empress Su did not dislike Miss Yoon. She even praised her to the emperor and hoped that he would bestow a marriage upon the eldest prince. However, the emperor felt that they were not suitable, and the matter was dropped. She may not have the ability to get the emperor to grant her a marriage, but Consort Yi might. By pulling this stunt at her birthday banquet, she was clearly trying to annoy her. Empress Su's eyes turned cold. A mother is naturally pleased when her daughter is praised. The Right Chancellor's wife humbly replied, "There are many young ladies in the capital whose literary talent surpasses that of my daughter. She is unworthy of such praise from the noble consort." Consort Yi smiled and said, "The Right Chancellor's wife is too modest. I am very beautiful." Before she could finish speaking, a palace maid strode in. She walked quickly, but didn't speak after entering. Consort Yi, who had been interrupted, looked displeased. "What do you want to report?" The palace maid didn't know how to report it. She glanced at the Right Chancellor's wife, then looked at the Marquis of Shuani's wife, and said truthfully, "The eldest daughter of the Right Chancellor's family is over there." She was frightened by a toad. Just then, the Marquis of Shuani's heir happened to pass by, and in her panic, she jumped into his arms. The Right Chancellor's wife. "Lady Shuani, how could she have given birth to such a timid daughter? My daughter has completely disgraced me." The Prime Minister's wife blushed and her neck thickened. Lady Shuani wondered if she was dreaming. She and his father had been so worried about her unruly son's marriage, but now, while attending a banquet at the palace, she found herself with a girl in her arms. The Marquis of Shuani's mansion and the Right Chancellor's mansion were a perfect match, and the two of them embraced in public. Without an engagement, things would be impossible to end. The Right Chancellor's wife glanced at the Marquis of Shuani's wife, then gave an embarrassed bow to Empress Su and Consort Yi before hurrying off to find her daughter. The Marquis of Shuani's wife did the same. A palace maid led the way, and the Right Chancellor's wife and the Marquis of Shuani's wife went to the scene of the incident. From afar, the Right Chancellor's wife saw her daughter blushing as if she wanted to slit her own throat, and the Marquis of Shuani's heir was not much better off. The Right Chancellor's wife walked over and asked, "What happened?" Miss Yun wanted to cry. She had never done anything so shameful in her entire life, losing all face in front of the Marquis of Shuani's heir. Lady Shuani asked Chui, "What happened?" Chui was extremely embarrassed. "I saw her scream in fright and jump towards me, and without thinking much, Lady Shuani hit him, and then went to coax Miss Yun. Empress Su also came over and praised Chui and Miss Yun, saying with a smile, "Today is my birthday. How about I act as a matchmaker for the two of them?" The wife of the Right Chancellor and the wife of the Marquis of Shuani could not refuse. If a daughter jumps into someone's arms in public and a son hugs someone's girl in public, it's unreasonable not to marry them, and even more unreasonable not to take their hand in marriage. Normally, for such an important matter, the Right Chancellor's wife and the Right Chancellor, and the Marquis of Xuanping's wife and the Marquis of Xianping would definitely have discussed it. If they hesitated, it would be seen as disliking each other. The Right Chancellor's wife and the Marquis of Xuanping's wife looked at each other without saying a word, and then the marriage was settled. Chui, could things be any more hasty? Xiaosun came over after hearing the news and patted Chui on the shoulder, saying, "You said it was okay." Chui looked utterly hopeless. "Would you believe me if I said we just started dating?" Chapter 154. Leave. Why did he stick his arm out like that? Chui was filled with remorse and wished he could cut off his own arms. If he hugs a girl in public and then says he won't marry her, his parents would definitely beat him to death. But the Prince of Jingyang's heir carried Miss Shen II, yet he didn't come to propose marriage. And the Prince of Ning's heir rescued Miss Shen II, yet they weren't engaged. At least one of these two men is definitely not going to marry Miss Shen. Could he also choose not to marry her? Chui protested inwardly, but his mouth seemed to be glued shut, and he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Chui said he had no relationship with the eldest daughter of the Right Prime Minister's mansion, which Xiaosun certainly didn't believe, but that didn't matter. He laughed and said, "Looks like I'll have to drink your wedding wine first." Chui. Siagimo. For most people, getting engaged is faster than having a meal, so why is it so difficult for him? There were many people attending the banquet at the palace today, making it quite lively. With Chui and Miss Yun providing fodder for conversation, the imperial garden was filled with laughter and joy. Wherever Chui went, congratulations followed. All he wanted to do now was find that toad and skin it alive. When the news reached Shen Tang's ears, she felt that the marriage was a good match. Although Chui was unreliable, he was a good person. Although Chui was unreliable, he was a good person. Miss Yoon was the daughter of the Right Chancellor, and she was proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. She was far superior to ordinary young ladies from prominent families. In his previous life, the Right Chancellor did not take sides. He neither sided with the first prince nor favored the second prince. Even so, he still displeased the second prince's faction. After all, the Right Chancellor was a very powerful official, and many people were eyeing that position. After the second prince ascended the throne, the Right Chancellor was forced to resign. Chui is on Siegimo's side. He married the Right Chancellor's daughter, which will make it much easier for them to win over the Right Chancellor in the future. Empress Su's birthday banquet is being held in the Wendy Hall today, and it's almost time to begin. The palace staff are asking the civil and military officials and their families who have come to offer their congratulations to move to the Wendy Hall. Shen Han wasn't there, so Shen Tang and Shen Ran sat at one table. Once everyone had arrived, a hoarse voice came through. His Majesty has arrived. Everyone rose to greet the Emperor and Empress Dowager and wished the Empress a long and healthy life. Empress Su smiled broadly, but the smile was superficial. Although the banquet was for the Emperor and Empress Dowager and the officials were present, a banquet meticulously prepared a month in advance was far superior to one prepared only 6 or 7 days in advance. It would be unpleasant to say that way. Among all the empresses of the past dynasties, she was probably the only one who had held a birthday banquet in such a rush. It was supposed to be a birthday celebration for her, but it was actually a display of how favored Consort Yu was. Even if Empress Su were to pretend, she couldn't fake being happy. Consort Yu tried her best to be patient, but she still smiled broadly. She glanced at the second madam and had to admit that the second madam's idea of holding a birthday banquet for the Empress was indeed brilliant. If that matter can be accomplished today, she will reward you handsomely. The highlight of the birthday banquet was the birthday celebration. The Empress Dowager presented Empress Su with a jade rui, and the Emperor presented her with a pair of colorful porcelain cups and vases. Empress Su stood up to express her gratitude. Consort Yi presented a string of jade beads, and Consort Zhao presented 2 pearls. Next came the eldest prince, who presented a longevity scroll embroidered in gold thread, followed by the second prince. After the princes and princesses presented their gifts, it was Prince Ning's turn. Prince Ning presented a jade rui made of gold, and Empress Su rose to express her gratitude. After Prince Ning, there were princes from the Zhao family and other princely families, followed by dukes, marquises, and other nobles. The gifts they sent were varied and all aimed at conveying a sense of value and grandeur. Shen Tang read through the entire presentation. It seemed that, apart from the eldest prince's gifts which were prepared in advance, the others were probably just something that had been thought of in the last few days. However, none of them were flawed. Empress Su's expression also improved considerably. Even though the birthday banquet was held hastily and hurt her feelings, these gifts were still in her hands, which was a considerable income. It would be good if she could use them to help the eldest prince win over people. Thinking this way made me feel much better. However, only officials in the capital presented birthday gifts. The birthday banquet was held in a hurry, and the officials who were stationed outside the capital probably hadn't received the news yet, so naturally they wouldn't send anyone to send congratulatory gifts to the capital. Of course, some members of the Crown Prince's faction also sent gifts, but that was in private, and they would send them regardless of whether a banquet was held or not. After the officials offered their birthday wishes, they all rose to congratulate the Empress on her longevity and good fortune. Then, dancers came up to perform. It was bustling and extraordinary. Shen Tang sat there, drinking tea, eating snacks, and watching the song and dance performances. Last time, Consort Ye's scheme against her failed, causing Shen Han to suffer. She shouldn't use the same trick a second time, especially since today was Empress Su's birthday banquet. Empress Su was already very unhappy with the banquet, and she would never allow Consort Yi to cause any more trouble. Shen Tang was quite at ease. She watched a few dances and ate some candied bayberries. A palace maid came over and slipped her a note while pouring tea. Shen Tang. Someone actually wants to meet her? Shen Tang took the note, opened it under the table and read. We met at the Jade Bridge in the Imperial Garden. Xiao Huan. Shen Tang then noticed that Xiao Huan had left the banquet. Shen Tang glanced in Xia Guimo's direction. Noticing her gaze, Xia Guimo gave her a reassuring look, and Shen Tang left her seat with peace of mind. Shen Ran looked at her and asked, Where are you going, second sister? Shen Tang said, I'll go wash my hands. Shen Tang looked at the note, and Shen Ran knew she was a little worried. Should I go with you? Shen Tang refused. No need, I'll be back in a bit. Since Shen Tang didn't want to stay, Shen Ran didn't insist on accompanying her and continued to enjoy the song and dance performance. Shen Tang left Wendy Hall from the back. Seeing her leave, Consort Yi gave a wink to the palace maid, who then left. Xia Guimo sat there drinking. He finished a pot of wine, and the eunuch brought him another pot. He drank one cup after another. Meanwhile, Shen Tang went to the Jade Bridge in the Imperial Garden as written on the note, but the bridge was deserted. Shen Tang waited patiently, while Ginkgo was getting impatient. Miss, how long are we going to wait? She didn't know either. Xia Guimo didn't say. Just wait and see. It's nice to enjoy the breeze here. Shen Tang waited for half an hour, feeling like she was about to be blown silly by the wind, but no one came to pay attention to her. Shen Tang's legs were sore from standing, and she couldn't stand any longer. Shen Tang gave up and said, Let's go back. They couldn't just stand there like idiots, so the master and servant walked back the way they came. As they left, they glanced around, wondering if the people Xia Guimo had arranged to protect her were also standing there like idiots in some corner. Shen Tang took Yinxing back to Wendy Hall, and from afar they could hear melodious singing and dancing coming from inside. Inside the hall, after the dancers finished their performance, a young lady from a prominent family came up on stage to perform. Consort Yi watched with a leisurely air when a palace maid hurried over, whispered a few words in her ear, and Consort Yi frowned. What? She lowered her voice deliberately, but it was still loud enough for the Emperor and Empress Su to hear. The Emperor looked over. What's wrong? Consort Yi hurriedly said, It's nothing. I'm just feeling unwell, and will be leaving my seat for a moment. The Emperor withdrew his gaze, and Consort Yi stood up. Empress Su, still worried, gave her personal maid, Zhao Mama, a wink, and Zhao Mama led her men to follow. Chapter 155. Messy. When Consort Yi came out of Wendy Hall, Shen Tang happened to be walking by, and they met face to face. Shen Tang curtsied to Consort Yi, but Consort Yi glanced at her and walked away. Behind her followed a nanny, and behind the nanny were 4 palace maids and 2 eunuchs. This was quite an entourage. Consort Yi walked very quickly, seemingly in a hurry. Shen Tang glanced at her a few more times, and then Zhao Mama, who was by Empress Su's side, also came over with 2 palace maids and walked past her. The banquet wasn't over yet, so why did Consort Yi leave? Shen Tang's intuition told her that something had happened, and it was probably related to Xia Guimo. Anyway, Xia Guimo had sent people to protect her secretly, so Shen Tang felt at ease and went to see for herself. Since it concerned Xia Guimo, she didn't have the patience to wait for the news to reach the Wendy Hall. Seeing Shen Tang follow, Ginkgo said, Miss, let's not go. But what Shen Tang was about to do was beyond Yinxing's ability to persuade him. However, the palace was not like other places, so one had to be extremely cautious. Led by a palace maid, Consort Yi arrived at a palace with its doors tightly closed, from which faint sounds that would make one blush could be heard. Consort Yi shouted, How dare you commit such filthy acts in the palace? Kick the door open for me. As soon as Consort Yi finished speaking, a maid stepped forward and kicked the door, almost knocking it down. The door was kicked open, and the old woman went in, only to see clothes scattered all over the floor. Brocade robes and women's skirts were scattered all over the ground, and a belly band embroidered with peonies hung on the incense burner, a truly unsightly sight. Consort Yi walked in and saw the mess on the floor. Her face grew even darker. I want to see who is so presumptuous in the palace. Consort Yi walked over there, and the old woman who had gone around the screen saw the person on the bed and screamed in fright. Ah! The scream came so suddenly that it startled Shen Tang, who had just stepped outside the door, and also gave Consort Yi, who was walking over, quite a fright. Consort Yi angrily rebuked, "What are you yelling for?" The old woman's face was deathly pale, and she stammered, "No, it's not." Consort Yi frowned. "What do you mean not?" The old woman dared not say anything. It wasn't just their people who came in. Empress Su had sent people in as well, and even Consort Zhao had sent palace servants to see what was going on. The old woman couldn't explain it clearly. Consort Yi, impatient, walked straight over and saw the person on the bed. The color drained from her face instantly, and her body swayed precariously. Suddenly barged in, Shen Han pulled the blanket over herself, wishing she could bury herself completely under it. But the man in bed wasn't the one Consort Yi was trying to catch in adultery, it was her own son. Second prince. Upon seeing the second prince, Consort Yi felt dizzy and fainted. If a palace maid hadn't caught her in time, she wouldn't have been able to stand. Consort Yi's voice trembled, "My son? How could it be you?" The second prince was extremely dizzy, and his body felt hot, as if it were on fire. He had just found a spring of cool water when he was interrupted. Before his mind had cleared up much, his body felt even more unbearable. Consort Yi's people didn't intend to stop Granny Zhao, and such a big matter couldn't be kept secret. When Granny Zhao arrived and saw the scene, she was stunned. The second prince was having an affair with the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan's family here. This is no small matter. Zhao Mama immediately instructed the palace maid, "Go and inform the emperor and the empress." But how could Empress Su's people listen to Consort Yi? Consort Yi said, "Today is the empress's birthday banquet, and all the civil and military officials are here to wish the emperor a happy birthday. Does Granny Zhao want this to ruin the empress's birthday banquet?" Zhao Mama said, "Your Highness, please rest assured, the palace maids are discreet and will not make a big fuss about it." Not wanting to look at such a sordid scene, Granny Zhao curtsied and left. Consort Yi was so focused on arranging the Empress's birthday banquet to establish her authority that she failed to keep an eye on the second prince, allowing him and Miss Shen to do such a disgraceful thing. The Empress will surely be satisfied with the birthday gift that Consort Yi sent. The second prince was parched, the effects of the aphrodisiac still lingering. He didn't even care that there were so many people in the bedchamber. He simply drew the bed curtains and continued. Consort Yi was so angry that she wanted to order someone to pull the second prince away, but she could only retreat. Consort Yi was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Not to mention that the emperor will surely punish such a person severely for causing such a scene at the empress's birthday banquet. Now that the deed is done, the emperor will definitely want the second prince to marry Miss Shen as his second prince's consort. How can a woman rejected by the Prince of Jingyang be worthy of being the second prince's consort? The person who should be inside the hall is the Prince of Jingyang's heir, not the second prince. The sounds came from inside the hall. Consort Yi was both angry and worried. Granny Du said, "There are palace servants watching over His Highness. He will be fine. Your Highness should return to the birthday banquet." Her meticulous scheming ultimately led to the death of her own son. How could Consort Yi accept this? However, she was also afraid that this matter would escalate and damage the second prince's reputation. It was more important for her to return to the birthday banquet and stabilize the overall situation. Consort Yi lifted her foot and walked towards Wendy Hall, but her face was as ugly as could be. As for Shen Tang, she was completely stunned when she learned that Shen Han and the second prince were inside the hall. Shen Tang left before Zhao Mama came out. When Consort Yi returned to the birthday banquet and saw Xia Guimo sitting there drinking, if looks could kill, Xia Guimo would have been killed instantly. Shen Tang sat there, still processing what had happened. In her past life, Shen Han schemed against Xia Guimo and was then pushed to the second prince by Xia Guimo, but this did not happen in the palace, but in the Zhao prince's mansion. She knew that the heir of the Marquis of Chongping was unwilling to take responsibility and wanted to scheme against Xia Guimo to give Shen Han to him. Xia Guimo would definitely retaliate, but why would he push Shen Han to the second prince? Shen Tang was eager to find out, but the birthday banquet was probably still a while away, and even if it ended now, she wouldn't be able to ask Xia Guimo. However, no one knew about Shen Han's affair with the Marquis of Chongping's heir. Empress Su and consort Zhao found out about her and the second prince, and so many palace servants saw it. Consort Yi couldn't hide it anymore, and the second prince was definitely going to be cuckolded. Shen Tang thought that Shen Han would not become the second prince's wife in this life, but after all the twists and turns, the result was still the same. The palace maid informed Empress Su of the second prince's matter. Empress Su was taken aback for a moment before regaining some of her joy in celebrating her birthday. Consort Zhao was also shocked. When she saw Consort Yi return with a frosty expression, she knew that the matter was true. Although Empress Su was eager to tell the emperor about this, she had to hold back at her own birthday banquet. There was no reason for her to disrupt her own banquet and make a spectacle of it for everyone else. Good things come to those who wait. Such a scandalous incident occurred at the birthday banquet, but to save face for the royal family, no one mentioned it, and so it continued until the banquet ended. As the emperor left the birthday banquet, Empress Su said, "Your Majesty, something has happened." The emperor frowned. What happened? Before Empress Su could reply, Consort Yi interrupted, "I don't know who had the audacity to drug the prince, causing him to have intimate relations with the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan in the Taikang Palace." Swish! The emperor's face instantly darkened. Empress Su then said, "Weren't the second and third young ladies from the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion the ones who came to the palace to wish me a happy birthday today? Has the eldest young lady, Shen, also come to the palace?" Chapter 156. Fail. The Marquis of Pingyuan's family has many daughters, but bringing two to the palace to celebrate the birthday is already quite a lot. In addition, Shen Han did not show her face, so no one in the imperial garden knew she was there. She also did not offer birthday wishes to Empress Su at the birthday banquet. If it weren't for this incident, no one would have known that Shen Han had entered the palace. It was easy to find out when Shen Han entered the palace, and once the emperor looked over, Consort Yi said, "It was I who sent someone to summon her to the palace." Miss Shen broke out in a rash at the last palace banquet and lost a lot of weight. The Pingyuan Marquis' mansion was afraid that something might happen to her while she was still in the palace, so they didn't dare to let her in. "I heard that Miss Shen's sword dance is even better than Miss Shen's. I thought that if the sisters could dance together to celebrate the Empress's birthday today, it would definitely add to the festive atmosphere. Miss Shen has not yet entered the palace. I thought she hadn't come, but who would have thought?" Empress Su replied, "The concerns of the Marquis of Pingyuan's family are not superfluous. They have already caused trouble again before entering the palace." The Marquis of Pingyuan's beloved daughter was once engaged to the Prince of Jingyang's heir, and now she has consummated her relationship with the second prince. The Marquis of Pingyuan's family must give a satisfactory explanation. A satisfactory explanation. She will definitely be given the position of the second prince's consort. Consort Yi was unwilling, but she couldn't voice her objections at this moment. She was the one who had meddlesomely brought the person into the palace, and to give her the position of a concubine would be too humiliating. How can a girl rejected by the Prince of Jingyang be worthy of being his son's primary consort? How can a girl who has been rejected by her fiancé become the empress? Consort Yi wanted to know exactly what went wrong. She had personally witnessed the Prince of Jingyang drinking the aphrodisiac wine and drinking one cup after another. As for the second wife, she was absent-minded throughout the entire birthday banquet. When Consort Yi left, she was quite happy, thinking that things had gone well. However, not long after Consort Yi left, the Prince of Jingyang returned as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, after Consort Yi left and returned, she lost her smile for the rest of the banquet. They had failed to outmaneuver Shen Tang far too many times. Although the second madam was mentally prepared, she still couldn't accept it. The month-long deadline was fast approaching, and they couldn't afford to delay any longer. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, she wouldn't have suggested to Consort Yi that they hold a birthday banquet for Empress Su. By starting her scheme at the banquet, she could increase her chances of success, since the palace was Consort Yi's territory. She had put so much effort into scheming against the Prince of Jingong, and yet she still failed in the end. The second madam was truly unwilling to accept it. Shen Han didn't send anyone to deliver a message to her, so the second wife could only wait and wait until the birthday banquet was over. The second wife was eager to leave Wendy Hall. By then, Shen Han had already finished getting ready. The second wife walked over and, after making sure no one was around, asked in a low voice, "What happened? Why didn't it work?" With tears in her eyes, Shen Han said, It's a success." The second wife said, "Then why does it seem like the Prince of Jingong is in a good mood?" Having had physical intimacy with Shen Han, Shen Sui would never marry Shen Tang to him. If his scheme were to succeed, the Prince of Jingong would never have reacted that way. Shen Han bit her lip lightly and said, "I don't know why the person was changed to the second prince." The second wife looked astonished, her voice suddenly rising. "The second prince? You mean you and the second prince?" Shen Han nodded. The second wife was immediately unsure whether to be happy or terrified. The second prince was naturally no match for the Chongping Marquis' heir apparent. Were Shen Han to wed the second prince, it would be as though the Pingyuan Marquis' household had burned incense to the heavens in a previous life. Yet Shen Han had already suffered humiliation at the hands of the Chongping Marquis' heir apparent. The second lady did not know whether the Chongping Marquis' heir apparent had mentioned this matter to Consort Yi. In any case, she never breathed a word of it to the consort. The consort simply assumed Shen Han was deeply enamored with the Crown Prince of Jingyang and sought revenge for his repeated beatings of the Marquis of Chongping's heir. Coupled with her assurance that once Shen Han became the Crown Princess of Jingong, she would undoubtedly serve the consort's interests, the consort spared no effort in aiding them. The second wife said, "The second prince didn't see through it, did he?" The second wife asked whether Shen Han had let the second prince discover that she was not a virgin. Shen Han shook her head. The second prince was delirious and didn't even know who she was, so he probably hadn't noticed. "She came prepared today, so there won't be any problems." The second wife said, "The second prince's wife is better than the Prince Jingyang's wife. From now on, you should be a good second prince's wife." Shen Han worried, "Will Consort Yi grant me the position of principal wife?" The second wife was also a little worried, but she comforted Shen Han, saying, "The old lady will ask the Marquis to fight for it for you. Shen Han is Shen Sui's daughter. If her daughter becomes the second prince's concubine, Shen Sui will lose face. Moreover, even if she doesn't become the second prince's wife, it would still be a good thing for the Pingyuan Marquis family." For the sake of the Pingyuan Marquis family, Shen Sui would spare no effort. Even if she were to become a concubine, it would still be better than marrying the Chongping Marquis' heir. This is already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. After Shen Tang left the Wendy Hall, he called Shen Sui aside and told her about Shen Han and the second prince. Just as she finished reporting, a young eunuch came over quickly and said, "Marquis Pingyuan, His Majesty wants to speak with you in the imperial study." After such an incident, the emperor and consort Yi must give an explanation to the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence. Shen Sui went to the imperial study and told Shen Tang before leaving, "Go back to the Marquis's residence first." Shen Tang led Yinxing towards the horse parking area and saw Shen Ran standing there in the distance, watching a carriage drive away. Shen Tang hadn't seen that carriage before. Yinxing said, "It should be the carriage the young lady rides in." Shen Tang walked over to Shen Ran. "Why are you standing here daydreaming, third sister?" Shen Ran gave a bitter smile. If anything happens to Shen Han, her mother will no longer see her as her daughter. The second wife entered the palace in a sedan chair and just left the palace with Shen Han in a carriage. The old lady forbade her to interfere in the affairs of the eldest branch of the family, and she dared not go to see Consort Yi at this time. She could only accompany Shen Han back to the mansion first. Shen Ran looked at Shen Tang and asked, "Didn't my eldest sister go to the Jokhang temple? Why is she in the palace?" Did something happen to her again? Let's talk in the carriage. Shen Tang got into the carriage first, and then Shen Ran got in. After the carriage left the palace, Shen Tang said, "My elder sister is going to marry the second prince." Shen Ran was shocked. How is this possible? Shen Tang said, "My elder sister is already the second prince's woman." Shen Ran's eyes widened, and her mouth opened so wide it could fit a salted duck egg. Shen Ran knew that Shen Tang wouldn't make up such a thing for her. It must be true. Besides, Shen Han's walking posture was indeed a bit off just now, and she thought she had sprained her ankle like last time. But how could Shen Han have rolled around with the second prince? Thinking of Shen Han's rash and Shen Tang receiving a note at the Empress's birthday banquet, Shen Ran suspected that someone was plotting against Shen Tang, and that Shen Han was going to suffer the consequences. No, this time it wasn't a disaster, it was pure luck. The month-long deadline was fast approaching, and Shen Han was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pan because she hadn't been able to settle her marriage. Now that this had happened, it had relieved her immediate worry. Chapter 157. Support. Although the second madam and Shen Han left first, Shen Tang returned to the Marquis's residence almost one after the other. Lifting the carriage curtain, Shen Tang saw the second madam helping Shen Han step into the Marquis's residence. The gatekeeper looked at them blankly, clearly indicating that news of what had happened in the palace had not yet reached them. Shen Ran's maid came over to help Shen Ran down from the carriage and then helped Shen Tang. Yin Xing limped over with a bruise on her forehead. Shen Tang saw this and asked, "What happened?" Yin Xing said, "Just now in the palace, after you got into the carriage, Princess Jinda hurriedly left. I don't know where she was going. The maid was chasing after her and bumped into me. My head hit the carriage and I twisted my ankle." Princess Jinda. These 4 words sent a jolt through Shen Tang's heart. She remembered that in her previous life, when Shen Han had an accident with the second prince at the Prince Yao's mansion, Princess Jinda also turned back when everyone else had left. She was walking very fast and bumped into someone. In this life, many things are different from the previous life after she refused to get into the bridal sedan chair at the Jingyang prince's mansion. However, Shen Han still wants to marry the second prince, and Princess Jinda also behaves abnormally on this day. Shen Tang's intuition told her that the 2 things were related, but she couldn't figure it out for the time being. Shen Tang was thinking about Princess Jinda. Shen Ran went up the steps and, seeing that she hadn't followed, asked, "Second sister?" Shen Tang came to her senses, went up the steps, and stepped into the mansion. Shen Tang and Shen Ran did not go directly back to their courtyard, but went to Songha Hall. When they arrived, the old lady already knew about Shen Han and the second prince. The second madam told the old lady that Shen Han was not there and should have returned to her own courtyard. Shen Tang walked in and asked curiously, "Didn't my elder sister go to the Jokhang temple? Why is she in the palace?" The old lady was also about to ask about this matter when she glanced at the second wife. The second wife said, "It was Consort Yi who wanted Honor to enter the palace. Honor was afraid that if you knew she was going to the palace, you would worry that something might happen to her and forbid it. In order to avoid putting you in a difficult position, she didn't let me tell you about it." Shen Tang said, "If my elder sister doesn't want us to tell, then my second aunt won't tell either. If something happens, won't my second aunt feel guilty?" The old lady's face was long. Just a few days ago, she had reprimanded the second wife, forbidding her from meddling in the affairs of the eldest son's family. But she had gone and kept even this matter from her. The second wife said, "I was just afraid you'd worry." The old lady said angrily, "Knowing I was worried, you deliberately kept it from me. You've taken good care of Honor. If you had taken good care of her, she wouldn't have gotten into this mess in the palace." Although what happened today wasn't a bad thing, what if it wasn't the second prince, but someone else? That's hard to say. The second wife quickly apologized. "Now that it has already happened, I'm afraid Consort Yi won't agree to let Honor become the second prince's principal wife." The old lady's face was long. "Did Consort Yi tell you that?" The second wife shook her head. "It was just my guess." The old lady said with a stern face, "You can't guess what the noble lady is thinking." If this gets to Consort Ye's ears, even if she wanted to give Shen Han the position of principal wife, she probably wouldn't be willing. Besides, only the Emperor's word counts in this matter. With so many people talking, how can we just guess? That shows a complete lack of discretion. Thinking about how worried she had been about Shen Han's marriage these past few days, and how she had urged Shen Sui countless times, now that Shen Han had become the second prince's woman, the weight that had been pressing on the old lady's heart for so long was lifted, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Ran said, "At the Empress's birthday banquet today, someone gave my second sister a note." The old lady looked at Shen Tang. "Is that so?" Shen Tang nodded. "The note said that the Prince of Ning's heir asked me to meet him by the bridge in the Imperial Garden. I went there, but after waiting for a long time, the Prince of Ning's heir didn't come to find me. When I returned to the birthday banquet, I saw Consort Yi rushing to Taikong Palace, and the Empress and Consort Zhao's people were also there." The old lady's brows furrowed deeply. She already knew that Xiao Huan was her grandson Shen Yan, and Xiao Huan himself knew it too. Why would he ask Shen Tang to meet him privately at the birthday banquet? It was obvious that someone was using the pretense of being the heir of the Prince of Ning to send Shen Tang away. Shen Tang is always cautious in the palace, so why would she believe the words on the note and go to see Xiao Huan? The old lady asked, "Did someone use the guise of the Prince of Ning's heir to invite you?" Shen Tang shook her head. "I don't know. The Prince of Ning's heir was indeed not at the birthday banquet, which is why I went there." The old lady thought Shen Tang was worried and afraid that something might happen to the Prince of Ning's heir, so she went to check on him. Shen Tang was all right, but thinking about Shen Han's accident, the old lady suspected that today's incident was aimed at Shen Tang again, but Shen Han was the unlucky one again. However, even if Consort Yi wanted to scheme against Shen Tang, she wouldn't include the second prince in her scheme. The old lady then felt that she was being too suspicious. Shen Sui didn't know when he would return. Shen Tang wanted to wait for her father, but she also wanted to know what was going on between Shen Han and the second prince. After leaving the Wendy Hall, she glanced at Xia Guimo several times. He should know that she was looking for him, right? Fearing that Xia Guimo would be anxious, Shen Tang got up and returned to Qingyi Garden. She didn't stay to wait for Shen Sui, which made everyone in the room feel strange. Didn't the second young lady wonder what title the second prince would give to the eldest young lady? Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden through a side path. As soon as she entered the room, she saw a certain gentleman sitting there drinking tea. Upon seeing her come in, Xia Guimo said with a resentful look in his eyes, "You were looking for me, and you made me wait for so long." If Shen Ran hadn't been in the carriage, he would have gotten on directly. Shen Tang walked over and asked, "Why did you push Shen Han to the second prince?" "It's not me this time," Xia Guimo said. "It wasn't him?" Shen Tang asked in surprise. "If it wasn't you, then who did it?" "The first prince." Shen Tang's eyes widened, feeling wave after wave of shock rising in her heart. How could it be the eldest prince? Could it be that Xia Guimo is secretly supporting the eldest prince? She knew Xia Guimo was investigating the Marquis of Chomping's residence, but she had no idea that he had any private dealings with the first prince. Xia Guimo reached out and pulled Shen Tang into his lap. "If we want to stop the second prince from sitting in that position, we can only join forces with the first prince. After all, it's in the palace, and it's easier for the first prince to do anything than for me." The original plan was to scheme against the Marquis of Chomping's heir, but after listening to your advice, I drugged and crippled him, so that he didn't react to the aphrodisiac. The first prince knows that I have to wait for your elder sister to get married before I can come to propose marriage, so he changed his plan to scheme against the second prince. Whether your eldest sister marries the heir of the Marquis of Chomping or the second prince, it doesn't make much difference. It's not that there's no difference. The difference is huge. Shen Han is having an affair with the heir of the Marquis of Chomping. If Shen Han can keep it a secret, it will be fine. But if she can't keep it a secret and is secretly having an affair with the heir of the Marquis of Chomping and is cuckolding the second prince, this matter will definitely implicate the entire Pingyuan Marquis' mansion. Shen Han looks down on the heir of the Marquis of Chomping, so it's unlikely she would actively provoke him. However, the heir of the Marquis of Chomping is a shameless scoundrel, so he might very well seek out Shen Han. This was undoubtedly a sword hanging over the head of the Marquis of Pingyuan's residence. Chapter 158. Overall situation. Seeing Shen Tang's worried expression, Xia Guimo knew what she was worried about and comforted her. Such a shameful thing, Consort Yi and the second prince will not allow it to spread. Consort Yi schemed against him, but in the end, she lost more than she gained. Her own son suffered a setback, being cuckolded by her own nephew. Consort Yi couldn't bear the shame. If the truth ever comes out, Consort Yi will only secretly execute Shen Han without letting the emperor know. As long as the emperor is unaware, the Pingyuan Marquis' residence will not be implicated. More importantly, the heir of the Marquis of Chomping is already crippled, and even aphrodisiacs have no effect on him, so there's no need to worry too much. Shen Tang thought about it and agreed, and immediately felt relieved. She still wasn't used to sitting in his lap. She tried to get up, but Xia Guimo held her down. She shifted slightly, and his eyes darkened, his voice becoming hoarse. "Don't move." Shen Tang felt something pressing against her thigh. Knowing what it was, her face turned bright red, and she immediately dared not move. Xia Guimo wanted to kiss Shen Tang, but Shen Tang said, "I've eaten bayberries." Xia Guimo gave Shen Tang a resentful look, suspecting she was doing it on purpose. He said, "I'll have my father come to propose marriage tomorrow." Shen Tang said, "Can't we wait 2 more days?" "What are we waiting for?" Xia Guimo said unhappily. "Is there even a question?" Shen Tang said, "If you ask me to marry you, it will be perfect for Shen Han to secure the position of the second prince's consort." Xia Guimo played with a strand of hair by Shen Tang's ear. A powerless and insignificant second prince's wife is more beneficial to the overall situation. Shen Tang fell silent. Indeed, the fact that the second prince has a princess consort who can't help him in his struggle for the throne is more advantageous for the first prince in his fight for the crown prince position. However, whenever she thinks of Shen Han's arrogant demeanor before she died in her previous life, she doesn't want Shen Han to become the second prince's princess consort again. But Shen Tang also knows that this is not her decision. She doesn't want Shen Han to become the second prince's princess consort, and Consort Yi and the second prince are probably even less willing. She dragged Shen Han down, but ended up helping Consort Yi and the second prince. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. She endured it. Xia Guimo left after only a short while. No sooner had he left than there was a knock on the door. Shen Tang said, "Come in." Yinxing pushed open the door and came in, saying, "Miss, the Marquis has returned." Shen Tang asked, and then? Yinxing said, "The Emperor hasn't decided on the eldest daughter's title yet, only saying he'll give the Marquis an explanation. Right now, the palace is investigating who drugged the second prince. It would be strange if they could find out. Now it all depends on the power struggle among all parties and what title Shen Han will ultimately receive. Shen Han and the second prince have already been intimate, so once their status is settled, her marriage will be imminent." Mingwei Garden. Shen Han was soaking in the bathtub, her body also covered in bruises and red marks, but she didn't feel the same hatred as she had a few days ago. She was soaking in the bathtub when the maidservant, gathering her clothes to go wash, said, "Miss, the jade pendant you wore today is missing." How could the jade pendant have disappeared? Shen Han thought for a moment. It must have been left in the palace. "What should we do then?" the maid asked. "It's gone, so be it." It was just a jade pendant. Shen Han spoke casually. That jade pendant was given to her by her second aunt. Although it was of good quality and quite valuable, once she became the second prince's consort, she could have any kind of jade pendant she wanted. In the future, if the second prince were to seize that position, she would be the Empress, the mother of the nation. Let alone a single jade pendant, she wouldn't care even if she lost 10 today. The jade pendant belonged to Shen Han, and since Shen Han didn't care, the maid had even less reason to care. She took the skirt and left. Inside the room, Shen Tang was lounging on a small couch, eating snacks, inexplicably in a good mood. Yinxing limped out and limped back in. Shen Tang said, "If your foot hurts badly, go back and rest. Don't push yourself. Inxing shook her head. It just hurts a little, I'm fine. She could be kept indoors, but she was too bored staying in the house alone. She preferred to sit on a low stool and knit knots. At the birthday banquet, Shen Tang didn't eat enough. She ate a piece of red bean cake, then took another piece. Her gaze fell on the bruise on Inxing's forehead. She was thinking about Princess Jinda's unusual behavior, but she couldn't figure it out. She didn't know why she suspected that Princess Jinda was related to Shen Han's accident. She was probably just overthinking it. Just as Shen Tang dismissed the thought, Seer came in and said, "Miss, Princess Jinda has sent someone to invite the second madam to come to the mansion for a talk." Shen Tang. She dismissed the idea too soon. It seems her intuition from the palace was right. Princess Jinda's unusual behavior was indeed related to Shen Han's accident. Otherwise, Princess Jinda wouldn't have sent someone to find the second madam. Princess Jinda and Shen Han were completely unrelated. However, she remembered that in her previous life, Princess Jinda had spoken up for Shen Han to become the second prince's consort. Princess Jinda lost her mother at a young age and grew up under the Empress Dowager's care. Although they were not biological mother and daughter, the Empress Dowager loved Princess Jinda very much. The more Shen Tang thought about it, the more suspicious she became. She put down the half-eaten pastry in her hand, got off the small couch, walked to the window, looked around, and Shen Shan appeared and asked, "What are your orders, Princess Consort?" Shen Tang then said, "Go and see what Princess Jinda wants with the second madam." Shen Shan agreed. Shen Tang was curious about what Princess Jinda wanted to see the second madam about. The second madam herself was also puzzled. Princess Jinda usually didn't come to her, but she did so when something happened at the Marquis's residence. Moreover, it was already late, and it would probably be dark by the time she returned from Princess Jinda's residence. However, right now she needed someone with influence to help Shen Han secure the position of the second prince's consort. If Princess Jinda could say a few good words for her, it would greatly increase her chances of success. The second wife didn't dare to delay and went to Princess Jinda's residence. After Shen Shan left, Shen Tang stood by the window for a while. Normally, she would go for a stroll in the garden, but today, with Shen Han in trouble in the palace, it would seem too cold-hearted for her to still be in the mood to wander in the garden, so she didn't go out. Instead, she picked up her embroidery hoop and passed the time with needle and thread. After embroidering a peony, the sunset outside the window paints the entire sky with vibrant colors, a dazzling and beautiful sight. Shen Tang rubbed her aching wrists when there was a knock on the window. Qiu Tong quickly went to open the window, and Shen Tang went over to Chen Shan and asked, "Did you find out anything?" Chen Shan replied, "Princess Jinda originally wanted to find Miss Shen, but she had an accident in the palace today, so Princess Jinda couldn't find her. That's why she went to find the second madam instead." "Princess Jinda is looking for Shen Han?" Shen Tang became even more curious. "What is it about?" Chen Shan said, "The jade pendant that Miss Shen is wearing today is an old item of Princess Jinda. Princess Jinda has been searching for it for many years. She came to the second madam to find out how the jade pendant ended up in Miss Shen's hands." Shen Tang. "It's just a jade pendant. How could it cause Princess Jinda to act so strangely?" Chapter 159. Coincide. In her previous life, Shen Han and the second prince were in trouble when she was wearing that jade pendant, but I never heard that the jade pendant belonged to Princess Jinda. While Shen Tang was thinking about this, Chen Shan continued, "The second madam said she would inquire on behalf of Princess Jinda. She subtly asked Princess Jinda to help Shen Han secure the position of the second prince's consort, and Princess Jinda agreed to help. 9 times out of 10, it was like this in a past life. No one knows how that jade pendant ended up in Shen Han's hands, or why Princess Jinda valued it so much." Thinking that the old lady would definitely ask about the second madam's visit to Princess Jinda, Shen Tang stepped out. Qiu Tong glanced at the water clock and said, "It's almost dinner time. Where are you going, young lady?" "I'm going to have dinner with my grandmother." When Shen Tang arrived at Songha Hall, the maids were setting out the meal. Upon seeing her, the old lady said, Why are you here at this hour, grandmother? Shen Tang said, I suddenly wanted to have dinner with my grandmother, so I came. The old lady is a Buddhist and eats mostly vegetarian food for dinner. She never asks anyone to accompany her, and Shen Tang and the others rarely have dinner with her either. The old lady was puzzled as to why Shen Tang suddenly wanted to have dinner with her, but she was happy to have a junior with her. Wang Mama smiled and said, It's just right for this second young lady to have dinner with the old lady. The maidservant quickly went to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Shen Tang sat down next to the old lady and served her some food. The old lady sighed with emotion. Time flies so fast. You sisters are all of marriageable age now. It's good to spend more time with your grandmother. After you get married, you won't have as many opportunities to eat with your grandmother. Shen Tang blushed and said, Grandmother, I'm still too young to get married. However, she lacked confidence in saying that. The old lady placed a slice of shiitake mushroom in Shen Tang's bowl. It's been so long and he still hasn't come to propose marriage. When he finally does, grandmother will definitely give him a good beating. Shen Tang regretted coming to freeload a meal and said shyly, Grandmother isn't reluctant to marry us off. She's clearly impatient. The maids and servants in the room all covered their mouths and laughed. Fearing that the old lady would bring it up again, Shen Tang buried her head in her rice and ate about half a bowl before a maid came in and said, Old madam, the second madam has returned. They're finally back. The maidservant left, and soon the second madam came in. The old madam picked up some vegetables for Shen Tang and asked, Why did Princess Jinda suddenly come to see you? The second wife said, The eldest son-in-law likes calligraphy and paintings. Princess Jinda heard at the birthday banquet today that there is an ancient painting in our Pingyuan Marquis' residence. She originally planned to ask me about it after the banquet, but I left in such a hurry. She is impatient by nature, and she came to ask me about this matter. Princess Jinda, no matter how impatient she is, wouldn't be this impatient. She couldn't even come up with a better reason for lying. But why did the second madam hide the fact that Princess Jinda had come to ask her about the jade pendant? There was nothing she couldn't tell the old madam, was there? The more you try to hide it, the more problematic it is. The old lady asked, What calligraphy or painting did Princess Jinda inquire about? The second wife said, I don't know if there is any in the manor. I'll tell the master later, and if there is, we'll send it to Princess Jinda. Someone of Princess Jinda's status would normally be hard to curry favor with, so she certainly couldn't miss such a good opportunity. The second master and his wife are both very good at giving gifts, so the old lady has no worries. It was already dinner time, so the second wife went back to the south courtyard. Shen Tang accompanied the old lady to dinner. The old lady was in a good mood, and with someone to keep her company, she ate half a bowl more rice than usual. After dinner, Shen Tang stayed with the old lady for a while before taking Chiu Tong back home. Leaving Songha Hall, with no one around, Chiu Tong whispered, I just overheard Qian Mama from the small kitchen saying that when Madam gave birth to her daughter and eldest daughter, the most famous midwife in the capital was originally hired. However, Princess Jinda went into labor half a month early, and the midwife was called in half an hour early. Madam had to find a replacement midwife at the last minute. Princess Jinda had a difficult labor, gave birth to a stillborn baby, and suffered severe bleeding, almost losing her life. That incident damaged her health, and she has never been able to conceive again. If Chiu Tong hadn't told him, Shen Tang really wouldn't have known. She never expected that Princess Jinda and her mother would give birth on the same day. That's too much of a coincidence. Shen Tang walked forward, and as she walked, she suddenly stopped, as if she had thought of something. Chiu Tong, who was following behind her, was not prepared and bumped into Shen Tang's arm. Chiu Tong quickly apologized, Miss. Shen Tang raised her hand to interrupt her. Don't speak. Something just flashed through her mind. She walked forward slowly, her mind racing. She was certain that Shen Han was the second wife's biological daughter. Judging from the second wife's attitude towards Shen Ran was definitely not her biological daughter. Shen Tang had always wondered where Shen Ran came from, and now, Thinking of Princess Jinda, a bold idea flashed through Shen Tang's mind. Could Shen Ran be Princess Jinda's daughter? Shen Ran's appearance doesn't resemble Princess Jinda, but upon closer inspection, her eyebrows and eyes do resemble those of the Grand Consort. In her previous life, after Shen Han and the second prince had an accident, Shen Ran was betrothed to the eldest son of the Wang family a few days later. Not only was the marriage arranged hastily, but the wedding was also rushed, as if they were in a hurry. The second wife swapped her own daughter for her second brother, leaving her childless. With such a large belly, no matter what she gave birth to, she still needed one. The second wife needed a baby, preferably a stillborn, so she wouldn't have to go through the trouble of raising it. She had heard the old lady mention more than once that when Shen Ran was born, her whole body turned purple due to lack of oxygen, and the midwives said there was no hope. Even if she survived, she would be an idiot. The old lady was a Buddhist and felt that even if someone was mentally challenged, they were still a human being and she should do everything she could to save them. Desperate, the old lady pricked Shen Ran's fingers with a hairpin until all 10 fingers were raw and oozing. Only then did Shen Ran cry out, her cries weak and soft like a kitten's whimper. It took a full half-hour for her voice to become loud and clear. Thinking about these coincidences, Shen Tang felt more and more that this was possible. Shen Tang just couldn't understand why Princess Jinda would have been properly buried even if she had given birth to a stillborn child. How could the child have been brought to their Pingyuan Marquis' residence? Shen Tang hurried back to Qingyi Garden and went to the window to find Chen Shan. Have your master help me investigate why Princess Jinda has been searching for that jade pendant all these years. Even if she guessed wrong, the second madam's deliberate concealment still needs to be investigated thoroughly. Chengxiangshuan. Xia Gima was reading a military book and was in a very good mood. The candle on the desk flickered, and then another person appeared in the study. Upon seeing Chen Shan, Chen Qi asked, "Why are you back at this hour?" Xia Gima also looked over. Chen Shan said, "Today, Miss Shen left a jade pendant in the palace. It was an old item of Princess Jinda." Princess Jinda summoned Madame Shen to the princess's residence to inquire about it. The crown princess wants to find out why Princess Jinda is looking for that jade pendant. She asked you, my lord, to help her investigate. Chapter 160. Marriage. Why would she be interested in Princess Jinda's affairs? However, Xia Gima would not refuse to help with such a small favor. That night, Shen Tang tossed and turned, thinking about this matter. Impatient as she was, she couldn't wait to find out the truth. Once it was confirmed that Shen Ran was the daughter of Princess Jinda and the eldest son-in-law, she wanted to see how the second wife would explain where her own biological daughter was. Shen Tang thought about this and couldn't sleep until the early hours of the morning. She didn't know when she fell asleep, and when she woke up the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window frames, its golden rays dazzling. Yinxing and Xiaodong came into the room to help Shen Tang get up. Yinxing was still limping, and Shen Tang asked, "Does your foot still hurt?" Yinxing said, "I took the medicine last night, and it doesn't hurt as much anymore." Shen Tang got out of bed and said, "Only by resting can you recover quickly." Xiaotong helped Shen Tang put on a dress. After washing up, the maid brought the food. After eating breakfast, Shen Tang went to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. She arrived a little late. Everyone was already there when she reached Songha Hall. Seeing the faint bruises on Shen Tang's eyelids, the old lady said, "Didn't you sleep well last night?" Shen Tang said, "I was thinking about things last night and couldn't sleep, so I'm late in paying my respects to my grandmother." Just as the old lady was about to ask Shen Tang what she was thinking about, she was suffering from insomnia, when a maid came in and said, "Old madam, the second master has arrived." A short while later, the second master came in. As soon as he stepped forward, the second mistress asked, "Did anyone discuss what title to give honor at court this morning?" The news of Shen Han losing her virginity to the second prince at the Empress's birthday banquet in the palace had not yet spread among the civil and military officials when they left the palace. However, the moment the ministers returned to their residences, the news reached their ears, and they were all discussing it. The daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan was enough to be the second prince's principal wife. The only drawback was that she had been betrothed before, which tainted her reputation. If she were only a prince's wife in the future, it would not be a problem. But if the second prince ascended to the throne, the principal wife would be the Empress. Many people think that Shen Tang is very lucky. She was rejected by the Jingyang prince's mansion, but she was able to marry the second prince. Even if the position of the main wife is still uncertain, the position of the concubine is definitely not out of reach. The selection of a prince as a consort is no small matter, especially since it happened at the Empress's birthday banquet. The censors will definitely submit a memorial, and it remains to be seen whether the emperor will suppress it. The second wife had been waiting for the second master to return to the mansion for a long time. The second master said there was a long debate about honor's rank at the morning court, but I think the position of the principal wife is a sure thing. When the second master said it was a sure thing, the second mistress felt half relieved. Which ministers agreed to give honor the position of principal wife? The second master sat down and said, there are many reasons for this. The eldest prince's faction overwhelmingly agrees with the emperor giving honor the position of principal wife. The eldest son-in-law is also pleading on her behalf, and even the Prince of Jingyang thinks she should be given the position of principal wife. On the contrary, it's not surprising that the eldest son-in-law spoke up for her, since Princess Jinda had promised to help yesterday. What's strange is that Prince Jingyang would also speak up for her, as this doesn't seem like something Prince Jingyang would do. As the old lady pondered this matter, the second wife asked, I didn't expect the first prince's faction to help honor. Who is against it? The second master said, the left prime minister and others. Swish. The second wife's face darkened, and the old lady's expression also turned sour. The left prime minister is a man of the second prince. His opposition to making Shen Tang the principal wife clearly shows that Consort Yi and the second prince are unwilling to accept it. She was an innocent young lady from the Pingyuan Marquis family. She was summoned to the palace by Consort Yi to celebrate the Empress's birthday. Such a thing happened in the palace, and Consort Yi was unwilling to give up her position as the principal wife. The old lady, who already disliked Consort Yi, disliked her even more. The second master said, Honor is the legitimate daughter of our Pingyuan Marquis family. Her family background is not bad, and with the support of so many ministers, the opposition from the left prime minister and others is useless. He wasn't worried that the emperor wouldn't give the position of principal wife to Shen Tang. What puzzled him more were two other things. The second master said, after court, Prince Jingyang spoke with my elder brother for quite a while. The old lady asked curiously, why would the Prince of Jingyang be looking for the Marquis? If it's official business, it's discussed in the imperial court. If it's private business, even if the two families don't become enemies, their relationship certainly won't be good. When the Prince of Jingyang saved Shen Tang in the street, Shen Sui had to bite the bullet and go to apologize. The second master shook his head, I don't know what it's about. After Prince Jingyang left, I originally wanted to ask my elder brother, but then Prince Ning came looking for him, so I went back to the manor first. Both Prince Jingyang and Prince Ning were influential figures in the court. The second master could barely guess why Prince Jingyang was looking for Shen Sui, but he couldn't figure out why Prince Ning was looking for Shen Sui, even after thinking about it all the way there. The old lady slowly fiddled with the Buddhist prayer beads in her hand. It was clear that Prince Ning had no other reason for seeking out Shen Sui than for Xiaohuan's matter. Everyone was waiting for Shen Sui, and it took about 15 minutes for him to arrive. As he walked in, the old lady asked, what does the Prince of Jingyang want with you? Shen Sui glanced at Shen Tang, whose face immediately flushed red. Why hadn't she left? She should have run away. Shen Tang was getting restless. Shen Sui said, the Prince of Jingyang is proposing marriage on behalf of his son, asking for Tanger's hand in marriage. The old lady. The room was filled with people. Uniform. Everyone in the room turned their gaze to Shen Tang. Shen Tang was so embarrassed, she wanted to disappear into the ground. Could you please stop looking at her? The old lady looked at Shen Sui. Could it be that the person who asked the emperor to relay the message but hasn't come to propose marriage yet is the heir of the Prince of Jingyang? Shen Sui said, "The Prince of Jingyang explained to me that the Crown Prince and Honor were engaged after all. Since Honor was not betrothed, he could not formally propose marriage, which is why it has been delayed until now." The second wife said, "He's not only engaged to Honor, but Tanger also rejected him before. Isn't this marriage inappropriate?" The old lady looked at the second wife and said, "What's wrong with this? If Honor hadn't married, there might have been some resentment. Now that Honor is definitely going to marry the second prince, what's wrong with Tanger marrying the heir of the Prince of Jingyang? The Prince of Jingyang saved Tanger's life. If this had happened to someone else, they would probably be married by now." The second wife knew that there was absolutely no possibility between Shen Han and the Prince of Jingyang, so her opposition to the marriage was untenable. She said, when the Prince of Jingyang's bridal sedan chair arrived, Tanger refused to get in, even at the cost of her life, causing the Prince of Jingyang's family to lose face. "I'm a little worried that the Prince of Jingyang's heir is deliberately retaliating against Tanger. Besides, there were rumors a few days ago that the Prince of Jingyang's heir kissed a girl and developed a rash on his face. After calling the Princess of Jingyang mother consort, Shen Tang once again felt a sense of dread. That bastard spread those rumors, and now he's proposing marriage. People are bound to wonder if she's the one he's marrying." Shen Sui had previously guessed that the prospective son-in-law who hadn't come to propose marriage yet was the heir of the Prince of Jingyang. After the morning court session this morning, the Prince of Jingyang explained to him the matter of the old Prince Xie proposing the wrong marriage half a year ago. Coupled with this rumor, Shen Sui had no choice but to agree to this marriage proposal, whether he wanted to or not. Shen Sui said, "The Prince of Jingyang's words were just a joke. How can they be taken seriously?" The old lady asked, "You've agreed to the marriage?" The second wife said, "If my sister-in-law doesn't agree, the Marquis certainly won't agree either." "I agree." Shen Sui's cold voice echoed in the room. Chapter 161. Name. Given that Shen Tang had already refused to marry the Prince of Jingyang once, it was already quite an achievement that the Prince of Jingyang still arranged a marriage for him. If she refused again, even if Shen Sui's daughter was an absolute beauty, the Prince of Jingyang probably wouldn't be willing to let Shen Tang marry into the family. In addition, this marriage had already been approved by the emperor. He had urged him to come and propose marriage before. The Prince of Jingyang had saved Shen Tang several times, and the Prince of Jingyang had also contributed to finding Shen Yan. Furthermore, Xia Guimo's people had stopped Shen Han from plotting against Xiao Huan and helped the Pingyuan Marquis family so much. More importantly, his own daughter liked him. How could he not agree? Fourth Madam said, "I wasn't there when Tanger refused to marry, but I did hear about it. My sister-in-law didn't want Tanger to marry because she was afraid that it would cause a rift between the sisters. Now that Honor is about to become the second prince's wife, Tanger marrying the Prince of Jingyang's son will not affect the sisters' relationship. Why would my sister-in-law object? If Tanger is betrothed to the Prince of Jingyang, then it should be a done deal for Honor to become the second prince's wife." The second wife also knew that the Pingyuan Marquis family had the Jingyang prince's family as a marriage alliance, which would be better for Shen Han to secure her position as the second prince's wife. However, Shen Han and the second prince were not in love with each other, and the heir of the Jingyang prince even arranged for the heir of the Changping Marquis to marry Shen Tang twice. Wasn't Consort Yi absolutely certain that Prince Jingyang's heir wouldn't be able to marry Shen Tang? They've already proposed marriage, so could it be that her scheme has failed? Shen Sui had already agreed, and the old lady also approved of the marriage. It was no use for anyone else to object, so the second wife simply shut up and stopped talking. The second master then asked, "What business does Prince Ning have with my elder brother?" Shen Sui remained silent, sipping her tea. The old lady dismissed them, saying, "I'm going to discuss Tanger's marriage with the Marquis. You should all go back now." The second master frowned deeply. The old lady was talking to his eldest brother, and she actually sent him away. What was it that she couldn't let him hear? The second master left, turning back every few steps. Shen Tang got up, but didn't leave. She also wanted to know why Prince Ning wanted to see her father. She cared about anything related to her elder brother. After everyone had left, the old lady said, "Why would the Prince of Jingyang want to marry Tanger?" Although the second madam's words were harsh, and the old madam also felt that Prince Jingyang wouldn't be that kind of person, Shen Tang still had the bridal sedan chair from Prince Jingyang's residence carried back empty. After all, they had lost face. There were so many noble ladies in the capital. Prince Jingyang's heir could marry anyone he wanted. There was no need to hang himself on their Pingyuan Marquis tree. Shen Sui said, "The Prince of Jingyang wanted to marry Tanger from beginning to end. It was the old Prince Xia who made a mistake and arranged the wrong marriage." The divination slip at Daja Temple was written by the Prince of Jingyang. His original intention was for Tanger to marry in place of Honor. However, he did not expect so many things to happen later. "The Prince of Jingyang apologized to me for this." However, Shen Sui felt more ashamed than angry when he apologized. He knew very well that, even without that fortune slip, Shen Han was afraid of becoming a widow and would not want to get into the bridal sedan chair. Besides, the Prince of Jingyang had only made a fortune slip to scare Shen Han, but no one forced Shen Han to drug and frame Shen Tang. When Shen Hanjin finally got into the bridal sedan chair, the Prince of Jingyang had no choice but to accept her as his princess consort. The old lady looked at Shen Tang. "Did you know that the Prince of Jingyang's heir was going to marry you?" Shen Tang shook her head, blushing, and said, "If I had known, no, I would have married him." That's true. If they were truly in love, the Jingyang prince's mansion wouldn't have lost so much face. The old lady said, "Honor is marrying the second prince, and Tanger is betrothed to the Prince of Jingyang. Everyone is happy. The only regret is that Shen Yan doesn't know when he will be able to be recognized as a member of his family." The old lady asked Shen Sui, "Did Prince Ning summon you because of Yenner?" Shen Sui didn't hide anything from the old lady. "Prince Ning came to me about Yenner's marriage." Princess Ning was hesitating between the daughter of the Right Chancellor and the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, wondering which would be more suitable. Unexpectedly, the daughter of the Right Chancellor was betrothed to the heir of the Marquis of Shuani. Prince Ning was afraid that if he didn't come forward to propose marriage, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue would also be betrothed, so he asked for my opinion. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Huan was Shen Sui's son, Prince Ning could have made the decision about his marriage. Now that he knows, he definitely needs Shen Sui's approval. The old lady said, "Princess Ning treats Yenner like her own grandson, so the girl she chooses for Yenner must be exceptional. It's just that Yenner's status." Shen Sui said, "Prince Ning intends to recognize Yenner as his adopted grandson, and he will be frank about it when he proposes marriage. Shen Sui's son, as the heir of the Pingyuan Marquis' mansion, is already quite a catch, worthy of the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Plus, being the adopted grandson of the old Prince Ning, there's no problem at all." If he wasn't certain the Minister of Revenue would agree to the marriage, Prince Ning wouldn't have discussed it with him. The old lady asked, "What's your opinion?" Shen Sui said, "I'll let Prince Ning make the decision entirely." Before Shen Sui could finish speaking, Shen Tang asked anxiously, "Has father asked my elder brother's opinion?" Shen Sui looked at Shen Tang. "Marriage is a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaker's word. Both Prince Ning and I agree, as does your elder brother." Shen Tang said, "Maybe my brother has a girl he likes." Shen Sui frowned, and Shen Tang said, "Father, have you forgotten about the incident where my eldest brother saved Princess Rugia not long ago? The reason I knew that my eldest sister was scheming against my eldest brother was because I ran into Princess Rugia when I left the manor. I learned from her that someone was using me as a cover to arrange a meeting between my eldest brother and Princess Rugia. I think my eldest brother must have some feelings for Princess Rugia." The elder brother told Princess Rugia about his whereabouts and even invited her to Yanqi Lake. If the elder brother had no feelings for Princess Rugia, he would never have done such a thing. She also hoped that Princess Rugia could become her sister-in-law, so she told Princess Rugia that Prince Ning's son was not her cousin, but her elder brother. She had been trying to matchmake for a long time, and Princess Rugia was even starting to show interest. But in the end, her older brother married someone else. How could she ever face Princess Rugia again? If the eldest brother and Princess Rugia have no feelings for each other, that's fine, but what if they fall in love with each other? At the very least, he should ask his elder brother's opinion. In his previous life, his elder brother didn't get married, so Prince Ning must have discussed it with him, but his elder brother refused. In this life, he has discussed it with his father, but Prince Ning might not necessarily ask his elder brother's opinion. Shen Sui looked at Shen Tang. Your eldest brother is still the heir apparent of the Prince of Ning, and he and Princess Rugia are nominally cousins. Shen Tang said, I want to visit Princess Rugia. The Prince Duan's mansion admires my elder brother's talent in both literature and martial arts. It's a pity that my elder brother is Princess Rugia's cousin. Otherwise, even if he were just a son of a marquis, he would have betrothed Princess Rugia to him. I like Princess Rugia, otherwise I wouldn't have asked my elder brother to save her. So I told Princess Rugia about my elder brother's background. I believe that my elder brother is in love with Princess Rugia. I know that marriage is a matter of parental arrangement and matchmaker's word, but my elder brother has been wandering away from home for many years. I hope that my elder brother can marry a girl he likes and spend his life with her. Shen Yan was found by Shen Tang and Shen Sui, and the old lady would listen to whatever Shen Tang said about Shen Yan. The old lady said, Prince Ning probably doesn't know about this, otherwise he would definitely be more inclined to support Princess Rugia. Shen Sui then said, I'll go find Prince Ning. Chapter 162. Stop. Shen Sui walked in a hurry. Watching his hurried departure, Shen Tang's heart jumped into her throat. So rushed, could it be that Prince Ning was already on his way to the Minister of Revenue's residence to propose marriage? Shen Tang was unaware that Prince Ning originally intended to ask Shen Sui's opinion in the palace before proposing marriage to the Minister of Revenue. However, he was too late. Prince Jingyang had spoken with Shen Sui for quite some time, and by the time Prince Ning and Shen Sui finished their discussion, the Minister of Revenue had already left the palace. Prince Ning didn't want to ask Xiao Huan. Previously, Xiao Huan didn't know that he was the heir of the Marquis of Pingyuan and that his family background was not bad. He thought he was an orphan and not the real heir of Prince Ning. He thought he was not worthy of these noble ladies in the capital. No matter how much Prince Ning and Princess Ning tried to persuade him, Xiao Huan would not agree. Knowing that asking Xiao Huan would yield no results, Prince Ning simply asked Shen Sui. After all, marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers, and since both he and Shen Sui agreed to the marriage, he figured Xiao Huan wouldn't object. Prince Ning was very anxious. He had been picking and choosing for so long, and had only found 2 suitable candidates. One of them was married off during the Empress's birthday banquet. If he waited any longer, what would happen if the daughter of the Minister of Revenue was betrothed? He would have to go through the trouble of finding someone else, and there was no guarantee that she would be as good as this one. When a family has a daughter, many families will want her. The sooner he settles the marriage, the sooner he can hold his great-grandson. Prince Ning truly regarded Xiao Huan as his own grandson. After the discussion, Prince Ning said to Xiao Huan, then I will go to the Minister of Rights to propose marriage later and settle Wanner's marriage as soon as possible. Who would have thought that after returning home, Shen Tang would tell him that Xiao Huan might have a girl he liked? As a father, he already felt extremely guilty for not taking good care of his son, allowing him to be schemed against and lost for more than 10 years. How could Shen Sui bear to let his son never be able to be with the girl he loved for the rest of his life? Shen Sui rode at full speed to the Ning prince's residence. Without even dismounting, he asked the gatekeeper, where is the old Prince Ning? Even the gatekeeper felt that Marquis Pingyuan was being presumptuous. Although he was just a gatekeeper, this was the Ning prince's residence, and Marquis Pingyuan didn't even dismount to ask him questions. However, remembering that the last time Marquis Pingyuan came to the residence, the old Prince Ning and his son had seen him off, the gatekeeper dared not be negligent and quickly said, the old prince has gone to the Ministry of Revenue's residence. How long have you been walking? Just a quarter of an hour. 15 minutes might be enough time. Shen Sui spurred his horse and headed towards the Ministry of Revenue's residence. Prince Ning was only going to propose marriage to Xiaohuan, so he was not in a hurry. Shen Sui rode quickly and arrived just as the Minister of Revenue was welcoming Prince Ning into the mansion. "Prince Ning," Shen Sui called out. Prince Ning stopped in his tracks and turned around to see Shen Sui riding on horseback, his forehead covered in a fine layer of sweat. "What urgent matter has prompted you to come to the Ministry of Revenue's residence to see him?" However, their arrival was just in time. The fact that the two of them were helping Huaner propose marriage together showed that they valued him even more. Shen Sui jumped off the horse and said to the Minister of Revenue, "I have a few words to say to Prince Ning." Prince Ning took a few steps to the side and said, "What could be more important than proposing marriage?" Shen Sui asked, "Has the old prince asked Huaner for his opinion?" Prince Ning found it strange. Didn't he tell Marquis Pingyuan after the morning court session that Xiaohuan didn't want to marry any girl, no matter which family she came from? Didn't Marquis Pingyuan say that marriage was the parents' decision and that he should make the decision himself? Knowing that Shen Sui was not one to go back on his word easily, the old Prince Ning found it even stranger. Shen Sui then said, "My daughter Tanger said that her elder brother is very likely to like Princess Rugia of the Duan Prince's mansion, and asked me to ask Huaner what he thinks." Prince Ning was shocked. He really didn't know that Xiaohuan might like Princess Rugia. In fact, after Xiaohuan saved Princess Rugia, Prince Ning did consider having Xiaohuan marry Princess Rugia. However, he still harbored the idea of having Xiaohuan inherit the Ning Prince's mansion. If Xiaohuan never acknowledged his ancestors and returned to the family, then he and Princess Rugia would be cousins, which was absolutely impossible. Princess Rugia was raised by the old Prince Ning, so how could he not like her? After his two sons died on the battlefield, the mansion became desolate. Only Princess Duan and Princess Jing'ang often went to keep Princess Ning company and relieve his boredom. Princess Duan would bring Princess Rugia with her at least 8 out of 10 times. The old Prince Ning doted on Princess Rugia as if she were his own granddaughter. If Xiaohuan were to fall for Princess Rugia, that would be perfect. If not, it's not too late to ask before proposing marriage. Originally, Prince Ning came to help Xiaohuan propose marriage, but he changed his mind and went to discuss matters with the Minister of Revenue. This made the Minister of Revenue very nervous. Prince Ning was the Emperor's own uncle, and the Emperor treated him with great respect. How could a mere Minister of Revenue possibly be qualified to discuss something with Prince Ning in person? After returning from the Ministry of Revenue's residence, Prince Ning summoned Xiaohuan and asked directly, "Does Huaner like Princess Rugia?" Without any hesitation, Xiaohuan was stunned, his ears turning bright red. "No, nothing like that." Prince Ning asked, "Really not?" Xiaohuandao did not answer, but asked, "Why does grandfather ask me this?" Prince Ning said, "Today I went to the Ministry of Revenue's residence to propose marriage for you. Marquis Pingyuan rushed over and said that Miss Shen told him that you like Princess Rugia and asked me to ask you what you think. So I didn't propose marriage for you. If you don't like Princess Rugia, I will go to the Ministry of Revenue's residence to propose marriage for you again tomorrow." Hearing this, Xiaohuan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that the old Prince Ning would propose marriage to him directly. In the past, the prince would always ask him. Thankfully, it was stopped. Xiaohuan had no intention of marrying. This wasn't the first time Prince Ning had heard these words. But this time, his brows were furrowed the most deeply. Prince Ning said, "If you don't marry, I won't agree, and neither will Marquis Pingyuan. If he continues to be the heir of Prince Ning, he will still need to marry and have children. Even if he doesn't get married, the Emperor will still grant him a marriage. If he were to be recognized as a descendant of his ancestors, the Marquis of Pingyuan would only have one son, and it would be even more impossible for him to be left all alone." Prince Ning stood up and patted Xiaohuan on the shoulder. "Don't worry about me and your grandmother. We are so old and don't have many days left to live. You have a long life ahead of you. Your grandfather feels guilty for not letting you recognize your ancestors. If you give up Princess Rugia for this, Your grandfather will not rest in peace even in the afterlife. But Prince Ning laughed and said, "It seems he really likes Princess Rugia." Xiao Huan's face turned bright red. Prince Ning became even more certain. After all, he was the grandson he had raised. How could he not know him at all? He had asked Xiao Huan to get married more than once or twice, but this was the first time he had blushed. How could the old Prince Ning not notice? Prince Ning laughed and said, "Tomorrow I will go to Prince Duan to finalize your marriage with Princess Rugia first, so as to avoid any unforeseen complications. We will make it public after your grandmother is ready and you have been recognized as a member of the clan. Perhaps there will be a way to have the best of both worlds in the future." Chapter 163. Covet. Inside the house, Shen Tang leaned against the window, watching the birds in the trees tilting their heads and chirping. Achoo! A sneeze startled the birds, causing them to flap their wings and flee for their lives. That morning, Shen Tang sneezed countless times, making Yin Xing and Xiu Tong worry that their young lady might have caught a cold. Worried, Xiu Tong said, "Why don't we ask a doctor to take a look at the young lady?" Shen Tang said, "I'm fine. It's her body, and no one knows better than her whether she's caught a cold or not. She's definitely being talked about." After all, her refusal to marry in front of the bridal sedan chair was widely publicized, but Xia Guimo still wanted to marry her, and their engagement became a topic of gossip. Just as Shen Tang had thought, everyone in the streets, alleys, tea houses, and taverns was talking about her engagement to Xia Guimo. Everyone who heard about it thought it was a rumor and no one believed it at all. The Prince of Jing'an is of noble birth and exceptionally talented. How could he marry a girl who had previously refused to marry him? It's not like I can't marry someone else, so I'm going to hang myself on one tree. They would never remarry, let alone the heir of the Prince of Jing'an. Seeing that no one believed him, someone who knew about it said, "You really shouldn't disbelieve me. This is absolutely true. It came from the Jing'an prince's mansion." Where did this rumor come from? It's fake. The man grew anxious. Why don't you believe me? Think about it. When Miss Shen's horse was startled, who saved her? And when she fell into the water, the Prince of Jing'an also jumped in. Is that just a coincidence? The incident of the startled horse happened on this very street, and quite a few people knew about it. Right then and there, everyone was looking at each other. Just then, the heirs of the Marquis of Shuani and the Prince of Duan, Xiao Sun, entered the restaurant. Someone said, "The heirs of the Marquis of Shuani and the Prince of Duan have a good relationship with the heir of the Prince of Jing'an. They must know whether the heir of the Prince of Jing'an is really engaged to Miss Shen." Someone immediately asked Chu Yi, who laughed and said, "It's not just true. The Prince of Jing'an has been coveting Miss Shen for a long time." I don't believe what others say, but what the heir of the Marquis of Shuani says must be true. If he dares to spread rumors about the Prince of Jing'an, the Prince of Jing'an will beat him up. Someone suddenly realized this might actually be true. After all, the Prince of Jing'an was engaged to Miss Shen. If Miss Shen doesn't marry, he can't very well ask for Miss Shen's hand in marriage. Now that Miss Shen is already the second prince's woman, that's why he's proposing at this crucial moment. But why would the Prince of Jing'an's heir fall for a girl who refused to marry him? I really can't figure it out. Someone laughed and said, "Isn't Miss Shen the second interesting? The Prince of Jing'an is of noble status, and countless girls in the capital want to marry him. Miss Shen II knows that marrying the Prince of Jing'an II will mean she will be a widow, but in order not to hurt her sisterly feelings, she would rather die than get on the bridal sedan chair of the Prince of Jing'an's mansion, so that the bridal sedan chair of the Prince of Jing'an's mansion would be carried back empty. You can't find another girl with such a temperament in the entire capital. The Prince of Jing'an II must be curious. It's not surprising that he really falls in love with Miss Shen II. What a sense of accomplishment it must be to get a girl who would rather die than marry him to willingly get into his bridal sedan chair.